country has its electricity, you have your roads, you should have AI as part of your infrastructure.
This year's Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine.
Every fraction of a degree means more hunger, displacement, and loss.
Defined by rapid change, shifting alliances, and transformative ideas, one question echoes across borders. What does the future look like from here? Welcome to WION World Pulse, the leaders' confluence capturing the rhythm of a new world order. It brings together global decision-makers, innovators, policymakers, and visionaries under one roof to decode the forces shaping tomorrow. 7 dynamic sessions strive for an answer, how to make this world a better place to live in. In times of turbulence, Power Pulse sheds light on the rebalancing of global power. How can new alliances shape international diplomacy? With new alliances come new trade partners. At Economy Pulse, we explore the future of global trade, evolving supply chains, and new equations reshaping trust, resilience, and economic collaboration. A large part of every country's economy is spent on building robust military capabilities. At Defense Pulse, leaders and strategists unpack the realities of future warfare and the strategic imperatives defining global security. And it is the technology that is the game changer of today's warfare. At Tech Pulse, innovation meets responsibility. Join experts as they debate artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, data privacy, and the emerging space economy. But do all these transformations come at a cost? With Planet Pulse, we confront one of humanity's biggest questions: how to balance growth with sustainability and how climate geopolitics will reshape global priorities. And as we look forward to making a better world, at Healthcare Pulse, we take a deep dive into pioneers exploring the medicine of tomorrow. Breakthrough biotechnology and new models for a safer, healthier world. And lastly, we will have the Auto Pulse. We look ahead to the future of mobility, where electric, connected, and autonomous technologies redefine how the world moves. The world is changing faster than ever, and today, the conversation about tomorrow begins here. Welcome to WION World Pulse, the rhythm of the new world order.
Namaskar, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished diplomats, industry leaders, policy makers, strategists, and our wonderful viewers who are joining us from around the world. Welcome to a day of conversation, a rarity in times of conflict and a much-needed step. We meet today at a time of extraordinary transformation. We are amid multiple wars. The global order is shifting, economic alliances are evolving, technology is redefining power. And the choices that nations make today will shape the next generation, its problems, and its policies. In moments like these, the world needs more than just catchy headlines. It needs dialogue, perspective, and above all, it needs clarity. We're calling it pulse because unless we understand today's pulse, we cannot plan the pulse of the future. If we want to understand where the world is going, we must first understand its pulse. Through the day today, we will hear from foreign policy shapers, economists, defense leaders, innovators, and global thinkers, each offering an insight into the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead for the world. And what better place than New Delhi to converge in and explore the current complex geopolitical layers? India has been leading the world in encouraging dialogue and diplomacy amid wars. A mature, patient voice in the chaos which has gripped us all, and a vantage point from where opposing sides can be talked to. There are some very exciting sessions here, as well as breakaway sessions at the Chaitya Hall today. First, take a look.
Ayatollah Khamenei is dead.
Will not go unpunished.
Every country has its electricity, you have your roads. You should have AI as part of your infrastructure.
This year's Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine.
Every fraction of a degree means more hunger, displacement, and loss.
Defined by rapid change, shifting alliances, and transformative ideas, one question echoes across borders. What does the future look like from here? Welcome to WION World Pulse, the leaders' confluence, capturing the rhythm of a new world order. It brings together global decision-makers, innovators, policymakers, and visionaries under one roof to decode the forces shaping tomorrow. 7 dynamic sessions strive for an answer: how to make this world a better place to live in. In times of turbulence, Power Pulse sheds light on the rebalancing of global power. How can new alliances shape international diplomacy? With new alliances come new trade partners. At Economy Pulse, we explore the future of global trade, evolving supply chains, and new equations reshaping trust, resilience, and economic collaboration. A large part of every country's economy is spent on building robust military capabilities. At Defense Pulse, leaders and strategists unpack the realities of future warfare and the strategic imperatives defining global security. And it is the technology that is the game changer of today's warfare. At Tech Pulse, innovation meets responsibility. Join experts as they debate artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, data privacy, and the emerging space economy. But do all these transformations come at a cost? With Planet Pulse, we confront one of humanity's biggest questions: how to balance growth with sustainability, and how climate geopolitics will reshape global priorities. And as we look forward to making a better world, at Healthcare Pulse, we take a deep dive into pioneers exploring the medicine of tomorrow. Breakthrough biotechnology and new models for a safer, healthier world. And lastly, we will have the Auto Pulse. We look ahead to the future of mobility, where electric, connected, and autonomous technologies redefine how the world moves. The world is changing faster than ever, and today, the conversation about tomorrow begins here. Welcome to WION World Pulse, the rhythm of the new world order.
And to officially open WION World Pulse 2026, it is both my honor and a privilege to introduce a visionary widely regarded as the architect of India's private television revolution, a pioneer, a nation builder, and the man who transformed an idea into an industry. Dr. Subhas Chandra, the founder and mentor of Z Group and former Rajya Sabha member. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Subhas Chandra to deliver the inaugural address of WION World Plus.
Thank you. Friends from the industry, defense, our friends from diplomatic corps, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I remember some of the events in the life cycle of right from beginning or before Z was born in 1992. Legal experts in India told me in end of 1990, when this idea of starting a private sector television in India was germing in my mind, that you cannot do it in India because the laws of the land do not permit private sector television, nor you can download the signal of television from a foreign satellite. So my innocent question was that how come we are watching CNN during the Gulf War? If you recollect, the Gulf War had started towards the third, fourth quarter of 1990 and was going on till February of 1991. So they said, yeah, and it was probably the first televised war, I would say, of the world. And I recollect that a lot of friends used to go to five-star hotels and sit there and watch the Gulf War, because the satellite dish normally was being put in the hotels for the foreign guests. So it was available in the hotels. So that thing that CNN is a news network covering events across the globe stayed in my mind. Just a thought crossed at that time, why can't India have such a news network? But then, that time the thought was only just a fraction of a second, because I was working on launching Z as an entertainment network that time. And later on, an event which took place in a hotel just close by, and it was 18th of December 2005, when my friend Raghav Bahal was launching CNN IBN. And that was inaugurated by the then Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh. And I was sitting with him, chatting with him, and that thought came to my mind, and I told him, sir, we should also have something similar like CNN for India. And he asked me a few questions. And while answering them, I said that CNN was launched in America in 1980 with $1 billion funds from Pentagon. Oh, he said, yeah, is it? Yes. I said, yes, sir. I said, we must have in India also, but cannot be done by a private party because it requires lots of money. He asked few more questions, and I thought that that was the end of it. But surprisingly, I got a call from PMO in next couple of days. And we started talking, and I gave them a lot of details, told them how Z network can help. By then, Z, which was launched in 1992, had spread its wings across the globe in more than 170 countries that time, with about 350 million viewers outside India. And I mentioned to them that it will take about $400 million that time. That time dollar was 45 rupees. I said it will take about 1,500 to 1,800 crore in 3-4 years to establish such a network. And surprisingly, 500 crore was earmarked in the budget of 2007. I don't know how many people know about it. Even my friend Anurag Batra is sitting here. He knows everything what happens in the media. So, but that time, as expected, there were at least 12 people who were wanting to claim that 500 crore to launch an international network. Everybody then said, I can do it and I'm more capable than Z and everything. Eventually, friends, that money was lapsed, and PMO told me one day that, sorry, we are abandoning the project because we cannot give to anybody who cannot launch it properly, and they will not let you take this money. So that be it. But that thought never died from my mind. And on 14th May 2017, WION was launched by Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, on the occasion which had seen our group, SL Group's 90th year celebration. By the way, we will be just completing in this year 100 years of our group's business existence. So friends, as the name suggests, World is One News. That is how detailed name of WION is. That has been designed based on the spirit and inspirations from Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Many of you are aware, if my friends from diplomatic corps and foreign countries, for your knowledge, it was first time Swami Vivekananda gave this thought into a religious parliament in the United States of America. Hence, the spirit of WION are also anchored in this timeless philosophy of Bharat. Today's summit, WION Pulse, hopefully will capture this spirit our world needs the most in these troubled times. I know that we have a show in WION which is named as World at War. Though currently we have 3 regions that probably at war, and all the diplomatic members from these 3 regions are present here today. But I would say that this decade, which started from 2001, and I would say ending at 2030, is a most decisive decade of our times. And this is the decade which will redefine and reshape the entire geopolitics, economics, power equation, power bases, and even supply chains to that extent. This summit of WION Pulse seeks to decode this moment as the future is shaped by the signals of present. Wars and conflicts are making the headlines and dominating the conversation in these days. In contrast to these are happening in the contrast to the concept of WION. Strategic rivalries are shaping alliances and institutions. Narratives are increasingly divided along geopolitical lines, which brings us to the fundamental question for the global media, and that is, if the world is one family, are we behaving like one? That's the major question. Friends, India, until the end of 20th century, wasn't a very significant player in the geopolitical narrative, but today it is. No one can ignore the 1.4 billion strong nation, with not only growing its own economy in domestic terms, which is far better than most of the countries in the world, but it also playing a decisive role in global economy through its talented pool of human resource. There isn't any large corporation in the world where the Indian talents are not involved. Hence, the governments and the other three pillars of the society will have to keep the flag of the narrative to give centuries ago's Vasudev Kutumbakam a fillip, and that is very much required in today's time. I would say that in such a world, the responsibility of legacy media becomes even more significant. We are living in an era of information overload, where social media, algorithms, and instant commentary shape perception at extraordinary speed. Legacy media like Zee News, WION, carries the responsibility to provide context in moment of crisis, distinguish facts from noise, and ensure that complex global developments are understood with clarity and speed by its viewers across the globe. At a time when narratives can easily become polarized, journalism must strive to inform without inflaming and connect rather than divide. My friends at Diplomatic Corps who are present here, I would say that The diplomacy needs the credible global platforms like WION. In a fractured and rapidly evolving world, diplomacy and dialogue need credible platforms. Policymakers, strategists, and thinkers need spaces where ideas can be exchanged openly and perspectives can be understood across the borders. I'm sure today you all are sitting under the same roof when there is a conflict going around in your territories, in your countries. But I hope the WION Pulse will give you some perspective for you to report to your counterparts in your countries. With this, I would say that in doing so, we will strengthen the ecosystem of global dialogue, understanding, and cooperation. Ultimately, friends, the purpose of WION and WION World Pulse is simple: to listen to the pulse of our times, because the future of global order will not be shaped by one nation or one narrative alone. It will be shaped by how the world understands itself today. And if the idea of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, if still resonates, then forums like these becomes essential spaces where that family can come together, exchange ideas, and reflect on the path ahead. With this, welcome and thank you again for coming and joining us in these times, and hopefully when we meet next chapter of WION Pulse, we will have better and peaceful times ahead. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for kickstarting this extremely significant WION World Pulse 2026 that we are hosting in times of conflict, as Dr. Chandra spoke about. And we are, of course, awaiting the arrival of Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Minister for Tourism and Culture. But let's also tell you what all we have lined up today for you. There are several sessions that will be happening through the day today. Interesting conversations from global voices, policymakers, strategists, all of them will be here, converging here to make sure that we not just simplify complex geopolitical and geoeconomic issues for you, but also find a solution forward, find a way forward. And that is why we are getting you, conversations on diplomacy, on geopolitics, on the wars that are happening, on the conflicts, on the economics that is now surrounding the geopolitics and diplomacy of our times. We're also going to be talking about, the economy, tariffs, and of course, whether it's auto, it's climate change, all of these issues that we are grappling with. But take a look at some of the sessions that we'll have today.
Global policymakers, global military leaders, global strategists, 7 pulsating themes. One global stage.
It's about the support that those terrorist groups.
LTT has been wiped out.
Afghanistan would expect India.
This Hafiz Saeed issue.
Deepest disappointment and concern.
दुनिया पहले 2 कैंप में 2 खाने में मुसलमान दुश्मन भी अपने
Still political actors.
So long as my country.
From the conversations that mattered to capturing the pulse for the future. changing, fast-paced world, identifying the pulse of global happenings is important. Because it is the pulse that truly measures the real nature of world events. It monitors the shifting geopolitical landscapes and anticipates what lies ahead. At WION World Pulse 2026, we tap into the heartbeat of events that matter to you and to the world. 7 pulsating themes, 100 plus thought leaders, 1 dynamic platform. WION World Pulse. The rhythm of the new world order.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our keynote speaker of this morning. Please welcome Sri Lankan parliamentarian, former Minister, Sri Lanka and current MP, as well as the national organizer, SLPP, Sri Namal Rajapaksa.
When it comes to young leaders in Sri Lanka's politics, the name Lakshman Namal Rajapaksa stands out. A scion of the Rajapaksa family, the eldest son was born on April 10, 1986. But before his tryst with politics like his elders, Namal Rajapaksa had a distinguished sports career in rugby. He converted his love for the sport into leadership as captain of the college rugby team during his time at Cardiff University and City University, London. His talent and dedication to rugby paved the way back to his home, Sri Lanka, where he played for the national rugby union team. He also became its captain in 2013 and subsequently retired in July 2014. In 2018, he led a week-long rugby training workshop in Srinagar for the Jammu and Kashmir girls rugby team. By this time, Namal Rajapaksa had already entered Sri Lanka's political arena, overlapping with his sports career. In 2010, he was elected to Parliament after winning the seat in Hambantota district, a constituency which his father, the former President of Sri Lanka, Mahinda Rajapaksa, once represented. A promising debut, the victory marked Namal Rajapaksa's arrival in mainstream politics. In the years that followed, Namal Rajapaksa's role in the party and Sri Lanka's political landscape grew exponentially. He served as the country's Minister of Youth and Sports from 2020 to 2022. In 2024, he was appointed as national organizer of the Sri Lanka Podujana Peramuna Party. Empowering Sri Lanka's youth and promoting economic prosperity for all remain the key goals and foundational ethos of Namal Rajapaksa's political journey.
Everyone, Excellencies, members of the diplomatic community, ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege to address you today at the WION Global Summit, the Pulse. This forum brings together voices from across the world to discuss the forces shaping our global future. And we meet at a time when the global system is going through a major transformation. Trade routes are being disrupted. Technology competition is reshaping power between nations. Wars continue in different parts of the world. And the institutions that once guided global cooperation are being tested like never before. The world that emerged after the Cold War, a world defined by economic integration and relative stability, is now changing. We are entering what can be described as a world of shared and shifting powers, where geography matters again. Strategic regions that were once seen as distinct or secondary are now becoming center to global politics. One of those regions is the Indian Ocean. For thousands of years, Indian Ocean was not a zone of conflict. It was a bridge between civilizations. Merchants, scholars, and travelers crossed these waters long before modern geopolitics existed. Ideas moved across the ocean. Cultures interacted. Trade flourished between Asia, Africa, and Middle East. The Indian Ocean connected societies rather than dividing them. The relationship between India and Sri Lanka is one of the oldest examples of that connection. More than 2,000 years ago, the teachings of Lord Buddha traveled from India to Sri Lanka. That journey was not just spread of philosophy. It was a beginning of a deep civilizational relationship that still shapes our society today. Trade routes links our ports. Cultural exchange shaped our traditions. And over centuries, our people built a relationship that remains one of the strongest in the Indian Ocean region. Today, Indian Ocean is once again becoming center for global economic and strategic activities. Nearly 2/3 of global oil shipments pass through its waters. Approximately half of the world's containers moves along its sea lanes. The undersea cables that carry the digital lifeline of the global economy runs along the seabed. Energy flows through it. Supply chains depend on it. Global commerce relies on it. Indian Ocean has become one of the most important economic highways in the world. And when these highways are threatened, the consequences are felt across the entire globe. Recent global events remind us how fragile this stability can be. Tensions in the Middle East continues to influence energy markets and global security. And strategic rivalry between major powers is increasingly visible in maritime regions. When instability appears in one region, it impacts quickly, spreads throughout global trade routes. Energy prices rise, supply chain slows down, market reacts. And once again, the stability of the Indian Ocean becomes critical. Located at the center of these sea routes, Sri Lanka holds one of the most strategic positions in the Indian Ocean. Ships traveling between East Asia, Middle East, and Europe pass just south of our shores. For centuries, Sri Lankan ports served as a trading hub connecting civilizations. Today, same geography places Sri Lanka at a crossroad of global commerce. But geography alone does not create influence. Influence comes from how wisely a nation manages its positions. For centuries, in strategically sensitive regions, foreign policy must be guided by balance, foresight, and discipline. We must protect our sovereignty. We must safeguard our maritime space. We must also build strong partnership with all nations. Strategic balance is not weakness. For smaller states, it is a necessity. In this changing global landscape, India's rise is one of the most important developments of the 21st century. India's economic growth, technological innovation, and demographic strength are reshaping the Indian Pacific region. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi, India is emerging not only as a major economic power, but also as a stabilizing force in the Indian Ocean. For neighboring countries like Sri Lanka, this creates great opportunities. Our futures are naturally connected. Sri Lanka's strategic location and infrastructure complements India's economic scale. Together, our countries can strengthen regional stability and prosperity. There are several areas where this partnership can grow. Firstly, maritime security. Strategic cooperation and regional safety are essential to ensure secure maritime routes. India's growing naval capability and Sri Lanka's location create a natural partnership to keep these routes open and secure. Secondly, regional connectivity. Strategic infrastructure and Sri Lanka's geographical location will help the countries grow as a logistic, energy, maritime, financial, and aviation services hub supporting regional trade. Strengthened by India's national green hydrogen mission and cooperation, investment, our partnership can forge a South Asia's hydrogen corridor that secured energy, drives innovation, and makes the Indian Ocean a hub of sustainable power. Third, the blue economy. Together, our countries can promote marine research, sustainable fisheries, ocean technology, and renewable ocean energy. Another major feature of this emerging global order is competition in technology. Artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, digital infrastructure, space technology. These are no longer just economic sectors. They are strategic domains that will shape global power in the decades ahead. For developing nations, the challenge is to ensure that technology creates opportunity, not inequality, and that regional cooperation will be essential. My generation inherits the responsibility to navigate global change, not merely to react to it, but to shape the world where cooperation overweights rivalry and international law guide stability. The Indian Ocean must remain what it has always been at its best, a bridge between civilizations. India, Sri Lanka, and the countries of the Indian Ocean region must work together to ensure that these waters remain open, secure, and cooperative. Because if the Indian Ocean is stable, the global economy will be stable. If the Indian Ocean prospers, the region will prosper. For centuries, this ocean shaped our past. In the decades ahead, it will shape the future of the world. And it is the responsibility of our generation to ensure that it remains. The ocean of peace and cooperation and shared responsibility, prosperity. Thank you. Ruben Azar.
Thank you, Mr. Rajapaksa, for really, giving us a perspective on not just the India-Sri Lanka relationship, but the entire Indo-Pacific region. My colleague Mohammad Saleh takes this conversation forward with Mr. Rajapaksa.
Thank you very much, Shreya. So let me, in fact, invite our managing editor, Ruben Sharma, to come up on stage and present the bouquet and memento to Namal Rajapaksa. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so we live in interesting times. There could have been happier times, but unfortunately there are a lot of conflicts that are taking place around the world that are shaping our world. And Namal, you spoke extensively on, the opportunities and also the challenges, where geography in many ways defines our destiny. And Sri Lanka is, of course, very geostrategically placed. But I want to start off by asking you, at this moment, what has captured the imagination of a lot of people is this war that has broken out in the Middle East that has been waging for the last 18 days that will have global ramifications if it has not already started to have one. But the incident that happened, just 40 nautical miles off the coast of Sri Lanka, where the Americans torpedoed a Iranian warship, Iris Dina. You are one of those individuals who spoke out very prominently about it. Tell us, how did Sri Lanka feel about the fact that an incident of this magnitude actually happened so close to your coast?
Well, as you know, Sri Lanka was one of those countries who promoted, who was initiated non-aligned movement at that time, and also who was a very advocate of it. And also we strongly believe that the Indian Ocean must remain as a zone of peace and non-conflict. So it was disturbing to know that the war has reached our shores as well, starting from the Gulf to Indian Ocean. So I think this is where the Indian Ocean nations must work together. And I believe one way forward, out of many options that we have, is going to be the Colombo Security Conclave that was initiated in 2011. And the Secretariat must be established, and maritime domain awareness is something that is very important at this given stage as a region. And I think the impact is all over the place. I mean, it's not only to Sri Lanka, but one fact that we must keep in mind, that there's a precedent now. So the war, technology, military advancement is not only with the governments on today's context. And if you recall, we have gone through a war for 30 years, and LTT had submersibles at that time, and they had 2 torpedoes as well. And one was recovered, and one was tested apparently, and one was recovered. It's in the Trincomalee Naval Base. So you see different organizations with military technology. So a precedent in Indian Ocean, it's alarming, and it's something I personally believe that the region must take it very seriously, and to make sure things like that doesn't happen here in the future.
Now, the ramifications of what is happening, the global conflicts are immense. A lot of people say the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is shut, if it continues to remain shut, it can plunge the global economy into a recession. Sri Lanka is dependent for nearly 37% of all crude that it consumes, and it comes from the Strait of Hormuz. What is your plan? Do you have a contingency as to how you want to overcome the challenge that if 37% of your crude is cut off, that is going to be catastrophic?
Well, I mean, it's not a single challenge only to Sri Lanka, but for the region as well. And I'm sure the government at the moment...
No, I ask you this because you're from Sri Lanka, so what is your contingency plan? Yeah.
Well, our government is engaging with various stakeholders, various partners, and also with India as well, to make sure that our supply chains keep intact. And I think it is high time that they have a long-term strategy, and this is something that we would have thought 20 years ago about completing the fuel tanks what we have, and also looking for renewable energy sources to be expanded in Sri Lanka. But unfortunately, as you know, in subcontinent, certain domestic politics keeps on changing, the policies keep on changing. But I think at the moment, it's about engaging and making sure that the nations that can influence for a peaceful settlement must engage aggressively to make sure that the conflict at least go on a hold for a period of time. And then countries like us must make sure that we engage with our friendly neighbors and friendly partners to make sure that the supply chain continues.
Right now, India 2022, that's not a year that people in Sri Lanka will forget. There was what was called the Sri Lankan Revolution, or the struggle of the Sri Lankan people to overcome the economic hardships. They were unhappy with the government that was there at that moment. Now, you're from this very prominent Sri Lankan family that was in power at that moment. How defining do you think that year 2022 was? How does that change the politics of Sri Lanka? And how do you take things forward from there? Do you think things have improved? Because a lot of people said that they wanted growth. Sri Lanka in the last couple of years has grown at a rate of about 5%. Do you think enough has been done? What more could be done?
Well, see, 2022 crisis, it did not happen in isolation. It was a series of incidents that took place from 2015. And if you recall, we had East attacks in 2019-18. And then we went through the COVID. And 80 countries like Sri Lanka were suffering from the impact that happened from the COVID. And as you know, Sri Lanka is heavily depending on foreign remittance and tourism. So, and top of that, as you know, there are many claims and allegations by the US government itself, the President Trump itself, regarding regime change in our part of the world and how the USAID funded. So taking all these into consideration, I believe it's moving forward. It's about planning for a longer term, especially to make sure that our energy security is maintained and our food security is maintained. And I think after 2022, all political parties in Sri Lanka started redefining themselves, rethinking themselves, and realigning themselves into the modern context, because you see there is a rapid change in the voting pattern as well. So it's a question whether we are actually keeping up with the modern demands of the modern society, or are we following the traditional pathway of development and infrastructure?
My final question to you, Namal, is this. You are also a rugby player. Now, Sri Lanka, as we know, like India, is a cricket-crazy nation. How did you get involved in rugby? What actually made you, start playing rugby? This is unusual. There are very few politicians who play a sport professionally, and here you are, you play rugby, and this is the images that we've gotten behind on the screen. How did you get involved in rugby? And you also told me a little while ago that your family, there are a number of people who play rugby. Tell us more about it.
Well, yeah, I mean, see, my father's family is into politics, and we are a dynastical political family from that end. But from my mother's side, my great-grandfather was in the Royal Navy, and they all played rugby at that time for Ceylon. So from him to my mother's two brothers, their two children, and my two brothers. So altogether, we are about 7 in the family, from my great-grandfather, from my mother's side, who has represented Ceylon or Sri Lankan rugby, including myself. So for some reason, when I was 10 years old, I took my second brother to play rugby. Then when he saw everyone was too big, because he was 9 years and I was 10 years, and the rest of the people were all 15, 16 years. So one of us had to remain there. So then I decided, okay, let me go and start first and see how it goes. And well, it took me to the national level, and my two brothers also played for Sri Lanka, and I played for uni in UK as well. So it's something very close to my heart. And I think someone has to do something different, right? So I think we decided to choose rugby over cricket.
That's very interesting. Namal Rajapaksa, one of the most prominent politicians in Sri Lanka. Thank you very much indeed, sir, for taking time out and coming to us and meeting with us here in WION. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, you want to take questions? One quick question. Go ahead. Yeah. Can we get the...
Thank you. Good morning, Excellency. My name is Colonel Mayank Chaubey. I had the privilege of being trained along with Sri Lankan cadets in the Indian Military Academy. I had 31 course mates, and the present Army Chief is my course mate. We were 31 cadets in all who came to our academy for training. Do you intend increasing the numbers? Because I don't see those many numbers currently. Military diplomacy plays a very important role in improving relations between two countries. Thank you so much.
Well, I do agree with you, because Indian training has been very much prominent in the Sri Lankan system for decades. And I think right after the LTT defeat, after we won the battle against LTT terrorism, our military strategies might have changed. We did change to the modern context. And the training methods and our approach has been changed. And also I believe, as you see what's happened in the Indian Ocean at the moment, what happened in the past couple of weeks, and also the challenges that we face as a region, we need to realign and re-strategize, and also look at a strategic communication mechanism to keep intact with the regional cooperation and regional partners. And yes, I believe we must increase, and we must also make sure that the military diplomacy is something that is important for our nation, and especially on modern context. Thank you.
I think that's very well said. Cooperation in diplomacy is the way forward. Thank you very much indeed, Namal Rajapaksa.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Rajapaksa. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have among us today India's Minister of Tourism and Culture, Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat.
India's soft power is rooted in its civilization, culture, and diversity. At the forefront of translating this soft power into tangible socio-economic impact is Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat. As Union Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat firmly believes that it is India's cultural strength that offers the nation its most unique and enduring edge on the global stage. Born in 1967 in Rajasthan, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat pursued a Master of Philosophy from Jai Narayan Vyas University in Jodhpur. It was in the same university where he rose to prominence in politics. Starting with the BJP student wing, the ABPP, he won the university president election in 1992. He later became the National General Secretary of the BJP Kisan Morcha, the farmers' wing of the Bharatiya Janata Party. In 2014, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat was elected as a Member of Parliament to the 16th Lok Sabha from the Jodhpur constituency. Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat held various key positions, including Union Minister of State for Agriculture and Farmers' Welfare and Minister of Jal Shakti. As Minister of Culture and Tourism, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat focuses on positioning India as a global tourism hub through sustainable tourism and cultural promotion. He has driven the Swadesh Darshan 2.0 scheme to develop sustainable destinations. Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat is also spearheading the development of the Yuga Yugin Bharat National Museum in New Delhi, which is envisioned as a living chronicle of India's 5,000-year-old civilization and is set to be the world's largest museum. From building national museums to restoring historical memorials and increasing tourism infrastructure, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat is strengthening two of India's most key sectors, culture and tourism, as the nation continues to expand its cultural footprint on the world stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would now invite Mr. Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Minister of Tourism and Culture, Government of India, to please address the gathering. Sir.
Distinguished delegates, Excellencies, my gracious host, Ms. Molly Gambhir, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you today not merely as a representative of a nation, but as a voice of civilization that has for millennia sought to understand the human condition in its fullest depth. India is often described as ancient, yet I submit India is not ancient in the sense of being old. India is ancient in the sense of being eternal renewing. It is a civilization that does not merely survive time, it converses with the time. From the hymns of Veda to the dialogues of Upanishad, from the pathways of Buddha to the reformative energies of modern India. Our journey has never been linear. It has been reflective, adaptive, and deeply humane. Ladies and gentlemen, the Upanishadic invocation reminds us, Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya, lead us from darkness to light. This is not merely a spiritual prayer, it is a civilizational doctrine, a commitment to move from ignorance to knowledge, from conflict to understanding, and from fragmentation or diversities to the unity. In the 21st century, the world stands at a crossroads, and the theme of today's conclave is also aligned with this. We are more connected than ever before, yet often more divided. We have achieved unprecedented material progress, yet face profound existential anxieties. It is in this context that India's civilizational wisdom offers not prescriptions, we give perspectives. India does not claim to have all the answers, but it offers a framework where dialogue replaces discord, and where balance replaces excess, and where humanity remains at the center of all progresses. The principle of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, the word as one family, is not a slogan for us. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a lived philosophy. It has shaped our diplomacy. It has always of our development partnerships and our engagement with the global south, where through humanitarian assistance, digital public infrastructure, or capacity building initiatives, India's approach has always been guided by the idea that global progress must be inclusive. As the world's largest democracy, India represents a remarkable experiment of scale, diversity, and continuity. Our democracy is not merely institutional or the largest, it is oldest, and it is civilizational. It is rooted in the spirit of dialogue, our Shastrartha, of debate or participation. In India, diversity does not weaken democracy, it deepens it. And in an era where democratic values are being tested globally, India offers an enduring example of resilience with pluralism. Allow me now to turn on a dimension where India's civilizational ethos meets contemporary relevance most vividly, wellness and holistic living. Through the systems of Ayush, India offers a paradigm that is both ancient and futuristic. Ayurveda teaches us that health is not the absence of disease, but the presence of equilibrium. Yoga teaches us that well-being is not external acquisition, but inner alignment. In a world grappling with lifestyle disorders, mental stress, and ecological imbalance, these are not alternative ideas. They are essential frameworks for the future and the future of the world. Today, India is committed to taking these systems to the global stages through research, standardization, innovation, and international collaborations. Equally, in tourism, India is reimagining itself, not just as a destination, but as an experience of transformation. Because when one travels to India, one does not merely see landscapes or the natural beauties. One encounters layers of history, textures of different culture and cultural diversities, and depth of spirituality. From the ghats of Varanasi to the deserts of Rajasthan, from the temples of South to the monasteries of Himalayas, India offers journeys that are not just outward, but inward. Our vision is to position India as a global hub for cultural, spiritual, and wellness tourism, supported by world-class infrastructure, digital innovation, and sustainable practices under the able leadership of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. What gives India a unique strength in this endeavor is its extraordinary ability to harmonize diversity. In India, plurality is not managed, it is celebrated. Languages change every few hundred kilometers. Customs evolve across regions. Yet there is an underlying unity, a shared civilizational consciousness. This ability to hold multiplicity with unity is perhaps India's greatest gift to the world in present context. As we move toward the vision of Viksit Bharat 2047 under leadership and as envisaged by our Prime Minister, our aspirations are both ambitious and grounded. We seek to build an idea that is economically strong, culturally confident, technologically advanced, and globally responsible. Ladies and gentlemen, but above all, an India that remains deeply rooted in its civilizational values. Let me conclude with this reflection. The future of the world will not be shaped by power alone. It will be shaped by ideas, values, and by the ability to build trust and shared purpose. India's journey has always been about bringing together the material and the spiritual, the individual and the collective, the past and the future. And therefore, India does not seek to lead the world, it seeks to walk with the world. As our ancient prayer goes, Sarve bhavantu sukhine, Sarve santu niramaya. May all be happy, may all be free from illness. This is not merely a prayer, it is India's message to humanity. And looking towards the challenges what world facing today, now the Indian philosophy and the wisdom is more and more relevant in present context of the global disorders. With these words, I wish to submit. Thank you very much and dhanyavad to the WION for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With that, my colleague Molly Gambhir will take this conversation forward with Minister Shekhawat.
For laying out the tourism roadmap, the present, past, and future, the theme WION World Pulse. So we are gauging the pulse of different sectors, specifically speaking about the tourism sector, sir. India's soft power, the pulse of India's soft power, tourism and culture is a major part of it. What would you say are the immediate focus areas for you when it comes to the vision and the roadmap ahead?
Thank you very much, Molly. As I mentioned in my speech also, that India has a millennia-old civilization, and it is a contiguity of civilization what we can offer. India being the most diverse country in the world, where the diversities of culture, craft, cuisine, nature, and the geographical landscape are there. So in India, we have everything and anything which any tourist of the world can desire, from snow-capped Himalayas to the pristine blue flag beaches, from desert of my state Rajasthan to the tropical forest of Northeast, from wildlife and the diversity of wildlife to the modern infrastructure what we have built for the MICE and tourism. From ancient wisdom-based yoga and meditation to the most modern medical and wellness infrastructure what we have created. So all the verticals of tourism, what one can desire, we have in our bouquet or in our platter to offer for them. See, India, as I mentioned during my keynote also, that we, being the oldest civilization and being the most contiguous civilization, our traditional wisdom, which was which was envisaged or experienced by our rishis, our munis, our saints, and our people with the wisdom, that has become more and more relevant in today's world. As the world is facing the challenges of climate change, the world is facing the challenges as an individual, as mental health or mental health disorders, or world is facing the challenges of the tensions, growing tensions between the countries or the different part of world. So India and Indian wisdom is the only solution, and we provide the solution, so we are the most relevant in today's world.
Indeed, sir. India, of course, has a lot to offer, and people have been also choosing to go in for domestic exploration instead of the usual foreign locations, now increasingly so. So, like any journey, there have been challenges that you have also overcome. What is the one challenge that you would like to speak about that you have encountered in this journey as you capitalize on India's tourism potential?
Being a tourism minister, if I say that our biggest challenge is we have many things to offer. When I was a traveler, as a student, I used to travel, or as a businessman, I used to travel. In the countries, most of the European countries, they have 1, 2, 3, 4 things, and they are the star objects which they wish to express or they wish to exhibit. But in our case, we have many more things to showcase. So our priority and focus is divided. But under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Modi ji for last 10 years, we have again initiated the work with a focus and with a clear-cut orientation that what need to be prioritized. And that way, since in India the tourism is, it has two aspects. One is domestic tourism, which is equally, or rather I should say more important to us, and the other way is inbound tourism. So for looking towards the both requirements, the Swadesh Darshan, the other scheme which fulfills the appetite of Indian spiritual tourist, or enhance the experience of spiritual tourism, because spiritual tourism in India is again a very big and relevant vertical, and it is continuously growing with the growth of economy and development of infrastructure. So we are with looking towards both the challenges and the opportunities, we are working on the same.
Very insightful, sir, to listen in to your experience at the helm of what you've been doing, the challenges you've encountered, and the journey you've had so far, and what your vision for the future is for India's tourism roadmap. Thank you very much, sir, for those insightful words. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, I request Mr. Raktim Das, CEO, Zee Media Corporation Limited, to please present sir with a token of gratitude and appreciation. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Minister Shekhawat, who's been candid in his responses. He's been kind enough to answer our questions as far as India's tourism sector is concerned, its growth. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, sir. It's okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Das, and thank you, Molly. It was indeed a perspective that we all perhaps wanted to understand about India's tourism sector, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, Minister Shekhawat's presence here only enriches our conversations as far as the vision for India's tourism is concerned, and this is something that we have been looking forward to. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to our first panel discussion for the day. Diplomacy is today at the center of our lives, ladies and gentlemen, because in times of uncertainty, diplomacy becomes the most powerful tools that countries possess. Traditional alliances are being tested, new partnerships are emerging, Our first session, Finding Trust in an Age of Turbulence and Disruptive Diplomacy, explores how diplomacy is evolving and must move forward in this age of disruption.
There can be no peace in the world until the military power of Japan is destroyed.
Years since the end of World War II. The global order is undergoing a profound and potentially irreversible transformation. As high-intensity geopolitical conflicts emerge worldwide, the rules are being rewritten. Old certainties are fading, and new power dynamics are emerging. In this uncertain landscape, traditional diplomacy gives way to unpredictable, leader-driven encounters.
You're right now not in a very good position.
In this new era, disruptive diplomacy risks fragmenting alliances and deepens uncertainty in global relations. The big question remains, does diplomacy still hold the key card? Countries like India champion a neutral, dialogue-driven approach, pushing for peace and stability amid fierce polarization. At the same time, one voice is growing stronger. The Global South. Emerging economies are demanding a bigger role in shaping global decisions. As diplomacy adapts to a rapidly transforming world, the challenge is clear. Can global powers and emerging voices find common ground? Can diplomacy pave the way for peace? This is not about noise. It's not about who wins or loses. Diplomacy is about the rhythm for securing a better future. Welcome to Power Pulse, where we present an in-depth conversation on building trust in a shifting global order. First panel, Power Pulse. Please welcome our panelists. Antonio Bartoli, Ambassador of Italy to India. Since taking the role in 2024, he has focused on strengthening economic, technological and strategic cooperation between Italy and India. High Commissioner of Sri Lanka to India, Maheshini Kolon. During her career of over 25 years, she has served at Sri Lanka's permanent mission to the United Nations in New York and as Deputy High Commissioner in India. Simon Wong, High Commissioner of Singapore to India. He was Singapore's trade representative to Taiwan from July 2015 to January 2020. And prior to that, served as Deputy Secretary International from August 2012 to June 2015. Ambassador of Germany to India, Philipp Ackermann. He has also served as Director General for Africa, Latin America and West Asia at the Federal Foreign Office for 5 years.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists this morning. Extremely interesting conversation that my colleague Siddhant Sibbal will have with our esteemed guest. Siddhant?
Well, our world is changing very fast, almost on a daily basis. The conflict is impacting us, and it's impacting deep in terms of the war inflation, in terms of the West Asia war, whether it is the war in Europe. We have a big panel representing almost all parts of the world, at least the Eurasian part of the world, Europe, Asia, and we'll get a perspective about the situation. Let's start with the Sri Lankan High Commissioner, ma'am. My first question to you is, what's the view from Sri Lanka about the West Asia war? It looks like the war has reached the shores of Sri Lanka. We saw the warship Dana being sunken by the Americans. I know your foreign minister has already reacted to the developments, but if you can perhaps share your perspective about the situation on the ground.
So where the ship was concerned, it was sunk off the coast of Sri Lanka in international waters, and Sri Lanka did what it had to do according to the laws of the sea as well as laws of war, which we abide by. So when there was a distress call, the Navy and the Air Force were mobilized, and we rescued the survivors, and we managed to also salvage human remains, which have since been repatriated. So that's what we did. We did what we had to do, because although it sank in international waters, this was in Sri Lanka's search and rescue region. Where the war is concerned, what is actually far more concerning for us is what's happening in West Asia now and the Strait of Hormuz, and what the instability that is causing in terms of energy, in terms of the fuel prices going up, in terms of Sri Lankan workers in the region, and so on, and in the impact on the economy.
From South Asia, let's go to Europe, to the German ambassador. We have seen the comments of the German chancellor. He's clearly said that he's not going to join any initiative, perhaps led by the US president, when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. What's the view from Germany about this war? I know already Germany is facing the war, the repercussions of the war in Ukraine. How does the West Asia war impacts Germany, and what's your view about the situation in Strait of Hormuz?
So I think it's fair to say that it concerns us all, this war. It has, and Mohishini just said it, it has an impact on all our countries, and it has a strong impact on Germany. I will give you two reasons. One is the rise of fuel prices. So every citizen of Germany now is confronted with the fact that fuel has become much more expensive. And we see also what we have experienced in the last couple of years, in the last 10, 12 years, that there is, what happens in Lebanon, one part of this war, there is, of course, the danger that a new refugee movement will come up, which we are very, very concerned about. Germany is, for the first time in a long time now, gets a little growth. We are expecting a 1% growth this year. Even more maybe, but this war really prevents us from growing in the way we should grow. So I think it's fair to say that we are hugely concerned about this war. We hope it will end rather sooner than later, and we see with great concern that it has become sort of a regional, not maybe completely international, but a regional war that many countries somehow are suffering of, and between Lebanon and Kuwait and the UAE, Saudi, Iran. So it's a very, very dire and concerning situation, I would say.
From Europe, going back to Asia, to the Singapore High Commissioner, your country is sitting right at the crossroads of global trade. Have you seen a decrease or perhaps impact on the global trade? And also, as a country which is basically based on trade globally, how has the tariffs, Donald Trump's tariffs, perhaps impacted you?
I mean, since COVID, we had one battle after another. We had Ukraine, we had the war now in Iran, we had Liberation Day, the day after April Fool's Day. Your conclave is called World Pulse. For Singapore, a small trading nation, we prefer to see global scenarios that are normal, having a human level pause. But these days, we are being electrically shocked. Sometimes I feel we are in a geopolitical Squid Game. If you watch the Korean movie, Squid Game, we see many new challenges waking up in a day that we are not in control of. To answer your question, yes, we are seeing price shocks right now because of the situation in the Middle East. Petroleum prices have gone up, gas prices have gone up. We are trying to mitigate some of this. Like what my colleagues have said, we hope that the war will go off-ramp very soon. If not, we will get not only price shocks, we will get supply shocks.
price shocks and supply shocks. Going back to Europe, to the Italian ambassador, do you see the IMEC, the India, Middle East, Europe corridor essentially being dead? Because it was already suffering because of the conflict, the war in Gaza. It was announced here in Delhi, but it looks like not much activity has taken place.
Yeah, it may sound as a paradox, but I think it's even more necessary to have not a single corridor, but a network of options, and so diversify. I mean, we share the same interests, we, the Gulf, and India, in stability, in freedom of navigation, in trade. Italy is the fourth global exporter, so it's naturally interested in stability, security, and freedom of navigation. And as it always been said, when there is trade, there are less cannons. And so, yes, we think that is necessary. Is a visionary project. That doesn't mean unrealistic. Yesterday, we held a meeting with our private sector. There were more than 300 companies showing and highlighting the opportunities in sectors such as infrastructure, digital. We are posing the underwater cable between India and Italy, the high-speed highway, and energy. So the response is yes. And in general, about Hormuz, I think we didn't want this war. We are not participating. We will not. We would like to see a return to diplomatic effort. We did our fair share, hosting even 2 rounds in Rome of the nuclear negotiations. Then it went otherwise, but we are confident that a more reasonable approach can be recuperated. And as far as Hormuz is concerned, I mean, let me push the rewind button. 500 years before BCE, there was the Greek alliance defeated the Persian Empire. Xerxes, Themistocles defeated Xerxes in Salamis, in the Battle of Salamis. We don't want a reverse Salamis battle, so there are no conditions to do that now. There is the readiness of Europe to enhance the Aspides mission to make sure that the other passages, like the Red Sea, can be preserved as alternatives.
Going back to Sri Lanka, High Commissioner ma'am, your country has faced the direct challenges emerging out of conflicts, COVID. We saw the protests, something that was covered globally, not just here in India. What's the situation now in Sri Lanka? Has there been a stabilization? And also, do you fear that because of the conflict, the war in West Asia, the gains that your leadership has made, perhaps there is a concern that those gains can be reversed?
So, as everyone knows, Sri Lanka is a developing island nation in the Indian Ocean. So the ocean, shipping lanes, ports, airports, those are our lifelines. So when they're being affected and disrupted, naturally we have concerns. You mentioned a series of crises that Sri Lanka has faced. There was the economic crisis in 2022, as you mentioned, and then there was also the cyclone Ditwa that we faced in November last year. But despite all that, our economy was stabilizing. We had actually surpassed some of our customs and revenue targets. We had done very well in our fiscal management policies, and the new government was elected on a platform of transparency, accountability, and good governance. And people had certain expectations from them, and those expectations were being met. despite Cyclone Detwa. But people are also anxious because of the series of crises that they have faced. So the government at the moment is working with Sri Lanka's partners, the international partners, and we had actually started putting in place the frameworks and for sustainable development and so on. So we are managing okay at the moment. The structures that we had started to put in place for resilience systems and so on are helping us, definitely. But since we were struck by Cyclone Detwa and now this, which is an external shock which we have no control over, there are concerns. So the government has this additional task of allaying the fears of people, because we have already introduced fuel rationing, and we have introduced 4-day work week, and we have urged the private sector to also consider adhering to a 4-day work week. So we've had to put in place systems like this, and we have to also plan for unforeseen circumstances, because we don't quite know how this situation will evolve. So there are these concerns, but the government is taking steps, the government is aware, the government, even last night, the president addressed the nation and addressed questions from the public as well. So they're putting in place various steps, and we hope that this war, again, as everyone on the panel expressed, would not last long, because I don't know how we would be able to sustain in the future, because everyone is being affected, including India, which has always been our closest partner and our first responder, and the country that has stood by us in times of crisis.
To the German ambassador, Dr. Philipp Ackermann, do you think that Germany will have to do more heavy lifting now at a time when it looks like the United States is essentially withdrawing from the world? And do you think that Germany and India, the relationship, can play an important role in preserving that stability across the world?
So, first of all, I think what is of utmost importance to us in Germany is that Europe stands united in this very difficult situation. Germany alone, we are a country of the size of Tamil Nadu, that's what I'm saying normally. So I don't see us really heavy lifting alone, but we are in the privileged situation to be geographically and institutionally in a framework, in a network that allows us to do heavy lifting. And the European Union, with its 450 million inhabitants, is for us a wonderful vehicle to make our voice heard. And you've seen what European Union said, and many countries said concerning the request of President Trump. We have said very clearly that's not our war, and we will not participate in this war. And it is also a voice of unity in a way. You should not forget that we in Europe have a war in front of our door, and this is also something that concerns us a lot. We have a war of aggression by Russia in Ukraine, where every day hundreds of soldiers and civilians die, every day. And now, with the shift of attention towards other war, we tend to forget easily that there are crises in the world where public attention, diplomatic skills, and efforts to solve situations are urgently needed. I tend to believe that it is good not to overburden the international community, but to concentrate on those areas where really things can and have to be solved. Germany and India, I think, is a positive story, and Germany and India and Europe is a positive story. We have seen the FTA, a huge step in the right direction. I think it's for us hugely important, and Germany and other European countries will benefit as much as India will benefit from this FTA, and it shows that free trade is still on the agenda. We are against artificial tariffs imposing. We feel that free trade leads us in a tailor-made way, in a way that is acceptable for both sides, leads us to more prosperity and more trade interaction. And therefore, I think India is a fabulous partner for Europe and Germany right now.
The Singapore High Commissioner, Mr. Wong, you made an interesting point. You said that we are in a squid game. What's the end game of this squid game, if you can perhaps give your view. And also in terms of the India relationship, your assessment about the relationship, because it looks like the Singapore is India's best friend in Southeast Asia. Is it correct to characterize like that?
Well, to put it very selfishly, Singapore wants to be player 4, 5, 6, that we somehow survive this chaos. But to elaborate on some of the points that my fellow panelists and your question is, I think because of fragmentation and because of the challenges to free trade, rules of law, rules of engagement, countries around the world will coalesce into a coalition of willing, and they will want to preserve many of the global rules right now. I see two bright spots from a regional perspective and also from an inter-regional perspective. Like what my colleague Philip have said, I think the Europe-ASEAN FTA will be an important space to watch. And the next phase to watch is the Europe CPTPP coalition, which is the Comprehensive and Progressive Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think with Europe and ASEAN, 450 million and 650 million in ASEAN is going to become one important player in stabilizing trades, tariffs, rules, and so on and so forth. And with CPTPP 12 and Europe 25, you're looking at 50% of the global trade, well, more or less of that. And beyond BRICS, I think these two inter-regional players will play a role on its own because it's no longer in the US orbit, so to speak, and not in the Chinese orbit, so to speak. So I think the future is very bright for these two organizations. And I think for watchers in this room, this is a space to watch. In the case of India, I think we are trusted partners of India. We have just signed a comprehensive strategic partnership last year. And I think being the largest investor of India of the tune of $160 billion US, I think we have a role to play vis-a-vis our relationship with India. We are looking at key sectors which are very, very relevant to us right now. The production of green energy and the eventual export of green energy from India to our part of the world. And then we have this semiconductor and electronics space, which I think India will do very, very well. And we are well entrenched, and we want to participate in this space. Thank you.
To the Italian ambassador, how do you see India-Italy relationship going forward at this time when the world is literally falling apart? Because we have seen positive developments in the relationship. But in terms of the challenges globally, how can this relationship form that important relationship that others can see and say that we would like to have this kind of relationship between two countries, India and Italy?
Let me say more in general with Europe. I think I agree that the partnership that we have just nailed down touches the main points: trade, security, that is a precondition, mobility, that is the exchanges not only of goods and data but also of human beings, and research and technology, that is the future. So I think that with the common thread that I think Europe can offer, that is stability and reliability and predictability, that is more and more rare in today's world. You know, we live in a world where we assist to a deterioration of the international order with more and more unilateral initiatives. Frankly, the most blatant one was the aggression of Russia towards Ukraine. Russia, I remember that is a member of the Security Council, the very body that should prevent this and be guarantor of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And this triggers this chain, and we are Europe and Asia. We are paying the price. For example, this war in Iran that we didn't initiate, and I think is an important wake up call also for Europe. Because as everybody knows, we relied on three factors that are no more there: the security umbrella of the United States, the trade relationship, and raw materials from China, and the cheap energy from Russia. None of these factors is no more there, and so we have to accelerate for strategic autonomy of Europe, because if somebody else takes care of your security on whatever else, it's never for free. In these, Italy is of course one of the founders of Europe and wants to be protagonist in that. And I think that the relationship with India is a strategic relationship to build more and more resilient value chains based on, and this is not rhetoric, based on values. I mean, it's not marginal that we are democracies, and so after, especially after COVID, we are more and more talking about friendly shoring, and so this is at the heart of our strategy. And I think that the relationship with India in all these areas, and specifically maritime security, IMEC, with the boost of FTA, we have calculated that the value added of IMEC itself would be over 170 billion euro, and so we want to be part of this.
My final closing question, and this is a generic question to all of you. The question is basically, at a time when trust globally is a rare commodity, when essentially the world is falling apart almost on a daily basis, we see crisis, especially on social media by the US president, who of course, when we wake up here in Asia, we have a new crisis to deal with. How each of your country is dealing with the upcoming crisis? Is there any strategy, or is it something that you're dealing on a minute-to-minute basis, or perhaps on minute-to-minute truth social basis? So starting with you, Your Excellency, and then we'll go.
Well, where you asked about trust, right? So for countries like Sri Lanka, the rules-based order is very important. And when the rules-based order is challenged, then obviously we have to find our way. We have to be pragmatic. We don't have the luxury of excluding countries. All our partnerships are equally important to us. And so you mentioned about minute to minute. We just don't know what the next moment holds. So we work very closely with all our partners, including India, especially India. And yes, we do have to keep strategizing from moment to moment. Yeah.
German Ambassador?
If you want to be up to date, you just better subscribe to Siddhan Sibal's news by WION. This is something which is even quicker than Truth Social, I guess. Yes, on a serious note, yes, of course, we need to be, following everything that happens instantaneously, very, very carefully and thoroughly. I think we're getting used to that. We're getting used to the speed. It is maybe we have become quicker and we have become more active in our reaction. Is it a strategy? It's more a skill, I would say. It's a more skill to cope with all that is on the market, on all the networks. But I think generally speaking, we live in a very unruly time, and the end is not, the outcome, the off-ramp is not very clear. So we have to prepare for even worse crises, I'm sorry to say. And therefore, our strategy is build up trustworthy and reliable partnerships. And we in Europe, we have over the last almost 80 years, we have built a very trustworthy and reliable partnership with the 27 members of the EU. And I think we know how to build these partnerships, and that's where I'm very optimistic or positive, is that we can build these partnerships also with partners outside the EU, and India is one of them. But I think, Simon, you are completely right. The ASEAN CPTPP region is also one of them, and I think that's where we have to invest in, and that's where we have to make our efforts.
High Commissioner, sir.
Singapore is too small. We are a price taker. So we have to be sometimes very zen about all these pulsating challenges of the day. But as what my colleague, Dr. Ackerman, has said, we just need to build our own resilience. We need to be self-sufficient in terms of critical minerals and critical resources. And then we build partnership with like-minded countries. I think we are hopeful that perhaps after November there will be some change of mind in the larger scheme of things. There will be some kind of a pause, but as usual, the rhythms of the 3 a.m. tweets are sometimes very heart pulsating, but we are practitioners of many faiths. I myself is a practicing Buddhist. I take things in our stride, and I think we are very resilient countries all around, including India. We will get past this. Thank you.
So, closing remark?
I think we have to do exactly the opposite of the social media philosophy. I mean, not indulge in easy emotions, in slogans, in superficial assessments, and then change continuously, but aim at the main ingredients that we have all mentioned: trust, reliable and resilient value chains, and relationship with friendly countries, and restore some of the international rules-based order, but not as a ideal, unattainable, but as a concrete reality that we all have to contribute to build, starting from European Union. And I think that Europe, as I said, can be a very reliable and strong partner with which countries like India can deepen and develop a relationship. But this implies more effort, more direct relationship between bureaucracies, departments. I mean, we have to develop this dialogue living up to the ambition of the FTA and the strategic agenda. This is a serious strategy, not the superficial emotions of tweets.
Well, on that note, thank you so much, High Commissioners and Ambassadors, for speaking to WION and giving us your perspective about how the situation is evolving and how your countries are dealing with it. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Just a quick question to the Italian ambassador. Sir, you said social media tweets shouldn't be the way forward, but isn't it better that we have all the information through all of these social media posts in that emotional outrage, and then we can plan accordingly?
I'm not, there was this Luddites movement that destroyed machinery during the Industrial Revolution. I'm not some of those. I'm not appealing against. I'm saying that social media shouldn't orientate and shape the public discourse. Of course, it's a valuable source of information, but we shouldn't. Now we are called the leaders are called leaders and are not followers. So should shape the public discourse without being trained by that.
Well, that's the irony of our times. Social media is used to influence views and opinions, and it is now being used for international guidelines and diplomacy as well. But thank you very much to all of you for joining us and having this candid conversation. I request Managing Editor WION, Mr. Ruben Sharma, to please come up on stage and present our panelists, our guests, with a token of appreciation. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? It's been a pleasure having them here among us and understanding their perspective of what has been happening all around us, the geopolitics of our times, the geoeconomics of our times, and what way the world now might move ahead. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They've been honest, they've been candid, they have been kind to answer all our questions and give us a perspective of what each country thinks. Thank you so much.
कोटक नियो के तेज ट्रेडर, देखिए इनका गजब हौसला।
निकी इंडेक्स डिप्स एंड स्नैप्स बैक।
मार्केट खुलते ही भयंकर तेजी से गिरने के संकेत, पूरी ताकत से शॉर्ट कीजिए।
Today's dip may be a rare buying opportunity.
गोल्ड ETF खरीदिए, ये सुनहरा मौका छोड़ना नहीं है।
This stock is on radar. It's a record-breaking rally. अभी भी वक्त है, बेचो।
ये ट्रिगर गिरावट का है, स्टॉक में उछाल है। कसम कैंडलस्टिक्स की,
बेचो और बचो।
ये करते हैं शोर को इग्नोर, और ये हौसला जानबाजी से नहीं, जानकारी और तैयारी से मिलता है। स्टे तेज विद कोटक नियो। हौसला है तो हो जाएगा। Investments in securities markets are subject to market risks. Read all related documents carefully before investing.
And well, let's move on to our next session now, ladies and gentlemen. If diplomacy defines relationships between nations, trade defines their prosperity. For decades, globalization drove economic growth across continents, but today, the global trading architecture is facing new pressures. Supply chains are being redrawn. Economic security is becoming a priority. Our next session, Reimagining Global Commerce, Tariff, Trade and Trust, focuses on the geo-economics of our times.
Global commerce is being redefined, not just by markets, but by strategy. Supply and demand are overpowered by tariffs. It isn't just about revenue anymore. The world is grappling with an aggressive push towards leverage, security, and shaping the future of global trade. From electric vehicles and semiconductors to critical minerals and agriculture, the era of simple supply chains is giving way to who the cheapest and most secure supplier is. Resilience is now as important as efficiency. At a time of economic disruption, trust is the currency of global commerce. Has the world already set its new trade framework? Or will a new geo-economic order cement a fresh foundation? The question is no longer how fast we can trade, but how wisely we can seal the deal. Can the world reimagine balanced trade, or will the barter between transaction and values draw the contours of future diplomacy? Welcome to WION World Pulse, where we reimagine global commerce, tariff, trade, and trust. to discuss Economy Pulse session, reimagining global commerce, tariff, trade and trust. We call upon the stage. Please welcome Sanjeev Sanyal, a member of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, India. Sanyal was also the principal economic advisor to the finance minister for 5 years till February 2022. Our next panelist is Rajiv Kumar. Rajiv Kumar is a former vice chairman of Niti Aayog. His career has spanned academics to government, to corporate chambers and multilateral institutions. Up next, we welcome Salih S. Nair, Managing Director and CEO of Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank. Nair has an experience of over 35 years in the banking and financial services industry and has served as Deputy Managing Director and Chief Credit Officer at State Bank of India.
Welcome, Mr. Sanyal and Mr. Kumar. We'll have Mr. Nair joining us virtually in a short while from now. A lot of conversation around geoeconomics, the kind of world that we are living in, the kind of challenges that we are grappling with. And just before this session, we had a lot of conversation about trusted partnerships. I want to start with you, Mr. Sanyal. Do we trust each other?
Well, the global system that was built on a sort of a certain architecture since the early 90s, that has clearly come undone. There is no doubt about it. And so the global supply chains that were built on the idea of just-in-time efficiency now are being reconfigured for just-in-case. And that revival of interest in the idea of resilience means that we have to think about something, by the way, which we have been saying in India for quite some time, that one, if you can be Atmanirbhar in something, at least in critical things, try to get it wherever practical, be Atmanirbhar. Now, at least for a large country, it's possible. It may not be possible for, say, a Singapore to be Atmanirbhar, but at least a country our size, in as many things as possible, try and do that. In those things we cannot be Atmanirbhar, we need to have a multi-line view of multiple sources of partners. This is quite different from how we used to think about the world, say, till as recently as 2019, before the COVID crisis. I think the first round of this new kind of thinking really came with COVID. It's now very obvious that we need to have that. And we are seeing it play out right now as far as energy sources are concerned. Whether the diversified sources that we have, which include Russia in the basket, and it came to some criticism for quite some time from, say, Western powers, but I think they themselves accept that it's a sensible thing to do. Even within the Gulf network, we have seen in the last few weeks, India's diplomacy has been able to extract our own ships. So this particular just-in-case kind of attitude that we have had towards supply chains is playing out well for us, I would say. That doesn't mean that this current crisis will not have a price for our economy. But given the circumstances, I think we are doing okay.
Mr. Kumar, Mr. Sanyal talked about the COVID time, and that is a time when we all realized that supply chains need to be reworked and we can't be dependent on one particular nation on certain critical things that we all need. And then you have this time where, trade has been weaponized, the Strait of Hormuz is being used as a weapon in war. In terms of what India has been able to do, like Mr. Sanyal said, there has been a lot of criticism about how India perhaps domestically hasn't been able to achieve what it set itself to target with. Therefore it's been it's not really going all out in terms of answering those very countries that are doing the push and pull. What would you say to them then? Have we been able to achieve our domestic targets?
Yeah, hi, and good afternoon, everybody. Glad to be here. Just to answer your first question first, which is that we've never trusted each other. This is a mercantilist world, and trade is not about trust. Trade is about, getting benefit from each other, and which is why you had organizations like the WTO, which said that, look, let's define some rules by which we can work together. So that's the, East India Company downwards. Trust is not in the lexicon of world trade. So let's forget that. And let's not dwell on that further. So on the other one, about domestic targets, I'm not sure which one do you mean, because there's so many of them. And the fact is that, domestic targets, but let's confine ourselves to the trade target, because that's what is important. And I think we have set ourselves the target of, that we will be one day a current account surplus economy. We have not been that. And, and I'm not sure that we will be that. And the other one, for example, that we will, but that's not important as far as I'm concerned. But what is important is that we should now work towards improving our achievement of energy security. And that's possible. Because that's what 85% of fossil fuel being, imported, and our dependence on that has now shown up already. We don't need to have that dependence. Because now with the renewables and with electric, vehicles, etc., plus hydrogen. Now, and actually that's the one that we need to be working on now. So actually it's not the issue of whether we have not been able to do so, of course not, but whether we should be doing that now. And my own thinking is that this is the time where we should give serious policy, attention, not to just the generation of energy, which is, as I said, hydrogen, but also the transmission, the storage, plus the distribution. And I think this is the time to undertake very necessary energy reforms in our country as we are, as every day passes. And that's the one to do it.
Mr. Sanyal, Mr. Kumar talked about Western hegemony and the East India Company downwards. Most of the organizations, they've been working on that very concept. And you've been somebody who's been very vocal about how this part of the world is now seeing growth and it should be, talked about more. How do you then see this transition that we are seeing? There was geopolitics, now you've got geoeconomics. India is maneuvering her way through that diplomatic tightrope, through the economic tightrope. But is this now a complete bend towards this part of the world, or this is still a transitionary phase which can go any which way?
The world is always in transition, and history never ends. So the question is how well you navigate it. I think just the last few years should have proved that. I mean, who predicted that there was going to be a war just a few months ago? But, go back to COVID or the Russia-Ukraine war or any number of other things. Meanwhile, there are also major technological shifts happening, not just artificial intelligence and genetics, but in multiple areas, all of which will have unintended consequences. So the purpose of good policy making is not so much the ability to predict how world will be in 20 years' time, but be able to invest in things that give you optionality. So let me give you one example, and then you will understand what I mean. So when you look at India, we have this mental image of India largely as a continental power till very recently. But think about it. We have one long border with Pakistan, with whom we don't trade. We have another long border with China, with whom we do trade, but not with the bits that we have borders with. Tibet is not the economic engine of China. So if you think about it from a geo-economic and mercantile perspective, India is actually an island nation. But 90% plus of our goods trade is carried by foreign vessels. Now think about this. This is actually in some ways our single biggest vulnerability. Now, the good news is that we have recognized it in recent years and began to do something about it. One is, of course, we have begun to invest in our navy, but very importantly, we have finally begun to invest into our merchant navy. So very big programs have been put in place, for example, for shipbuilding, 70,000 crores package for shipbuilding that was put through about 18 months ago. We've changed all our rules on flagging and ownership. We have given ships, not just shipbuilding, but ships infrastructure status, and as a result of which, our shipbuilding yards that were languishing just 24 months ago, they now have 4, 5, 6 years worth of solid orders. Why am I making this point? I'm making this point that this kind of resilience cannot be built overnight. We need to create a whole ecosystem, create a fleet of ships, containers, by the way, and to show you how, meanwhile, China had thought about this a couple of decades ago, is that China actually 20, 25 years ago had almost no shipbuilding capability. Today, China builds 55 to 60% of all ships under construction right now. So this is something that we have to therefore think in strategic optionality ways. Rather than waste my time trying to figure out where the Baltic dry is going to be in 20 years' time, which I have no idea, I build optionality, be able to have some kind of decent fleet, some kind of capability, and be willing to make resources available for those areas, change rules where necessary, drastic changes where necessary, in order to be able to do it.
So you're saying that, continue to take the steps, but don't expect immediate changes. It takes time to bring about drastic changes.
Yes, but we have been now doing it for some time. So there are areas where we have some capacity. So in a world where certain kinds of industries have basically been entirely wiped out by China, India is one of the very few countries that still has some capacities in many of those areas. For example, making solar panels. It is true that Indian solar panels are not in the same scale as, say, the Chinese industry, but we actually do have a solar panel industry. We do have some capabilities in chemicals, in engineering, and other things, which have got effectively wiped out in many other parts of the world. Now, this has required certain amount of effort, PLI schemes and so on.
Yeah.
It hasn't worked in every case. But it is also the case that we have built certain industries that didn't exist before. For example, electronics. So not everything is going to go our way, but it requires certain level of persistence, certain practical adjustments that we need to make, and do realize that this is a long game.
Okay, let me also bring in Mr. Nair into this conversation. Mr. Nair, this entire banking system has been emphasized upon. Let's have him on screen. How central do you think is the banking system to sustaining this kind of a momentum, the kind of momentum that we have seen in India growing as one of the major economies of the world?
See, somebody has to finance the growth. And who can finance the growth? In this country, it is the banking system that will eventually have to rise up and finance the growth. Right? If you look at, if you step back and look at the history, I think typically the banking sector grows as per the nominal GDP growth. And if you are, the country has its own ambition of becoming a Vikasit Bharat by 2047. I think we are looking at something like a $30 trillion economy, and $18,000 to $20,000 per capita, and somebody has to take the bill. If the government cannot entirely do that, I think there's going to be a lot of investments happening in the infrastructure. Government, driving the infrastructure lending. And there's a lot of activity that will happen in the manufacturing sector. By 2047, we are looking at the current. The share of manufacturing sector in the GDP growth at 16%, we are looking at ramping it up to 25%. That's the ambition of the government. That is the ambition of the country. Somebody has to finance it, right? And that's where the banking system steps in. And that's where I think we are going to see a lot of activity happening.
And so do you think, Mr. Nair, that the banking system, the Indian banking system has become stronger in the last decade? What has fundamentally changed?
Absolutely. I think today's the banking sector is certainly much stronger than what it was 10 years ago. Just take a step back and look at where we were 10 years back. After the asset quality review of December 2015, and the kind of NPAs that mounted subsequently, I think the banking sector was faced with 11% NPA. I think for the first time, the largest bank in the country reported a loss because of the provision that it had to make. So 11% from 11% NPA to bring it down to a 2% kind of number that the industry is today sitting on is a complete, I would say, a sea change that we have seen. And today the banking sector is much more, from a balance sheet perspective, very, very strong. The NPA numbers are low, it is well capitalized, and it is all poised for growth.
Okay. Mr. Kumar, what has worked for us domestically and the kind of policies that we have shaped through these years, what has worked for India as far as its growth is concerned? Because despite global headwinds, we have been able to sustain ourselves.
What's worked for India is the amazing commitment of the political leadership to growth, infrastructure, innovation, skills, education, and health. I mean, essentially what's happened since 2014 is that we have a political leadership which is, without any other sort of distraction, committed to India's growth and, infrastructure development. And they identified very early on the bottlenecks or the constraints which were holding India back and focused on that. And I mentioned all of them sort of in one breath. So that's the one biggest thing that's worked for India. And let's not underestimate that. That's one part of it. The second part of it is that I think what's happened is that in India, the rubber meets the road in the states. It's the states which matter. The center can do that much. And in the last 11 years, 12 years or so, or even longer actually, the states have gotten into the game. And they have actually begun to recognize that what they have to do to get their states ahead, as it were. And some of the things that we did in Niti Aayog about ranking the states across a lot of matrices helped a lot, because that what is told them kind of publicly kind of brought out the fact as to where you were in certain in rankings across various things. So, and I think that's the key, because let us be convinced, let us convince ourselves that India will grow when the states grow. And what happens in Manipur will be very different from what happens in Maharashtra. So therefore, the more decentralized we can get, the more federal we can get, and this is what's happened actually, in the last 11 years. I think that's what's produced results. So two things: one, an unwavering commitment to removing the bottlenecks to growth by the political leadership at the center, and two, the states getting into the act and in a way competing with each other to attract private investment and to attract investment. I think those are the two things in a nutshell which have worked for us.
Mr. Sanyal, you want to come in on this, clearing the roadblocks as far as our growth is concerned, the kind of policies that we make?
Absolutely. And in fact, if you go back over the last 10 years, let's go back 10 years back. What would have been the things that you said were the roadblocks? First, you would have said, the infrastructure is just not good enough. While intra-city infrastructure is still a major issue, and we can debate that, but I think intercity infrastructure and the infrastructure that you use for exports, imports, and things like that, those have dramatically improved. Our highways are dramatically better, our airports are dramatically better, our ports are dramatically better. So I don't think from the pure production perspective, infrastructure is no longer the binding constraint. I'm not saying you can't improve it, I'm just saying it's not a binding constraint. Similarly, we didn't have an internal market. So GST, through 2 iterations, has now created an internal market. Third, we had a banking system, and we heard Mr. Nair earlier also talked about this, that our banking system was basically bust. We had the twin balance sheet problem. And we carried out this major cleanup, which, I was a participant in that process. And we have come to a place where our banking system is one of the cleaner ones and more robust ones in the world. Now, those are not trivial achievements. All the 3 major bottlenecks have been done. And this has been done while maintaining macroeconomic stability. We used to be an high inflation country, not in the Argentina sense of high inflation, but something in the range of 8 to 12% inflation. Now we have settled comfortably in the 2 to 6% range. This is not a trivial thing. This is a 600 basis point reduction in underlying inflation. Again, all of this means that our underlying foundations are radically better than they used to be. Now, that doesn't mean that we don't need to do other things. We need to, next round of reforms need to be done. There are many areas I've talked about, whether cleaning up the legal system and enforcement of contracts is one of them. But one major issue which I think we need to get serious about is intracity infrastructure, municipal infrastructure. So this is an area where, well, it affects all of us. But if you go back 30, 40 years, we used to think our cities were dysfunctional because we were poor. Now we are still poor, but not as poor as we were 30 years ago. But our cities are still dysfunctional. In fact, in some cases become worse because the air quality, for example, in Delhi is worse than it was 30 years ago. So I think we need to have a serious conversation with ourselves, and this requires, Mr. Kumar was, Dr. Kumar was just talking about different layers of government. It's not just about the central versus state, but we also have to go down all the way to the municipal level, where in fact a lot of the dysfunction now is.
So while we are talking about what we can do domestically, I would also want to shift our focus to the wider geo-economics at play at the moment. Do you see this as a precedent, Mr. Sanyal, going forward, after 4 years, after the November midterms? Do you see this now as a precedent where trade and tariffs will be used against countries?
First of all, this is not entirely new. It is true that we did have a Goldilocks-ish period in maybe the 2000s, early 2000s. But the fact that the world is generally disrupted for some reason or the other is not an unusual situation. If you go back the last, every decade, you'll find something in the world has broken down. I mean, as I said, 5 years ago, it was COVID had broken down. If you go a decade before that, you would say, oh my God, we had the global financial crisis. If you go a decade before that, we had the Asian crisis and the dot-com bubble blow up.
In fact, I don't think after COVID the world has really stabilized. We've just
No, what I'm
seen
trying to tell you is that
disruption.
it may feel, it is indeed particularly disrupted right now,
Yeah.
but this idea that the world this is an unusual time is also wrong. The world is almost always disrupted to a greater or lesser extent. So the idea that resilience is an important part of how we think about the world needs to be internalized by us for all time, irrespective of whether or not a new equilibrium appears or not. Even that will only last for a short period.
So you're saying we're just too vocal and aggressive about it now?
I just wanted to come in here because, I hope Sanjeev will agree, which is that, this is a very different time in the world. And actually in the book that we've just published called Everything All at Once, what we bring out is that there are 6 simultaneous global transitions going on at this time in the world. Geoeconomic, geopolitical, AI, climate, the rise of Asia, the global south, etc., etc. So what that means is, what that implies, as we've said, is that business as usual will not do. We've got to put our thinking caps on in our country and start thinking very differently, about how do we handle anything. And a small example of that would be, for example, the impact of AI on our productivity and on our jobs and our employment. So, I can go on. But, such a conjunction of transitions at the same time, which is happening, for example, the decline of Pax Americana, we hadn't seen it for the last 75 years. One of the things that we have come out there with in our book is that it's time, therefore, for countries like India and China and maybe the BRICS and together to work together to create a new world economic order which rejects the post-Second World War order that had been created, because that's just become dysfunctional and, if I may say, useless. That's what you need to do.
What is the new world order, sir? We
don't
keep
know.
using this phrase. What is
I
it?
don't know, but what the new world order, for example, would be one which, Indo-Pacific will become far more important than transatlantic. And that's clear. You know, it's Indo-Pacific, including Africa, would be the rising powers, would be contributing more to global growth, etc. So therefore, you know, they should have a greater role, greater play. Now, this is what we need to think through, and this is why we need to change, you know, whatever we have done in the past to saying that simply won't do. Now, the new world order will be shaped by, as I said, countries like India and China and other members of the BRICS. Can we play a role in that? We are going to be the chairman of the BRICS, you know, in this year. I think this is a time for us to think differently, both to handle the short-term immediate issues, but also to think longer term, because the world is changing and very rapidly, and as I said, almost many things at the same time.
You know, aside from this, Mr. Sanyal, we were talking about political leadership, and there has been so much that is being said since this entire tariff war started, the tariff pressure started. There is a lot that is said on social media. Since you're privy to the conversations, you know, at the Prime Minister's office, do they influence at all the decisions, the conversations that happen around trade or geoeconomics? Or it's just the kind of aggression and narratives that we see online? Do they translate into decision making at all?
Of course they do. I mean, in the end, you know, advisors like myself or the civil service, etc., they can come up with trade-offs. Remember, there's no ideal set of policies. They are basically various trade-offs you're making. And there is no way you can see how the future will be. And Dr. Kumar also says, he also doesn't know. So here, the point is, what are the trade-offs you made? Are they resilient and robust enough to random shocks? How much flexibility you have kept there? And so on. So this is, in that environment, ultimately it is the political leadership that takes these calls. And when things go wrong, they are the people who take the hit as well. So you cannot think of the world as, you know, some sort of a technocratic problem that needs to be solved. Ultimately, the political leadership is the one that has to take the responsibility. And so their opinions have to matter. Ultimately, it is they who take the decision.
And so before I wrap up, I want to ask both of you how you see this moving forward. India's growth in the kind of instability that we are grappling with. There is West Asia that is completely unstable once again. There is the Russia-Ukraine war. There is, you know, multiple tariff pressures that we are trying to make our way through. We've got multiple FTAs with several countries, and good ones, the mother of all deals at that with the EU. But as far as our way forward is concerned, Mr. Sanyal, how do you see it?
So I think, as is clear, that we are in an environment where the visibility is particularly murky. It's always murky, it is particularly murky. So in this environment, obviously, one, having optionality and flexibility is very, very critical, whether it's in terms of our internal policies, which will get disrupted in various ways by technology and so on, in our external alignments, and you can see that happening, whether it's in our diplomacy or in the variety of free trade agreements we have signed or in the process of doing, the kinds of industries we are trying to get to do. And remember, we are a very big country. So we can't get away with one or two engines firing. Yeah. We need several engines firing simultaneously to keep us going. And at the same time, we are also vulnerable to several things going wrong. So in this environment, we have to be willing to take the tough decisions and invest into things which provide those optionalities. I had earlier given you the example of shipbuilding and the maritime sector, just as an example. But this is true of artificial intelligence and various kinds of LLMs and what we do with information. It is true of chemicals, critical chemicals, and our health sector. It is true for pretty much everything.
Okay, Dr. Kumar?
Yeah, as I said, and I'm just going to give you, we have to do things differently.
Yeah.
One of the things that we have to do, for example, is that this government should turn itself from a regulatory government to a promotional government. India's glory, India's work had always been done by the private sector. And what you would like, therefore, is that this government should become a supporter of the private sector in all forms and reduce the regulatory and compliance burden which the Prime Minister has talked about, saying that there are 62,000 of them, etc. So that's the first one. The second one, as I had mentioned, and then Sanjeev further elaborated that, we've got to decentralize. In the Pehle India Foundation, which I chair now, we are actually doing work at the district level. Because district is a very good unit, there's 3 million people, and there are 60 countries which are smaller than 3 million. So a district is a very good unit where you can work to bring what? To bring about governance transformation so that the four stakeholders, which is the business, the government, the academia and the civil society, can come on the same platform and work on a basis of trust. You talked about trust.
Yes.
That's where trust is needed, so that we can all pull in the same direction. The third thing that I must emphasize is that India, and Jaishankar has said this, the best foreign policy for India is to focus on domestic growth. And for that, I was going to say, FTAs are not the answer. Probably a good, by the way, the past history of our FTAs is that we haven't benefited from them. Let's hope that we will. The answer lies in raising the productivity of our workers, the enterprise, the entrepreneurial talent of our entrepreneurs, and to bring about innovation and bring about greater R&D. And finally, we have to recognize that we will be the only country in the world history which will have to grow and as well as take care of our environment at the same time. It cannot be sequenced. And we don't seem to recognize that as much as we should do, but I think it's a must. It's an existential issue for us. Those four things should be enough for any policy agenda for a while.
All right, on that sense of optimism, I'm going to wrap this conversation up. Thank you so much to both of you gentlemen for these lovely insights. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Sanyal and Dr. Kumar. I now request CEO Z Media Corporation Limited, Mr. Raktim Das, to please present our token of appreciation and gratitude to Mr. Sanyal and Dr. Kumar. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. They've been honest. They have really given us a good perspective on where things stand and where things can move for India ahead. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite an insightful conversation that we had, a good understanding of what lies for the Indian economy and what can be done up ahead. And now we shift our focus to our next session. It is on defense and deterrence, future warfare, and strategic imperatives. Remember, this is an important conversation because even though security has always shaped the course of history, its nature is now changing. Battlefields are now in cyberspace and artificial intelligence systems, as well as much they are on ground as they are being fought online. Remember, let's take a look at some of the messages that we have and, of course, more about the session.
Distinguished guests, policymakers, military leaders, strategists, diplomats, and industry partners, ladies and gentlemen, my greetings to all of you. I congratulate WION on convening the inaugural WION Pulse Global Summit, and I thank the team for creating a forum that brings together leaders and practitioners across domains. Your themes across power, economy, defense, technology, planet, healthcare, and mobility reflect the reality of our times. In an interconnected world, turbulence is one sphere, which can quickly translate into pressure across the security landscape. This is why the Defense Pulse session on defense and deterrence is timely. Defense and deterrence remain the cornerstones that enable sovereign nations to protect their people, secure their interests, and preserve national decision space. A credible posture today requires a balanced mix of nuclear, conventional, and missile defense capabilities, complemented by space and cyber capabilities. Faced with the possibility of a kinetic attack, a state has two clear options: deter the adversary to avoid conflict, or prepare the defense and war. The responsibility of military leadership is to strengthen deterrence through credible readiness so that conflict is prevented. And if deterrence fails, the nation is prepared to respond on its own terms. Operation Sindoor reinforces a simple lesson that deterrence rests on three pillars: credibility, capability, and the will to act. When these align, deterrence becomes decisive. It also establishes clarity that hostile actions will invite a response that is measured, firm, and guided by national interests. Deterrence today is dynamic, evolving, and is continuously shaped by the changing character of war. Traditional doctrines are being rewritten every day as the battlefield is expanding gradually to include whole of nation. Alongside land, sea, and air, we now contend equally with cyberspace and the cognitive domain. What binds these domains together is multi-domain operations. Success depends on optimally harnessing evolving technology and integrating its effects across all domains while addressing conventional threats and irregular challenges in parallel. Gray zone methods and hybrid strategies increasingly accompany conventional force. At the same time, we must be clear about the truth that geography imposes on us. Some nations can attempt to fight from a standoff distance, but India may not have that advantage. Our security challenges sit across contiguous borders where territorial realities matter. In such disputes, land remains the only true currency of victory. Precision strikes and standoff capabilities are essential, but they cannot be substitutes for holding or capturing ground, imposing control and sustaining resolve. Future readiness can draw its inspirations from the clarion call given by the Honorable Prime Minister as JED: jointness, Atmanirbharta, and innovation. Jointness is all about synergy in the 6 domains, interagency cooperation, and a whole-of-nation approach. Everyone be allied to the common intent. This is no longer an option, it is an imperative. Atmanirbharta and accelerated innovation will ensure that India always remains ahead of the curve in terms of defense and deterrence. Indian Army's transformation is also aligned with the national vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, with reforms, technology absorption, and capability development pursued with speed and purpose. I am confident that today's discussion will generate practical insights on future security architecture, emerging technologies, evolving hybrid threats, and the strategic imperatives that shape credible deterrence. I wish the WION Pulse Global Summit every success and extend my best wishes to all speakers and participants for a meaningful and outcome-oriented session. Jai Hind.
The meaning of defense and deterrence is rapidly evolving. Traditional warfare doctrines have been rewritten as the battlefield expands. Warfare is now multi-domain, simultaneously spanning across land, maritime, air, cyber, and space. Convergence of AI, hypersonics, robotics, and autonomous systems are ushering in a revolution in military affairs. In a global AI market projected to exceed $1.5 trillion by 2030, technological asymmetry will be pivotal on the battlefield. Air power is shifting more towards uncrewed combat aircraft for ISR. for intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and strike missions, reducing human risks. With robots already performing flawless martial arts moves, are armored humanoids on the front lines still a distant reality? Tech modernization is non-negotiable to withstand evolving hybrid and gray zone threats. Defense is now all about readiness with consistently evolving strategic imperatives. Welcome to Defense Pulse for an in-depth conversation on the future of warfare. For our panel on defense and deterrence, our esteemed speakers are former Chief of the Air Staff of India, Air Marshal Rakesh Kumar Singh Bhadauria, a highly decorated pilot who served as India's 26th Chief of Air Staff. He served for over 40 years in the Indian Air Force. Dr. Pralad Ramarao, the man behind India's famed Akash surface-to-air missile system. He has also helped shape India's missile defense capabilities, including the Astra and BrahMos. Ankit Mehta. Ankit Mehta is co-founder and CEO of IdeaForge Technology. Last year, IdeaForge's drones played a pivotal role in Operation Sindoor, providing critical intelligence to the Indian Army.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. May I also invite my colleague Shivan Channa to please take this conversation forward with our guests.
Thank you, Shreya. Absolute pleasure to finally be on this panel, and just to give a glimpse to all our viewers, to everybody here in attendance. We've been having this discussion already, so I think this will be a continuation of what we've already been discussing. Let us start very quickly, sir. Today's day and age, it's the Mediterranean Sea, the Red Sea, Black Sea, Caspian Sea, Arabian Sea. It's already seeing hostilities. South China Sea, it remains hostile, it remains volatile. Caribbean Sea has seen hostilities at least since September, and it doesn't seem to be abating anytime soon at this point. Economically, the world is feeling a strain for what is happening in West Asia. A large number of countries can very quickly get involved. At this point, there is a pertinent question which has been looming. Are we looking at a war which is not confined to just a few countries? And is warfare only now limited to what it was a few years ago, land, sea, and air? Or has it now expanded, as Army Chief also mentioned, to domains which are beyond land, sea, and air? It's cyber and it's space as well. So I wanted to understand, and Air Chief, sir, I'll start with you first. What are the domains of warfare today?
Yeah, thank you for inviting me here. I must thank WION. I think the last time I was with WION was during Op Sindoor, and I've always liked your low noise approach. Domains-wise, the nature is changing, technology has changed, and now apart from classic, sea, land, and air, very important aspects that have come up are cyberspace and cognitive. I think Army Chief referred to it. So the multi-domain operation is the key today. Any operation, any conflict, including grey zone conflicts, there is always be multi-domains involved. And that is the key, I think, towards developing technologies, capabilities, and overall be able to integrate and conduct multi-domain operation. I think that is the key.
Dr. Ramarao, you mentioned something very, very critical to me, and I'd really request if you can bring this to the audience. Wars today, and I would say now let's give a little glimpse of what it's going to look like in times to come, and very soon. Times to come don't look like 50 years from now. That could be as soon as 5 years or 3 years from now. Where will wars be fought? And this is realistically speaking.
See, technologically, the way it's going, what we have seen, last war, current going on war, and next, what we see is, it is moved from ground to air. That is, from a tank warfare, it has now come to air warfare. So, if you look at the forecasting, it will be in this space. the next war will be in the space, whatever done, because satellites are going to be involved, and delaying, you have to, the deterrence will come from adversary satellite, or you would like your adversary satellite to become ineffective. So the game will be moving to from ground to air, now it's going to move to space. So the whole focus will be space. How do we make sure that our space is fully protected, and we are also able to deny the airspace, space for others in case of any war. So that will be the next game changer. We have to focus on our strength of in the satellite domain.
So before we go forward to Ankit, if you can elaborate further, when you say it will be in space, this is satellite to satellite warfare. Are we looking at militarized satellites? What are we? If you can elaborate, sir.
Already our Space Department and Defense together, they are working together. How do we create space war, space capabilities? That is, you have the from one space asset, how do you deny the space asset for our adversary? This is what is going to be one. If you see that the asset of the adversary is ineffective or denied, then we win the war. So it will be like that. And there are technologies being talked about how do we handle space to space, like a air-to-air interaction. It will happen. And probably it will emerge, as you see. There are many technologies going on from the space platform itself. We don't want to discuss all the details, but it will be slowly, you will see how it is emerging.
Ankit, I just want to bring to everybody's attention, this panel is diverse because Ankit also brings in the fact that the private sector has now been involved in India's security architecture. This is something which is new for India. It has not always been the case. Ankit, I wanted to understand from you, what kind of a boost or shot in the arm do you feel the private sector or young companies like yourself, IdeaForge, brings in to the armed forces? And just to add, IdeaForge drones were used by the Indian Army for surveillance purposes during Operation Sindoor. So what kind of a arc does that add to our security apparatus?
Thanks, Shivan. First of all, thank you for inviting me for this panel. I think WION is a channel that you go to often to get not just local but a global perspective on news and areas that we care about deeply on the strategic side. In terms of the private sector contribution, I think since the time defense has opened up to the private sector, a lot of work has been happening over the years, but I would say a lot of that work was foundational in getting us where we are today. We've been around as IdeaForge for the last 20 years, and we have ensured that each and every subsystem that goes into our platforms is actually designed and developed in the country. Now what that does is it's going to usher in a future where we will not be dependent on critical intelligence or areas that need adaptation on field, because one of the realities of war is that the speed of adaptation on ground is changing rapidly. People are evolving their countermeasures and their countermeasures faster than it was ever possible before, because most of the war is becoming robotic and software defined, or the tactics are changing very, very fast. And therefore, having local capability of adapting to it, of the private industry being involved, and as more and more technology is involved in warfare, we will need that muscle, otherwise we won't be able to sustain our strategic autonomy, because we have seen now 2-3 things in the wars that have happened. One is we have seen that there has been a threat on the sabotage, on the assets that we have. There is threat of denial. And all of this can rob us of our strategic autonomy when it comes to war. So I think what we bring in as a young generation, a young crop of businesses, is that we are bringing in that ability to be able to do that right from the grounds up in the country. And I think that pace is going to accelerate in an unprecedented way over the next few years.
Ankit makes a very important point here. It's the adaptability, and that is essentially during a war scenario. Air Chief, sir, I'd like to come to you with that. India's, and let's focus on India at this point, the escalation ladder mechanism. We saw India go up that ladder at such a fast pace in the matter of 4 nights. And we're referring to Operation Sindoor. We're going to be approaching the 1-year anniversary of the operation. Do you feel that is dependent war to war or adversary to adversary? If you can also give us a global perspective on what mechanism of escalation ladders looks like and how it's going to look like.
Yeah, I think you bring a very important point out. Part of our entire strategy planning and the way it was executed, I think one of the brilliant aspects was how the escalation was controlled. And for that, I think the basic essentials are a very clear-cut objectives, and the response itself was graded. And the time that we wanted to end, what happened on 10th, was taken to a level where it encourages and motivates the adversary to come to the table and call it off. So that is very important. We were able to achieve our objectives, demonstrate what we had to do, and also call it off. And I think that is one of the very, very critical areas that that goes into planning or execution, particularly execution. If you see at the global level, and if you are referring to what is happening now, you see how US and Israel have got into after the first week, they have continued to attack, and now it's a kind of escalation trap. They wanted regime change as one of the objectives. That hasn't happened, although there is a large-scale decapitation of the leadership. In spite of that, but the way it was worded, so now they are in their own trap. It is very difficult for them to finish. They will continue to escalate. And the war ending has actually shifted to Iranians. And they are able to extend the war by just low-cost drones and some ballistic missiles every day. So how long they will last, it's part of the control is shifted to Iranians. So escalation control has become a little difficult. So escalation control must be kept in mind. It's one of the very important parameters.
Understood. I'll here actually just bring in this point, and this is something you mentioned to me before we came in here, and I'd like to bring that part into the conversation. Today, we are seeing a war in Europe which has already entered its 5th year. We're seeing the war in West Asia, which was initially supposed to be on a timeline of 4 to 5 weeks. It doesn't seem to be at this point. That timeline seems to be shifting very fast. And you mentioned to me that it's not just about starting wars, it's actually about knowing when to stop them as well. And India demonstrated that. India called it off when the adversary called and asked for ceasefire. We agreed, and that's when we called it off. Do you feel countries today need to keep that in mind when we start? Because the escalation ladder can go up very fast, but when do you stop? And anybody can come in here, please.
Yeah, I think in your basic planning and what you want to achieve, it must be very clear. And what you state. So publicly at level, suppose Americans say something that we have gone into war for this, till that is achieved, it's very difficult to walk back. And now, if you again see the current conflict, till the time Hormuz gets opened, that control is currently with the Iranians. So unless massive effort is put by the US and Israeli forces in order to now get back the control of Hormuz, which is easier said than done. Their entire naval might of the US is there, and the Hormuz got closed. So you see the complications, you see the limitations, you see how some of their credibility is taking a hit, and of course they will do something to get out of it. Again, goes back to objectives. Their basic objectives are nuclear and ballistics and destruction of military capability. Regime change, if it was defined differently, they could have walked out of the war within a week. So it's very important for very countries. And the next thing is, you have to now presume that every war can be extended. When you have low-cost options like loitering munitions, drones, a fair amount of autonomous vehicles, which can be a very low-cost option, countries can extend the wars, and therefore you need to be aware of your capability and how long can you sustain the war. So these are factors that go in.
Understood. Dr. Ramarao, we were discussing this, and you've been instrumental in bringing India's missile program where it is today. You've been the man behind the Akash missile, the BrahMos, the Astra. I wanted to understand from you, going forward, where things stand as of today, is India or any country, should they be looking at widening their missile arsenal, or is it more about low-cost, attritable assets? And I'll bring in Ankit a little later on that. What is the military arsenal going to look like in times to come?
See, there are two aspects. One is the weapon side, another one is the ecosystem that make the weapons operate. Weapon side means, as you say, missiles, for example, there are 5 characteristics: the range, the speed, the agility, the accuracy and lethality. These are all weapon characteristics. All we have demonstrated in the last war that all the 5 characteristics are fully met. Now comes how do you make these weapons effective in the battlefield? Here we popularly known as C4I2SR. Command, control, communication, computers. These play a major role like cyber security and all. Then intelligence and information. You should need information, what's happening at the adversary side, what's happening on our side, information. Then surveillance and recognition. These are 8 characteristics that will control the war, even though you may have a very effective weapon with 5 characteristics. The 8 characteristics may make you deny the adversary what he wants to use, or they may try to see that I don't get surveillance data, I don't get navigation data. They may also try to deny. So denial will play a major role along with the weapon effectiveness. So we have to make sure weapons are made effective. The 8 parameters I told, they cannot be denied. We should have sufficient strength to make sure that our 8 characters fully available, so that the weapon and the operational system are matching with each other, and we will win any battle or any war. This is what we have to work.
Ankit, you had mentioned about adaptability. And we are going to be very responsible with this conversation without giving, and I understand you saw Operation Sindoor from a very different perspective and a very different proximity. Without giving out any details which compromise Operation Sindoor, which is on, I want you to just elaborate on how India adapted to the incoming hostile projectiles and the incoming hostilities in terms of its acquisitions in defense, in terms of what it looks for when it is looking for perhaps drones which are a major part of our arsenal.
Yeah, no, I think in terms of adaptability, I think we've learned our lessons from what happened in those 4 days. And based on that, 2-3 things are very, very clear. Number one, any assumptions that we previously had that, the attack on us will happen in a specific domain, like for example, the assumption that the attack may come from a lot of low-cost commercial drones. That was thrown out of the window because many of the drones used were actually, some of them were Turkish drones and from other parts of the world, which were not using commercial frequencies. So if you had something that was detecting their incursion, then perhaps you would not be able to detect some of these incursions early enough, right? So therefore, wideband listening capability is going to become very important. That I think is a part of the set of procurements that would have happened post that. The ability to detect early enough is also equally important. So, and being agile or mobile with the location at which the detection capabilities are playing, again, another area that will have to be looked at very deeply. The other part is that whatever you are using to counter is also going to get similarly attacked or similarly rejected, and therefore all the assets that you're looking to get now will have to have resilience to at least electronic warfare, right? And making sure that any asset that is bought in the unmanned domain is capable of operating, even if it is denied particularly GPS and communication environment. So these are some of the basic requirements that will become part of every domain. Along with that, the upgradability of the system, the intelligence upgradation of the system is going to be another part that's going to happen, because unless you have that upgradability in field, you will not be able to use an asset and it will become obsolete very fast because the tactics will change. Last but not the least, in my opinion, there will be 2 areas that are going to be very critical going forward. One is that strategic assets will need to be extremely survivable because they are expensive, they are high technology, and they will have to be very survivable in such an environment. And number 2, we will probably pivot extremely towards low-cost attritable systems, because anything that is one-time use, a lot more nuisance can be created to destroy the adversary's high-tech assets of one-time use assets.
And it's interesting you mention the terrain that is there in India, and who would be better than the 3 gentlemen here to understand what kind of terrain? Please, you want to add something?
I will just to add what Ankit is telling. See, the low-cost attack by, what do you call it, as a commercial, semi-commercial, the drones, for example, we may have to, as a country, as in whoever is there, has to have low cost. You can't use like you have talked recently, you discussed a Patriot missile you cannot use against a $10,000.
Exactly.
It looks illogical.
Economic asymmetry is glaring.
So we need weapons like laser-based weapons, microwave-based weapons, or any other weapons for where your cost per round or cost per engagement will be very low, very effective, very comparable. This is what is the type of a weapon that technology will give. Technology, India is already busy with developing technologies for this particular, our experience of the Op Sindoor. In case of large number of attacks likely to happen, then we need low cost, effective methods of defending by different methods of, may not be every time you don't need a missile, a laser weapon or a microwave weapon or any other technology. There are many technologies happening now. It will provide the answers.
And you know, a lot of defense analysts, military analysts, they also view that the time to come is not about high cost and high cost missiles. It's going to be about low cost military assets, which can be eliminated and at the point of attack or at the point of contact. Ankit, just one more aspect I wanted to bring from you. Where do you position India's indigenous military assets? Let's take drones first. When you compare it on the global stage, because we understand there are other countries who've really mastered the art of drone warfare. We're very much seeing it here in West Asia. Where do you place India in terms of our military assets that we're producing indigenously, drones for now?
See, I think one capability that we had to ensure that we develop from get-go is the ability to operate in extreme terrain and environmental conditions. In India, we have the extremes of very low temperatures in the northern part of the country, along with very high altitude, which is a very difficult terrain to navigate and to make systems that are delivering meaningful capability there. It is something may take off, something may operate there just by doing one hop, but that's not enough. Soldiers need capability that can ensure that they're able to get their job done. And therefore, that is not something which is very easy. This is not even anybody else's problem in the world other than our problem, and solving for that has been a cornerstone of how particularly the unmanned programs in the country have developed. And the demand on us is to be able to operate in very high altitudes and very low temperatures, down to -30, -40. We have to ensure that our operations can happen. Plus, we also have to make sure those assets can survive in the desert. They can survive in the marine environment. So we have, I would say, many countries have many environmental conditions, but no country has the kind of topographic, diversity that we have, where we need to have our systems operate. So that is something very unique. And when we go and demonstrate our systems globally, it shows up really effectively. We are able to perform almost up to 90% of our stated capability in some of the most extreme environments.
And I'll come to Air Chief, sir. Military arsenal. In times to come, or I would say now, let's talk about now. The pulse right now, is it just about, and this is what analysts suggest, that it's not just about how many missiles a country has or the variety of missiles, it's also the number of terabytes you're able to transfer per second that is going to determine the actual operational achievability of your objectives in any military domain. Would you concur with that? Would you agree? Or would you think there is still more time before we arrive at that kind of a scenario?
No, we are already there and we are already behind. So it's very much there. If you just take the lessons from Sindoor and what is happening now in this conflict, it's very clear which direction we are moving. And I think some of the technology issues we are asking for future, it is so important to bring in those technologies. For example, the AI, we haven't done much on our military side. I'm not talking of AI used in some autonomy or some kind of system. AI in overall military planning and execution, AI in decision-making support in its full form. Like as this is one of the transformative methods that was used in the current conflict. So this is very important. Similarly, our networks, our ability to process huge data, again, has to be AI enabled. Our entire ISR, space-based assets that you're talking of, are cyber information. So if you're talking of terabytes per second, it has to really grow. We have networks is going to be, and our ability there is going to be the core issue. And the next issue is how to make it secure.
Right.
So, in time to come, our ability in terms of destructive capability, defense capability, and cyberspace and these networks capability would really mean a lot for the deterrence. Without that, you cannot have a robust deterrence.
Understood. Now, let me just come to a very important aspect, because this is something that we all felt we're about to run out of time. I'll quickly try to fit in two more aspects to the conversation, but I want to really touch upon narrative warfare. Do you feel during India's latest skirmish at this point, it was when the DGMOs came out, the uniformed men, operational men, when they spoke about what we achieved with the photographs and everything, that the entire country, I would say, and I'm being very brutally honest here, that we understood what India achieved. Do you feel that should have happened a little earlier? And I'm saying, let's look at how other nations are bringing out their achievability on the ground as it happens, compared to that.
Yeah, I think a lot has been said about narrative and whether we control it well in Op Sindoor. Just remember, there was a plan why the initial briefing was done by lady officers of the three services, because of the nature of response and the purpose of response, and why Op Sindoor came up at all. So the effect of that within the country was undeniable. It was great. There is always a time when the details of the operation would start getting covered in such briefings. Whether it could be a little early or a little later, it doesn't really matter. To me, it was done quite okay. Just remember, it is the adversary who loses depends on narrative war. Finally, when you have those satellite pictures, when you have the kind of damage, all 9 terrorist targets, the damage was shown. What narrative do you want? It is destroyed. It is there for you to see. You can go to any site which is not connected with our presentations and see it. So I think it's been overplayed.
Understood.
But it goes without saying that we have to pay more attention to our narrative formation, especially if it's going to be a long conflict. So narrative does play a huge part, but I am not of the opinion that we did much wrong or we went totally out in our narratives. The pictures was our narrative. Nobody can deny it.
Finally, I wanted to understand, anybody can come in here. We'll quickly try to get everybody's comments before we wrap up. And I started with this, the battle of the 5 seas that we're already seeing across West Asia and parts of Europe. Are we, and economically we are facing repercussions, are we already in World War III? Anybody who would like to come into that?
No, we are not in World War III, but certainly a large portion of world is at war. But no, we are far away from 3 as yet. And whether it will go, we are heading there? To my sense, no.
What my own view is, World War III, as you are saying, no, the things are happening. It gives a feeling that there may be a World War III. If at all somebody can stop the World War III, it's only India as a country. Because we are the one who believe in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. And today we are one of the probably the most respected country, respected leader who can handle this Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. Nobody will believe anybody else except Bharat to do this job. I think we will, if the right decisions are taken by the leaders, there won't be any World War III, and we will be the prime player to stop World War III or see that it won't happen. This is my assessment of the current scenario, geopolitical scenario.
Ankit, a quick word before we wrap.
I think, in my opinion, history will definitely treat this period as a high conflict period and a high kinetic conflict period. Conflicts have always been there, I guess, and therefore, whether it eventually gets badged as World War III or not is only going to depend on how many parts of the world simultaneously conflicts have erupted and have been sustaining.
So you mentioned Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. That's also the ethos of the channel. Yes. World is one, and that's essentially what we've always tried. And I know before this you had mentioned to me about how WION really has covered. We've seen war coverage all through the last 5 years. Since 2022, it has really dominated headlines across the world. Anything that you've observed in the way it has been brought forward on WION?
No, I remember during Op Sindoor, your coverage was pretty good and pretty factual, and like I mentioned, low noise. I've seen some of your great programs on aviation and many of the defense industry related programs. Of course, we can do much more in terms of, I think, the focus shifting to Atmanirbharta. And if all of us put our attention there, that is the key. We're talking of deterrence, our capability building and indigenous capability and true capability. Not transfer of technology and setting up here. Indigenous design and development, something like this industry that is doing. And, making. And the services and putting orders on our industry. So attention to those aspects on your channels will do a lot. I think the drive to place orders with our industry and make our industry grow and become Atmanirbhar in the true sense in defense and aerospace is very important.
Dr. Ramarao.
Yeah.
I won't leave the chance to hear this from you.
No. I think WION, you have the right theme. World is one nation. I think we have to keep that. And India has the capability to integrate the whole world because of our demographic strength and our demonstration of innovation and also technology development has supported it. And our economy has shown, I think WION is the one which is really pushing it in the right direction. I think we wish WION all the best, and we are part of it you, especially from the private industry who have come out with such a fantastic performance in all fields, especially aerospace. Private industry has come up so much. Probably, I think you have to focus on the private industry to bring them up to the nation level. I think it will happen. Success will come through.
Thank you so much for the words, sir. And Ankit, you had mentioned something. You can elaborate.
No, I think in the present environment, India has a need to not just look at what we are doing, but to get in both an outside-in perspective on where we are and to get the global perspective to us. I think WION is a channel that we look forward to observing both of those aspects for the country.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And just to let all our viewers know what you see on screens. Sir, you'd like to come in? If you can have the mic to him. It's for the audience, sir. We're live on the channel.
Thank you so much, sir. My name is Colonel Mayank Chaubey, and my first question, when I say first, I mean I'll be asking two. So my first question goes to Air Chief Marshal Bhaduria, sir. Sir, I'm a firm believer that Operation Sindoor, we won hands down on ground. But when it comes to paper, we lost it. And the reason why I think that we lost it was that we could not penetrate the social media so well as our adversary could do that. And it was very evident. My suggestion would be that if in case we have a good youth pool in our country, if our forces engages this youth pool and pushes the narrative through that medium, that would be very helpful.
We can do much more. I agree with you, we can do much more. But I wouldn't go so far to say that on paper we lost it, because just remember, when you are winning and you are hitting and you are putting objectives and you are putting the proof on the social media, where it matters, it was very clear. And some people or some people who had doubts about it, when the other foreign think tanks started writing up a couple of months after detailed analysis, even those doubts, they started to listen more. Whether services can do more or should do more, or there should be a more proactive way, yes, we should. More so because it is changing rapidly. And with AI and the moment we go to AGI and all, this whole aspect will become even more complicated. So we must step into it. We must step in. And with the latest of technology, it's an area that should be given attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. My second question goes to Dr. Ramarao. So there are many young minds which are working in various fields, and they have got tremendous ideas. But what we lack is a common email. Like, they have ideas for innovation. There was a youngster who came to me that he has designed a particular building which is blast proof. Now, if you go through the DRDO route, I have to contact TBRL, then he has to do the trials. So it's a very long route. It's very difficult for a common man to go through that route. If in case the common Indian has got one email ID to hit, there may be 50,000 bogus ideas, but you can find one brilliant idea. So we should have one common email ID for every person on this earth that, okay, any innovation concerning our defense forces should be shot onto that email.
Okay, yes, good. Right now, of course, there are platforms available for any common man to submit his idea, both for the three services, or DRDO or MOD. He or she can submit any great ideas to any of this. But there is no common single mail ID is not there. Probably the Ministry of Defense will notice Colonel Chaube's suggestion and see whether it can be integrated into one mail. I don't know. But right now there are platforms, there are mechanisms which any individual can give an idea to the government and get it recognized and get it implemented. That exists. But instead of multiple, can we have one? It's a point noted. Probably WION will take the lead role and see that the MOD will bring one idea. Okay.
It's a good idea to put your thoughts.
Yeah,
but I think the crux lies in ability to absorb and the ability to implement. That is where we are lacking. Bright ideas, the kind of innovation taking place. But it takes so much time. We are not putting orders. So that is how we have to change ourselves. I think we should be able to take those ideas and implement it at super high speed.
Okay. So I got a question. I'm Major General Rajan Kocher, and I've got a question for you regarding drones.
Ankit.
I was actually studying the Iranian model today because everybody's talking, and they have got some lakhs of drones with them. And the first is the hardened, shelters they actually work in, because this GBU 57 also cannot, penetrate that area. Now, are we looking at hardened shelters, for our manufacturing processes? That is the first point of my question. And the second point is that are we looking at volumes? See, we are manufacturing drones, and Idea Forge is doing a wonderful job. I've been following your organization. But the numbers are not there. So I just wanted to view that how these numbers can be multiplied, because we are actually fixated by specifications, and we actually bring very, very high-end specifications. It takes a lot of time. And then, certification is also a big problem. So these are the two areas I would like you to comment on.
So thank you so much, sir. And I think there are two aspects to consider here. One is distributed production, the merit of distributed production versus consolidated, high protected environment production eventually. I think one will have to think between the trade-offs of the two, because eventually somebody will always find something for a static location to be effective. So I think that's one question we'll have to answer. The second part of numbers, I think numbers is a question of the strategic direction that the government has to take for coming up with demand. We all can only produce when there is demand. Do we have the capability of producing? Yes, we have the capability of producing. Can that capability of producing be revved up overnight when there is a dry spell? No, it cannot be. So there are certain givens that we have to understand. We have to understand Iran did not have these thousands and Ukraine does not have these lakhs of drones because they overnight thought that they should be available. They are not going to suddenly present themselves. So they have to be built, and that planning has to happen, and that demand has to be there in the system. And it has to be consistent stockpiling for the kind of assets we want. And high technology, like I said, sir, high technology has to be survivable in the present world, including, for example, a laser weapon will have to be survivable because it can become a target once used. So therefore, survivability of a high technology asset is very critical going forward. If it is single time use, then it better be low cost, because you are going to deploy it against a low cost adversary on the other end.
All right, I think that was a very engaging conversation for everybody. Thank you so much. We started with a message from the serving Army Chief. We'll now have a message to wrap up the session with a former Army Chief. Let's please have it.
Hello and welcome to the WION Pulse Global Conclave on Defense and Deterrence, Future Warfare and Strategic Imperatives. The manner in which wars have been prosecuted have always been ever-changing, primarily driven by technological changes. From swords and shields to gunpowder and guns, and now artificial intelligence and autonomous systems. This ever-changing character of warfare merits the consideration of not only military professionals, but the body politic as a whole. No two wars or conflicts are the same, not only in the methods of war fighting, but in the strategic outcomes hoped to be achieved. I say hoped because conflicts always have unintended consequences which are difficult to predict or control. To that end, I am sure this conclave will generate a healthy debate that will be of immense value to all stakeholders. I wish WION and all the participants all the very best. Jai Hind.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you to all our panelists. Thank you, Shivan, for this insightful conversation. I now invite Mr. Raktim Das, CEO, Zee Media Corporation Limited, to please felicitate our panelists this afternoon. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. They have been candid. They've been very, very insightful as far as the defense sector is concerned, what it is right now and what it can become in the near future. Thank you, gentlemen. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we will break for lunch. Please join us again at about 2:45 when we resume our sessions.
Our country's new culture capital is going to celebrate the International Film Festival Delhi this March. World and cinema will come together in one mega celebration. Bharat Mandapam to open-air theatres, to multiplexes, film lovers to film critics, and communities to countries. All will celebrate from 25th to 31st March 2026.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल। तुझसे मैं चलता हूँ, तेरे लिए जलता हूँ, तुझसे मैं हुआ मशहूर।
उत्तर के पहाड़ों से दक्षिण के किनारों तक पहले इंडियन, फिर ऑयल, इंडियन ऑयल।
ये हैं कोटक नियो के तेज ट्रेडर। देखिए इनका गजब हौसला।
निकी इंडेक्स डिप्स एंड स्नैप्स बैक। मार्केट खुलते ही भयंकर तेजी से गिरने के संकेत, पूरी ताकत से शॉर्ट कीजिए।
Today's dip may be a rare buying opportunity. Gold ETF खरीदिए, ये सुनहरा मौका छोड़ना नहीं है। This stock is on radar.
It's a record-breaking rally.
अभी भी वक्त है, बेचो। ये ट्रिगर गिरावट का है, स्टॉक में उछाल है।
कसम कैंडलस्टिक्स की, बेचो और बचो।
ये करते हैं शोर को इग्नोर, और ये हौसला जानबाजी से नहीं, जानकारी और तैयारी से मिलता है। स्टे तेज विद कोटक नियो। हौसला है तो हो जाएगा। इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इन सिक्योरिटीज मार्केट्स आर सब्जेक्ट टू मार्केट रिस्क्स। रीड ऑल रिलेटेड डॉक्यूमेंट्स केयरफुली बिफोर इन्वेस्टिंग।
मैं करता हूँ ना।
मैं करूँगा।
ओए, कार्ड्स की दुकान, इतने कार्ड्स कौन रखता है?
ये ग्लोबल लग्जरी होटल्स के लिए, ये स्टे स्पा फाइन डाइनिंग के लिए, वर्ल्ड क्लास गोल्फ प्रिविलेजेस के लिए।
पंजाब नेशनल बैंक का लग्जरा मेटल क्रेडिट कार्ड लो एंड गेट अनलिमिटेड डोमेस्टिक एंड इंटरनेशनल लाउंज एक्सेस, अनलिमिटेड स्टेज, डाइनिंग एंड मच मोर।
क्रिकेट में आप और बैंकिंग में PNB दोनों ही चैंपियन हैं।
PNB लग्जरा मेटल क्रेडिट कार्ड, PNB मेरा अपना बैंक।
Every great journey begins with an idea. In 1920, at the Nadar Mahajana Sangam annual meeting in Thoothukudi, a vision was proposed to establish a bank that would stand for honesty, service and progress. That vision became reality on 11th May 1921, when the Nadar Bank Limited was officially registered under the Indian Companies Act 1913. On 4th November 1921, M.V. Shanmugavel Nadar was elected as the first chairman. On 11th November 1921, T.V. Balagurusamy Nadar inaugurated the bank to the public in Thoothukudi. In 1937, our first overseas branch opened in Sri Lanka, expanding our presence beyond India, a bold step that proved our commitment to growth. By November 1962, we embraced a new identity, renamed as Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank Limited, reflecting our desire to serve every community across every boundary. Progress continued. In 1983, we opened our 100th branch in Delhi, a symbol of growing national presence. In 1984, we became a technology pioneer, launching our first fully computerized branch at WGC Road, Thoothukudi. By 1994, our total business crossed rupees 1,000 crore, a sign of steady growth built on trust and customer loyalty. In 2002, we achieved another major milestone, rupees 5,000 crore in total business, and continue to strengthen our digital and service infrastructure. By 2003, we introduced our ATM card services, making banking faster and more accessible. In 2007, we reached rupees 10,000 crore in business, marking a decade of consistent and sustainable growth. Expansion gathered pace. 200th branch, Sri Perumbattur 2008. 300th branch, T. Savariyarpuram 2012. By 2015, we crossed rupees 50,000 crore in total business. In 2016, we celebrated our 500th branch at Tirunelveli, Vannarpettai, marking our strong footprint in southern India. Growth accelerated again. By March 2022, we achieved rupees 75,000 crore in business, and on 15th September 2022 came another proud moment, the listing of the bank's shares on both BSE and NSE. In 2025, we took another leap forward, launching our Integrated Information Technology Center at Cosmo One, Chennai, strengthening the digital backbone of our operations. The same year, we inaugurated our 600th branch at Vizhinjam and proudly crossed the rupees 1 lakh crore business milestone, a testament to the trust of generations. For 104 consecutive years, Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank has reported profit every single year and has declared dividends each year, except during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, a record that stands as a symbol of unwavering strength, sound management, and the confidence of our stakeholders. From a single idea in 1920 to a century of innovation, service, and excellence, our journey has always been guided by one promise: to empower people, strengthen communities, and help every generation be a step ahead in life. Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank, a century of trust, a future of possibilities.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after the lunch. Technology today is more than just innovation. It is influence, infrastructure, and most importantly, it is power. The question is no longer whether technology will transform the world. It already has.
Technology is about more than just innovation. It is now influence, power, and geopolitics. As artificial intelligence is reshaping industries, data is becoming the world's most strategic resource. As cyber conflicts redefine national security, the race for the space economy has already begun. But as technology accelerates, governance sometimes struggles to keep pace. Who sets the rules for artificial intelligence? It is imperative for nations to protect data while enabling global collaboration, but can cyber conflicts be prevented before they escalate? And will space become a shared frontier or the next geopolitical arena? The stakes are enormous because technology today does not just shape markets, it shapes trust between nations, security for societies, and opportunity for billions. Can the world move from competition to cooperation? Can innovation advance without deepening divisions?
Trust is earned, not given.
And most importantly, can global leaders build consensus on the technologies that will define our future? AI has already begun automating tasks once thought uniquely human, from customer service to coding and analysis. Robotics and intelligent systems are rapidly transforming how work gets done across sectors. Is this a cause for concern when it comes to future job security? This is the conversation shaping the next era of global power. WION World Pulse Summit, building consensus on emerging technologies. For our panel on Technology Pulse, we welcome Abhishek Singh, the CEO of India AI Mission and Additional Secretary at India's Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Abhishek Singh is leading a 10,300 crore Government of India initiative with the mandate to build India's AI computing infrastructure, datasets, foundation models, and talent pipeline. Next up is Nitin Pai, the co-founder and director of Takshashila Institution. Nitin Pai's research is focused on the geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific, defense economics, and the politics of radically networked societies. Join your hands to welcome Venk Krishnan, the president of TIE Bangalore and founder of New Ventures, an early-stage investment fund with a portfolio of over 47 companies, including Mu Sigma, Echo, Big Basket, and Homelane, to name a few. A unique aspect of the investment firm is its collaboration with Newware, a US-based IT solutions company also founded by Venk Krishnan.
And moderating this discussion, ladies and gentlemen, is my colleague Mohammad Saleh. Saleh, it's over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Shreya. So, ladies and gentlemen, here we are for a very important conversation about how technology and geopolitics in many ways are interrelated. We'll talk about a whole host of issues. Mr. Abhishek Singh, let me start off with you. You are the CEO of India AI Mission. Now, AI, they say, is going to redefine our lives in ways that we can't even comprehend. And this is a race, is it not? I mean, there are big powers that are investing a lot of money in AI. As the CEO of India AI Mission, what is the Indian government doing here to try and ensure that India is at the forefront of this cutting-edge technology?
Thank you, but I would just like to make a correction. It's not that AI will.
AI is already defining everything that we do, the way it's impacting our lives, the way it is impacting geopolitics, the way it is impacting industry, the way it is impacting almost every dimension that we can think of. Almost every sector is impacted by AI. When it comes to India, like we rely on the key strength that we have. And our core strength for development of AI is our talent base that we have. The human resource that we have, which has led digital transformation projects not only in India, but our companies, our engineers have been building impactful solutions across the world. We also have a very large population, a large access to data sets, multiple languages. So natural corollary is that we should be leading in the field of AI. But currently we are number 3, we are behind US and China, and the gap is quite a bit. So we are trying to bridge that gap. And how do we do that? We try to ensure that availability of basic elements which are required for taking advance in this technology, whether it's building a foundation model or building impactful AI application in various sectors and areas. It requires compute. It requires compute, which is very expensive. It requires data centers. It requires energy. So we are working at all the layers of the AI stack. Right. So whether it's providing power, whether it's providing data center, they're providing compute, data sets platform, foundation models and applications.
I think you've touched upon several important aspects. One of the aspects that you said was India has enormous human resource, which can of course go and work there. We'll talk a bit more about it. But Mr. Nitin Pal, let me in fact bring you in on this. Now you specialize in geopolitics. Mr. Singh said that the United States and China, they are the world leaders at this moment in AI. Everything that we do is going to be defined by how well we can actually perform in the AI landscape. Where do you see India's position is? Are we investing enough? Yes, we have the talent pool, but having only the talent pool and the potential does not translate into the final results that we can get. In terms of geopolitics, considering that so much of everything that we do is already dictated by AI, where do you see India stand?
Thanks. Good afternoon. Good to be here. See, let's take a step back. Technology is a form of geopolitical power.
Absolutely.
Today, you are in an era where it is geopolitics by technology, geopolitics for technology, and geopolitics of technology. So India has no choice but to play the game and accumulate technological power. And in this particular instance, it means artificial intelligence, deep computing, biotechnology, right? You look at the whole swath of it. So there is a school of thought, I think largely propelled by the Silicon Valley types, which said that the only form of power which you can get in AI is when you have these LLMs, large numbers of servers, chips and all of that, computing power, and you build frontier models. I mean, as an engineer, I don't understand what a frontier model is, right? I mean, it's a model. It's a big model. But, all buzzwords, etc. are created. That's what you must understand from the Silicon Valley mindset, right? It is about creating fear, uncertainty, doubt, creating buzzwords so that they get more investment, more capital and all of that. That's the logic. But as an Indian thinker, I don't think that's the only way you get national power from. India must play that game, and I'm very happy to see what's happening with the AI mission. We are making that thing. We are trying to build models. We are trying to get compute power. We are playing that game. Right. But you don't necessarily have to have your own DeepSeek or your own Anthropic in order to play that game. Because the other two areas are the
If I can just counter you there.
No, let me just finish this.
Because this is important. I think we in India take a bit laid back approach. We say, let the West or others create these technologies and then we can probably service them. Because that approach that we had for the last 20, 30 years is no longer going to work.
It's not
unless you have your DeepSeek, unless you have your Claude AI, unless you have your own ChatGPT likes, it is difficult to compete with nations that are in competition with this. What do you do if, for instance, tomorrow the United States or China decides that, listen, they're using our AI and we can shut it down if we want? Where do we stand in that competition?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That is not true. First of all, it's not true that we are laid back, right? Lots of things are happening in India in terms of AI. It's just not the script which Sam Altman from Silicon Valley wants you to have, right? And
so we want our Sam Altmans. In India, we want our Sam Altmans.
So that's not the only plot. The Indian plot is different, and that's what we have to understand, right? And as he said, the substantial part of our power in the AI age will come from people. People will do two things. They'll do three things. First, they'll also build the DeepSeeks, the Sarvams and the Bharatjans and all of that. They'll build that. It's not that we don't have play there. But more important is where the real, the thrust of India's power will come from is when people doing two things. One, they will adapt AI for the kind of life and work which they do in whatever it is. You might be an accountant, you might be a lawyer, you might be a judge, you might be a doctor. So the adoption of AI in work, in the economy. In India, we are already a leader. Our official statistics might not capture it. But there are people with mobile phones doing all sorts of things. It's the informal economy, so to speak. Right? The second thing which India will do, and this is a story which will play out in the next 5 years, you can sort of record this and play this out, is Indian companies and Indian individuals will help the world adopt AI. That's where it is. People say, oh, because of AI, jobs will be lost. But imagine you're a procurement manager in Walmart sitting somewhere in the United States. And you have this Claude, you have OpenAI, you have ChatGPT, and you want to run it on your finance network. Will you have the confidence to just go and do it yourself?
I think that's an ambitious plan that you're setting for, that India will help the rest of the world adopt AI. We'll have to see as to how that will play out. Is that our AI that will be helping others adopt, or is it the AI that is being built at this moment in America or China? I'll come back to you again, but let me also, in fact, draw on Mr. Krishnan here. Mr. Krishnan, you work with a lot of startups. So tell us about the startup ecosystem in India, especially with respect to AI. This is a nascent technology that is still, despite the advancements that we see in AI, still in its very early stages. No one can predict what AI will look like in the next 10 years. Tell us how Indian companies are trying to crack the code in getting ahead in this race for AI.
Yeah, I think...
you have to use your mics.
I tend to agree with Abhishek, but I think that we are still far off. I think we'll be fooling ourselves to say that we will do AI if we don't innovate, right? Startups are about innovation, right? We have to innovate. I think, I don't know if we should be in the foundation model race, but I think we have to adopt AI more. And as a startup, as an investor in startups, I still do not see the kind of startups which can be path-breaking from India, right? DeepSeek from China, right? So I'm saying we cannot fool ourselves and say we will be there if we don't start now, right? So I do agree, Abhishek, they have done a great job, without doubt. This kind of the kind of investments that AI needs in infrastructure is enormous, right? To build data centers, and it cannot be done by a private company. It has to be a private-public partnership. And that way, I have to commend the government. They are thinking ahead. They are saying we need to invest, right? In fact, I read an article which said investment in AI innovation was 37 billion, but it is going to double with the compute power which we need, right? Compute is going to be what we need more, right? Even our AI founders, they cannot pay for tokens which we need, right, for developing AI models. So we have to look at this, and we need to invest more. Private partnership has to be done, because more and more foundation models have been built already, right? But now what is happening is it's inference. When you say inference, what is inference? It is the AI should think like a human, right? So when you ask it a question, so far the data has been fed, it has learned a lot. It is like, I read an article which said, the 22 years which a child takes to grow, right? That has happened already.
Right.
Now, can that AI create new physics innovation, right? Or mathematical innovation, right? That is only happening with compute. So there is more and more going to be investments in data centers. They say they need nuclear energy kind of thing to power this, because it requires a lot of power, right? So I think
that's a crucial investment that needs to be made. Mr. Singh, let me bring you in on this. The 90s were the breakout decade for India in terms of how we built the Silicon Valley in India. And that is why we became a world leader in the services technology. But now the reality is different. The reality is to try and adapt and adopt to the new way in which technology is evolving. Do you think at this moment we have that ecosystem in India that would actually give rise to these AI fledgling companies that can in fact become world leaders?
I would say yes, because what we are seeing is in the Indian evolution of the AI ecosystem is what has not seen in the 90s. 90s and the Y2K moment was kind of an easy segue for building a services ecosystem in which we again relied on the manpower advantage. Currently, what I see when companies like Sarvam and all are raising money and are building impactful products, they are competing with the best. In fact, yesterday at the GTC, Sarvam was counted along with the 6 other companies at the Nemotron group that they have formed, NVIDIA's main event. Right. So we are there right at the top when it comes to building products. The benchmarks on all international benchmarks, Sarvam's model has performed way better than many of the more well-known, the Claudes and the OpenAIs and Geminis of the world. What we are seeing is at least 12 other companies are building similar products. And I have a whole lot of other companies who have applied for building foundation models. Our challenge currently is to ensure that I'm able to allocate sufficient compute for the hunger that exists. So I am fully confident that it will not only be one Sarvam, but there will be several Sarvams that will be there in the pipeline. And on top of it, just like we innovated the digital public infrastructure and we built up services across sectors, we will have AI use cases that will become the model for the world to monetize AI. Right. Because the world has built, the West has built the models, but they don't still have a way of getting returns on the investment because they don't know how people will use it and how people will adopt it. But the way agentic AI will build up, the way Nitin was saying, ultimately you'll have to orchestrate the whole thing. Like legacy systems, you'll have to embed AI systems. Just having the models is not sufficient. Models are getting commoditized, but you integrate the models into your legacy AI systems, make your existing systems more efficient, and that is where Indian IT industry, that is where the TCS, Infosys, Wipro, Tech Mahindra, the companies, the Indian companies will add value. And that's where
that of course is going to be the challenge of this decade for the India IT sector, which in the last 30 years has changed the India growth story. Mr. Nitin Pai, let me bring you in on this. Now, India's advantage is that it has got this huge human resource potential. But what AI does is it actually can supplement or rather replace human worker by these agents who can actually do the work. Now, China's population is coming down because of one-child policy. Europe's population is also stagnating if it is not coming down. In your assessment, given the fact that we still have this very young population, how does India approach the opportunities and also the challenges that AI presents us?
See, you're absolutely right. There is definitely a crisis for people with graduate kind of degrees who are not living up to what that certificate says. So in India, you have a large number of graduates who have a piece of paper which says they're a graduate, but they don't have the skills and the knowledges which require. So the education system has a great variation. So if you are in that category where your degree is something but you don't have the skills, you are in trouble. But the impact will be about the difference between the rate at which young people are adopting AI, learning things on their own, versus you being unemployable because your skills are not relevant. So there is one upward trend and one downward trend. And the intersection we don't know. My guess is that the sheer ingenuity of the Indian will make sure that the adoption curve will be much, much faster than what the education system can deliver. You know, remember, we were talking about the IT sector. You know how we ended up having this many IT workers, a couple of millions, or I don't know how many numbers are. It's not because government created IT courses or people went to IIT and studied. You know, people said there are jobs in the IT sector. NIIT set up shop, Aptech set up shop, small Chota Mota set up shops. People learned it on their own. There was a training economy for IT workers. You know, it happened for JEE, it happens for IT, it happens for UPSC. Why don't you think it will happen for AI? So I think the Indian entrepreneur is alive.
Right.
This entrepreneur is not the kind of person who would call himself a startup and have a label and all of that. But every town, every village, every city will have mom and pop shops which will be training people in AI.
You know, it's interesting that you mentioned that the adoption of technology across India, whether people are educated or not, you have 800 million people who use mobile phones in India with their internet. That's a phenomenal figure. You know, probably China is the only other nation that has a population that is similar to that of India, where you have that level of technology usage by common people who are not really that well educated. But yes, Indians are very enterprising. But the challenge that AI presents is a different challenge than anything that we've seen in the past. And Mr. Krishnan, this is a question that I need to ask. This is what the youth of India, and indeed the rest of the world, are looking for. Artificial general intelligence, when it comes, they say, can replace human beings, which would mean that we may end up losing a lot of jobs. Do you see this as a challenge? Do you think artificial general intelligence is going to be very different from the other technologies in the past? What do you see happening with AI vis-a-vis jobs?
I think the world is moving towards AGI, right? And I think it is going to happen. More and more cognitive abilities are going to be stored in the data centers, right? Because that is where, and I think in 2-3 years, in fact, people are predicting by end of 2028, AI can think and act like a human, right? It is there, right? But we can't be worried. I think Abhishek mentioned about the Y2K moment, right? If you remember back when IT services started, right? It was the Y2K movement because every IT company said, we will help you change the Y2K, right? And it just innovated. And what do we do after Y2K? We innovated again, right? So I think my thing is, because I run an IT services company, much smaller, and I feel the clients are already on us saying, why do you need so many people, right? Why do you need 20 people to do QA, right? Can you do it with 3 people, right? So this is happening, and I think we should take that into consideration and say, how do we be prepared, right? If we are not prepared, if we are not willing to debate and talk about it, I think we are going to have a bad time. So we have, all the leaders, all should debate about this, right? Because I see it coming. There's a wave coming. So we have to be prepared.
Because this is the decade where this monumental change will happen. Mr. Singh, you as the India AI Mission CEO, you will be looking at this very closely, because there are things that will happen that probably the private businesses would not be much interested in. Because India is a vast society. We have 1.4 billion people who will be impacted by this technology. For a lot of people, yes, it will change their lives. It will change the way that we actually work. But in your assessment, Nitin mentioned that when the IT revolution happened in the 80s and the 90s, it was not the government that was driving it. It was the common Indian people who saw that there are jobs and there are careers that can be made, and therefore the IT revolution happened in India. But in the case of AI, is there something that the government can do on its own to try and push, or rather nudge the industry towards building AI companies that will redefine how AI is looked, used and experienced around the world? Or do you think this is all going to be public-private partnership, where private money will come in, private investment will come in, and that is how you can actually take this forward?
See, the role of the government is primarily to be the enabler and to create an ecosystem in which the private sector is incentivized to make the right investments, and people are able to give exposure to the opportunities that lie ahead, and ultimately it's the nation as a whole. And with the government supporting it, helps move things forward. It has happened earlier for IT adoption, and even with AI adoption, a similar playbook will play out. So like, for example, when it comes to jobs, number one, AI will not take away any jobs. People with AI skills...
That's a big statement that you're making. AI will not take away any jobs.
Let me complete. People with AI skills will take away the jobs of people without AI skills. So what is required is to ensure that the government and the Ministry of Education put sufficient emphasis so the curriculum includes data science, data analytics, artificial intelligence. We train people at the engineering level and across other disciplines, because AI again cuts across disciplines. A student in law, a student in psychology, a student in humanities, commerce, economics, he will also need to understand basics of economics. And this is already happening with the courses that we have on our Future Skills Prime portal or any other EdTech portal that we have, or even on Coursera. The largest number of people signing up these courses are Indians. Right. So we are, Stanford AI Index ranks as #1. So already the community is there. We're trying to take advantage of this. Government is enabling the compute ecosystem, the data ecosystem, financing of startups, funding, skilling. So that way the industry and the community joins together to help India move forward. And we are seeing this already happening. The investments that are coming in, that AI summit, the whole world was here. They're not here because they just wanted to visit India. They were here to look at the talent that we have, the startups which we have, the companies we have, and the opportunity that India gives to the whole world in adoption of AI. So that's the value we have.
That is the big question. We'll have to leave it there because we're completely out of time. But AI is going to change our lives in ways that we can't even imagine. This is a new technology that is going to rewrite everything that we know of our existence, what it means to be human, what it is to have a job. Mr. Abhishek Singh, Mr. Nitin Pai, and Mr. Venk Krishnan.
Can I add one point?
Very, very quickly, because we have completely out of time. Very
I think
quickly.
even in the early 2000, the government stepped in and gave tax holiday for the IT sector, if you remember. Right? We didn't have to pay tax. In early 2000, if you bring revenue to India, you didn't have to pay. So I think government has been an enabler, and it continues to be an enabler. Thank you.
Government is an enabler. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us for this very incredible conversation, something that we'll keep talking through this decade, because AI is going to change our lives whether we want it or not. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much to all of you gentlemen. I request you to stay with us. I request Mr. Raktim Das, CEO, Z Media Corporation Limited, to please felicitate our panelists, present them with our token of gratitude and appreciation. Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us today and sharing your insights and perspectives. Artificial intelligence, of course, being a key factor in our daily lives today. Concerns, challenges, and of course, the future and the present, in fact, is with AI. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists. Artificial intelligence certainly is something that is influencing our lives and will continue to do so. And we've got a deep insight into what artificial intelligence is doing with our daily lives and can do in the near future. We will, of course, keep talking about important conversations that are lined up ahead. In fact, we have among us the Ambassador of Israel to India, His Excellency Mr. Ruben Azar. Sir, give me a moment. And I have my colleague Siddhant Sibal also, who will join us on stage in a short while from now. This is a conversation, ladies and gentlemen, that you wouldn't want to miss. Mr. Ruben Azar is somebody who's been the voice of Israel here in India, explaining the Israeli perspective on different geopolitical and geo-economic issues of our times. It's not just, Israel that is grappling with these challenges. It is all of us. The entire world is grappling with the ripple effects of the conflict. All right, let's welcome on stage His Excellency Mr. Ruben Azar. Siddhant, please take this conversation forward. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the Israeli Ambassador to India. Welcome, sir.
Well, the West Asia war is something that we have all been discussing since morning. It has had a major impact not only in the West Asian region, but also in terms of its ripple effect, the cascading impact, especially when it comes to the food prices, the fuel prices, and of course something we have seen in the past when it comes to the Ukraine war. But with me is the Israeli ambassador. So welcome to WION. It's a pleasure to have you here at the WION Summit. And my first question, something that we all want to ask you is, when will this war come to an end?
Well, it's a good question. I think that we have said at the outset that this might take a few weeks. We are pretty advanced when it comes to fulfilling our military targets. We started with hitting pretty hard the leadership and also the missile and industrial capability of the Iranian regime. We went on to hit the Basij, as you saw yesterday, and we attacked again the leadership of the regime. What we want to achieve is to remove two existential threats that were looming on our country and our region. That's the military nuclear program and the ballistic missile program. The Iranians were planning to dig very deep into a mountain and make it immune to either our or American attack. So because of the fact that this regime has been threatening us for so many decades and has sworn to destroy the state of Israel, we found ourselves in this situation that we had no choice but to take action. Now we know this has repercussions, but we believe that the repercussions that we are undergoing now are nothing compared to the repercussions that we would have faced, both Israel, the region, and the world, if this rogue regime would have achieved its goal of creating an arsenal of nuclear weapons, of having tens of thousands of ballistic missiles and being able to launch hundreds of thousands of drones against their so-called friends in the Gulf and other potential adversaries. So we are, by defending ourselves, we are making not only ourselves safer, but I think we are making the entire region safer. And we are opening the gates in the future, and I hope the near future, to go back to normal life and to engage in the very important activities that are essential for keeping the lives of more than 10 million Indians that live in the Gulf, and also the projects that the Indian government wants to advance with the West Asia.
Is there any fatigue when it comes to this war? Because when it started way back on 28th February, there was a sense that it is just a weekend war, it will get over. Then there was a strong Iranian response. We have seen that globally it's just US and Israel that is essentially part of this war. Europe clearly has said that this is not their war. And the Strait of Hormuz it looks like is shut. So is there a sense that this is a long-drawn battle, long-drawn war, and it is causing fatigue both in Israel and in US? We have seen the resignation as well of a top Trump official.
Well, first of all, I believe we have the oxygen to continue with this for more weeks. We have stated that very clearly in terms of our capability to continue working on the targets, our capability to defend ourselves. The European response, I think, was a pretty mixed baggage. On the one hand, they are pretty happy that we are removing this threat. On the other hand, they are sort of sensitive to the repercussions. They have some political complications, especially in some of the countries, that are making them not to be very decisive when it goes to supporting their American allies. I think this is going to have repercussions because President Trump is not very satisfied with this kind of weak response coming out from Europe. But I think that you didn't mention the Gulf countries themselves. I think that the Gulf countries are very keen to see Israel and the United States succeeding in this effort because they were among the main victims of this kind of Iranian aggression that started not now, but more than 2 decades ago when they started toppling and taking one Arab capital after the other. The fact that in the United States there is some conflict of, or let's say some people that are not satisfied. I think that, by fairly looking at the numbers, you could see that the MAGA constituency supports this operation about 90%, and that this gentleman decided to resign wasn't having positions that are conducive to the positions of the president for a long time. So I think that all in all, we are sort of maintaining the course. I think that this war will end when we exhaust our military capabilities. We will at least leave this regime debilitated significantly. We might get more of that, but we don't want to, exaggerate with expectations. We have stated that beyond these two existential threats we want to remove, it is very important to open the way for the Iranian people to embrace their future. That means that we're going to debilitate this terrible mechanisms of oppression within the Iranian regime that have been killing thousands and thousands of innocent civilians. Yesterday, fortunately, we took out the entire command of the Basij people that were in charge, directly in charge, of managing this mechanism of oppression and killing tens of thousands of Iranian civilians, including the head that was giving the orders, that was Ali Larijani. So I think that this gives hope to the Iranian people. I don't know if it will result in a change in the regime or regime change. We do not intend to actively, operationally topple the regime because we are not going to invade Iran. I don't think the United States is going to invade Iran either. But I think that we have quite a good prospect of promoting stability and freeing us from this threat.
Invade means no boots on the ground, if I correctly understand that.
Well, I think that the leaders of our countries have stated very particularly that we might have, special forces working here or there, or the United States might decide that they want to take this place or another installation, but we don't know yet. We have to see how the operation goes on. I don't have the details of that.
How do you see India's role? We saw the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, he was in Israel. But India has good relationship with Iran as well. 3 Indian vessels have been able to come to Indian shores via the Strait of Hormuz. Do you see an Indian role, and how do you see India having conversation with Iran to get these important vessels to India?
Well, I'm sure that the Indian government is doing what is good for India. I was happy to see that these Iranian ships were neutralized and no longer can pose a threat either on us, the Americans, or other forces. At the end of the day, I think people have to look at the long term. Despite the repercussions we are seeing now, I see a future in which, as a result of the critical debilitation of this regime, India will be able to engage in projects of connectivity in the region, will be able to enjoy an atmosphere of investment, of economic projects of prosperity that are so essential, especially since India has signed all these trade agreements with the major blocs, and we're going to see trillions of dollars of merchandise starting moving east and west. So to a certain extent, the prosperity and the stability of West Asia are crucial for the success of the continued rise of the Indian economy at the world stage.
So you made, you mentioned about the connectivity projects. Now, how do you see IMEC going forward? Because it has been languishing for some time now. It might be working towards the UAE-India corridor, but now it looks like that corridor will also take time because of the ongoing war. Do you see excessive delay when it comes to the IMEC corridor?
Well, first of all, we have to put it in context. At the end of the day, merchandise is going to move irrespective of whether we have IMEC or we don't have IMEC. The whole idea there was to create an alternative corridor, a complementary corridor that actually would not only move merchandise but also engage the biggest 3 economies of the Gulf, that's the UAE, that's Saudi Arabia and Israel, in a kind of a membrane of and a network of economic activity, of production, of communication, of energy, of renewable energy, etc. So the potential is there. I'm sure that if we would have allowed the Iranians to, the Iranian regime to pursue their quest of creating a military nuclear arsenal and having all these weapons at their hand, the prospects of prosperity in the Gulf would be slim, and the future of more than 10 million Indians that are living there wouldn't be a very rosy future. So I think that we have the prospect of achieving that. We have to intensify our coordination under the umbrella of CENTCOM with our Arab neighbors. We are already doing that. We are defending the skies of the Middle East together. And I'm sure that once the flames wane down, we will be able to engage also in networks of economic and political cooperation because it's a common interest.
Well, on that note, thank you so much, sir, for speaking to WION here at our summit. I know you're a very busy person with this ongoing war that is happening, but thank you so much, sir, for coming here and gracing this summit. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Siddhan. Thank you very much.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, let me invite CEO Z Media Corporation Limited, Mr. Raktim Das, to please extend our token of appreciation and gratitude to Ambassador Azar. An insightful conversation about the Israeli perspective of what has been going on in West Asia, as well as, of course, the Israel-India relationship, extremely significant. It's only strengthening by the day. Thank you, sir. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's now shift our focus onto renewable energy, an extremely important resource for every country to have in today's times. We have among us Mr. Pralad Joshi, Union Minister, Government of India. Please welcome him with a huge round of applause.
Just a decade ago, solar panels would be visible only on a few rooftops in India. But today, the country has raced ahead to script history. In 2025, India officially surpassed Japan to become the world's third largest solar power producer. India's progress in the renewable energy sector reflects its commitments to the policies and strategic planning under the leadership of Union Minister of New and Renewable Energy, Shri Pralad Joshi. Born into a traditional family in Karnataka in 1962, Shri Pralad Joshi's foray into politics began with the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh at a young age. He promptly rose through the ranks of the BJP's youth wing. In 1996, Shri Pralad Joshi made his debut in electoral politics as a legislator to the Karnataka Legislative Assembly. In 2004, he became a Member of Parliament, which he has been holding to date by winning 5 consecutive elections. Since June 2024, Shri Pralad Joshi has driven major initiatives in the renewable energy space. He is championing the central government's flagship scheme, PM Surya Ghar, Muft Bijli Yojana, which is aimed at installing rooftop solar systems in 1 crore or 10 million households across India by the financial year 2026-27. Also, as the Union Minister for Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution, Shri Pralad Joshi has focused on enhancing food security, improving consumer rights and digitalizing supply chains. From solar rooftops, rural electrification to a digitized public distribution system, every initiative under the guidance of Shri Pralad Joshi underscores the country's vision of an inclusive, secure and clean India.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I now request my colleague Diksha Bisla to take the conversation forward with Minister Joshi. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're already in the middle of a very engaging day tracking the pulse of change across sectors. And perhaps if there's one space where that pulse is the most dynamic and the most decisive, it has to be energy. And it's our pleasure to have with us Honorable Pralad Joshi, sir. He's the Union Minister for New and Renewable Energy. Sir, thank you so much for making time for us and joining us on WION World Pulse. Sir, of course, all of us here are keen to know your perspective as to where does the industry stand today and what is India's journey looking like to meeting its targets?
As far as renewable energy and through non-fossil sources, whatever the target we have set, that has been achieved, that has been shown in the promo also. Whatever you have just showed the video clipping, it is also there in that. The total 50% through non-fossil sources, it has been achieved. And not only that, we are marching ahead in a right direction to achieve the 500 gigawatt. And our module capacity, manufacturing capacity, has also increased. I think now it is 172 gigawatt, which was just not even 2 gigawatt just 10 years back. And overall energy mix, in the energy mix, 17% at present is all put together energy I am speaking. It is the mix, and the 50% is the installed capacity. And only through the distributed renewable energy, our generation has now reached 35 gigawatt, which when we say this in the international forum, people will not be able to imagine because total all put together nearly about more than 50-55 lakh this decentralized installation has happened. Nearly about 31 lakh in PM Suryaghar and 23 lakh irrigation pumps are converted into the solar. So all put together, we are doing very well, and we are the third largest producer of the electricity through renewable energy. And that is a very, very significant achievement according to me, which was not even seen, not even visualized just 10 years before when Prime Minister Shri Modi took over.
Right, sir. And of course, India is seeing this remarkable growth in renewable energy and is also now among the fastest growing markets, as you've just mentioned. But, sir, if you had to tell our audience here as well, who are equally curious, if you had to identify one bet that will shape India's energy future when it comes to alternative, energy, what would that be according to you?
Energy future is, according to me, through non-fossil sources, renewable energy, green hydrogen, where we are doing, India is doing very well. As already I have mentioned in the first question itself, through non-fossil sources, we are doing extremely well. I am very proud of that. At the same time, our green hydrogen. See, recently the green hydrogen, the cost of the green hydrogen which has been discovered, it is 280 rupees, something like that. See, what is the expectation when we started this green hydrogen mission, National Green Hydrogen Mission 5-6 years back? The world was talking that it should be less than 250 rupees. But today we have reached around 280 rupees. So and before to that, nobody was able to imagine and nobody was able to trust us, because the cost of the overall production of the green hydrogen was not expected to come so low. And as far as green ammonia is concerned, you asked me about the future of the green overall energy. The green ammonia, what the price we have discovered, that is 49 rupees 75 paisa, which has been recently discovered. Means whatever the ammonia we use in our fertilizers industry, that at least some 28% it will be substituted whatever we import from the world, means from the other countries what we import. So this being the case, and also we are talking about the overall energy, I want to add only one thing. Recently we have started, especially as far as the piped natural gas is concerned, I think it is in Madhya Pradesh, Indore, in the city gas distribution, the hydrogen 5%, we are adding hydrogen. Means that much of natural gas which we are importing and we are providing it through pipe to the households and even to the commercial establishment and industry. If this 5%, it has been proven successful. So like that, if our mix can be further increased, enhanced, that much of import will be reduced. And as far as manufacturing of the in the manufacturing sector, whether it is shipping, whether it is steel, in many such things, green hydrogen can be an alternative. Only question was cost. But now, the hydrogen, that is grey hydrogen, which costs around 180 to 140 rupees in the Indian rupees. Now our green hydrogen, it has come down almost up to 280 rupees. Then it means in coming days, if it is further come down by another 30-40 rupees, I am quite hopeful of that. Then one is there is a huge scope for the export also, and our own hydrogen, we can use it domestically also as an alternative source of the fuel. So these are the things. See, one thing what was never imagined, today that is being seen, that actually it has been shown as a success story to the world, not only to the India, even to the world, that has been shown. And why people are interested to invest in India, whether it is green hydrogen or green energy overall, because here is a success story. That's why I am confident that whatever you are speaking of the energy future, that future is in the renewable energy. That future is in India because we are in the right direction. Quite long back, Prime Minister Modi, when he was the Chief Minister, he thought of this.
Right, and it is a remarkable feat, so there's no, no two ways about it. But as we move into this more complex phase of integrating renewables at scale here, now building storage, then strengthening the infrastructure, we're seeing development in pockets of, parts of India. We've seen Karnataka, but the single biggest challenge right now is perhaps how to scale this. And how would you...
How to? I could not...
How to scale, sir? How to scale it large, make it more accessible for, the masses? And is there a challenge in scaling that which perhaps needs more focus as we move toward this target of ours?
No. You are speaking about challenge because you are here on the dais. I'm not properly audible because I think sound system, there should be some wrong in that. I'm not able to catch you properly, but you say you are talking about the challenge. The challenge is, yes, in every sector there are challenges. I don't say no. Whenever we start, if you just imagine 20 years back, 25 years back, when there was solar power, if you mean solar electricity, if you just, you imagine, 20 years back it was 20 rupees per unit. Today it is 2 rupees 15 paisa, 2 rupees 30 paisa. With the storage, it is 2 rupees 80 paisa. With the battery storage, with wind, battery and solar, purely solar, it is all put together, it is nearly about 4 rupees. Add firm and dispatchable renewable energy is less than 4 rupees 50 paisa. If you compare it to the new thermal power, it is 7 to 8 rupees, which has been, of course, I am not telling because I was the coal minister previously. I handled the entire 5 years coal, and I think recently I was the only minister who handled the entire 5 years coal ministry, and I know what is the importance of the coal. But having said that, I know that because of the coal and coal mining, its overall capex for the thermal power plant, it naturally costs more. But here emission is less, and there is no much environmental issue. Third thing is, cost-wise, firm and dispatchable renewable energy, that is less than 4 rupees 50 paisa to maximum 5 rupees. That means we are saving almost minimum 2 rupees to 2 rupees 50 paisa per unit, even if it is firm and renewable dispatchable energy, FDRE, what we talk, that is less than 5 rupees. Means almost 2.5 rupees to 3 rupees we are saving. That is one point. Second point, as I told in the beginning itself, our total installation in PM Suryaghar, whether it is in PM Kusum, where electricity is generated in so many places, there itself they can charge their vehicles. There itself, electric vehicle, whatever is now, India is, that also we are leading it. And electric tractor, whatever we use the equipments in the agricultural, there also the energy saved is energy earned. These are the and challenges. As far as challenge is concerned, now transmission is a challenge, I agree. Grid stability is a challenge. For that, we are using, we have to use the new technology. For that, now we have come out with the storage, battery storage. So battery storage, when it happens, whenever there is a grid instability, that energy can be used for the stability of the grid. There, I don't say there are no challenges at all, which will not be truth, but there are challenges, but we can, that challenges are addressed because of the Prime Minister Modi's vision, जो जब हम कहते हैं ना मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, लोग हंसते हैं, लेकिन ये सब हो गया है मोदी जी के कालखंड में ही.
Absolutely, sir. And from this conversation, if there's one thing which has become clear, it's of course India's energy transition is not about just meeting targets. It's also about shaping a future which is more secure, it is more sustainable, and definitely more interconnected. And on that note, thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and sharing your insights with us.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I request you to stay with us on stage. I request Mr. Ruben Sharma, CEO, Managing Editor, WION, to please felicitate Minister Pralad Joshi. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Mr. Pralad Joshi, for giving us a perspective on how India plans to move forward as far as renewable energy is concerned. Thank you, sir. It has been an engaging conversation, of course, deep insights into how India's renewable energy sector plans to move forward and is operating at the moment. Before we move on to our next session, ladies and gentlemen, let's also get you a quick wrap of what all has happened since morning today at WION World Pulse 2026. Take a look.
Khamenei is dead.
That will not go unpunished.
Every country has its electricity, you have your roads. You should have AI as part of your infrastructure.
This year's Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine.
Every fraction of a degree means more hunger, displacement, and loss.
In a world defined by rapid change, shifting alliances, and transformative ideas, one question echoes across borders. What does the future look like from here? Welcome to WION World Pulse, the leaders' confluence capturing the rhythm of a new world order. It brings together global decision-makers, innovators, policymakers, and visionaries under one roof to decode the forces shaping tomorrow. 7 dynamic sessions strive for an answer: how to make this world a better place to live in. In times of turbulence, Power Pulse sheds light on the rebalancing of global power. How can new alliances shape international diplomacy? With new alliances come new trade partners. At Economy Pulse, we explore the future of global trade, evolving supply chains, and new equations reshaping trust, resilience, and economic collaboration. A large part of every country's economy is spent on building robust military capabilities. At Defense Pulse, leaders and strategists unpack the realities of future warfare and the strategic imperatives defining global security. And it is the technology that is the game changer of today's warfare. At Tech Pulse, innovation meets responsibility. Join experts as they debate artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, data privacy, and the emerging space economy. But do all these transformations come at a cost? With Planet Pulse, we confront one of humanity's biggest questions: how to balance growth with sustainability and how climate geopolitics will reshape global priorities. And as we look forward to making a better world at Healthcare Pulse, we take a deep dive into pioneers exploring the medicine of tomorrow, breakthrough biotechnology and new models for a safer, healthier world. And lastly, we will have the Auto Pulse. We look ahead to the future of mobility, where electric, connected and autonomous technologies redefine how the world moves. The world is changing faster than ever, and today the conversation about tomorrow begins here. Welcome to WION World Pulse, the rhythm of the new world order.
There can be no peace in the world until the military power of Japan is destroyed.
Years since the end of World War II. The global order is undergoing a profound and potentially irreversible transformation. As high-intensity geopolitical conflicts emerge worldwide, the rules are being rewritten. Old certainties are fading, and new power dynamics are emerging. In this uncertain landscape, traditional diplomacy gives way to unpredictable, leader-driven encounters.
You're right now not in a very good position.
In this new era, disruptive diplomacy risks fragmenting alliances and deepens uncertainty in global relations. The big question remains, does diplomacy still hold the key card? Countries like India champion a neutral, dialogue-driven approach, pushing for peace and stability amid fierce polarization. At the same time, one voice is growing stronger. The Global South. Emerging economies are demanding a bigger role in shaping global decisions. As diplomacy adapts to a rapidly transforming world, the challenge is clear. Can global powers and emerging voices find common ground? Can diplomacy pave the way for peace? This is not about noise. It's not about who wins or loses. Diplomacy is about the rhythm for securing a better future. Welcome to Power Pulse, where we present an in-depth conversation on building trust in a shifting global order.
Hello, this is John Bolton, and I want to say welcome to the WION World Pulse Summit on March 18th. I think this is going to be a very important event. I'm sorry I can't be there, but I know that all the participants will be focused on the complex problems we face in the world, looking for ways to find diplomatic dialogue and transparency and understanding among countries to overcome them. It is coincidental, of course, but we see now in the Middle East that dealing with I think one of the great threats that the world faces, the regime in Tehran with its pursuit of nuclear weapons and international terrorism is now at war and is causing enormous economic difficulties by closing the Strait of Hormuz with its vital oil traffic. These are the kinds of things that I wish we could avoid, but if we can't, we should at least understand what the causes are, who benefits from it, and how we can avoid problems like this in the future. So the WION World Pulse Summit, I think, is something that gives people a real opportunity to go into these issues. I wish I could participate along with you, but perhaps at the next iteration. In the meantime, I wish it every success.
The meaning of defense and deterrence is rapidly evolving. Traditional warfare doctrines have been rewritten as the battlefield expands. Warfare is now multi-domain, simultaneously spanning across land, maritime, air, cyber, and space. Convergence of AI, hypersonics, robotics, and autonomous systems are ushering in a revolution in military affairs. In a global AI market projected to exceed $1.5 trillion by 2030, technological asymmetry will be pivotal on the battlefield. Air power is shifting more towards uncrewed combat aircraft for ISR, for intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, and strike missions, reducing human risks. With robots already performing flawless martial arts moves, are armored humanoids on the front lines still a distant reality? Tech modernization is non-negotiable to withstand evolving hybrid and gray zone threats. Defense is now all about readiness with consistently evolving strategic imperatives. Welcome to Defense Pulse for an in-depth conversation on the future of warfare. Global commerce is being redefined, not just by markets, but by strategy. Supply and demand are overpowered by tariffs. It isn't just about revenue anymore. The world is grappling with an aggressive push towards leverage, security, and shaping the future of global trade. From electric vehicles and semiconductors to critical minerals and agriculture, the era of simple supply chains is giving way to who the cheapest and most secure supplier is. Resilience is now as important as efficiency. At a time of economic disruption, trust is the currency of global commerce. Has the world already set its new trade framework? Or will a new geo-economic order cement a fresh foundation? The question is no longer how fast we can trade, but how wisely we can seal the deal. Can the world reimagine balanced trade, or will the barter between transaction and values draw the contours of future diplomacy? Welcome to WION World Pulse, where we reimagine global commerce, tariff, trade, and trust.
Our country's new culture capital is going to celebrate the International Film Festival Delhi this March. World and cinema will come together in one mega celebration. Bharat Mandapam to open-air theatres, to multiplexes, film lovers to film critics, and communities to countries. All will celebrate from 25th to 31st March 2026.
तू ही मेरी एक वजह है, तू ही मेरी ऊर्जा है, तू ही मेरी राहों का नूर, तू मेरा फ्यूल। तुझसे मैं चलता हूँ, तेरे लिए जलता हूँ, तुझसे मैं हुआ मशहूर।
उत्तर के पहाड़ों से दक्षिण के किनारों तक, पहले इंडियन
फिर ऑयल, इंडियन ऑयल।
ये हैं कोटक नियो के तेज ट्रेडर। देखिए इनका गजब हौसला।
निकी इंडेक्स डिप्स एंड स्नैप्स बैक।
मार्केट खुलते ही भयंकर तेजी से गिरने के संकेत, पूरी ताकत से शॉर्ट कीजिए।
Today's dip may be a rare buying opportunity. Gold ETF खरीदिए, ये सुनहरा मौका छोड़ना नहीं है।
This stock is on radar.
It's a record-breaking rally.
अभी भी वक्त है, बेचो।
ये ट्रिगर गिरावट का है, स्टॉक में उछाल है।
कसम कैंडलस्टिक्स की,
बेचो और बचो।
ये करते हैं शोर को इग्नोर, और ये हौसला जानबाजी से नहीं, जानकारी और तैयारी से मिलता है। स्टे तेज विद कोटक नियो। हौसला है तो हो जाएगा। इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इन सिक्योरिटीज मार्केट्स आर सब्जेक्ट टू मार्केट रिस्क्स। रीड ऑल रिलेटेड डॉक्यूमेंट्स केयरफुली बिफोर इन्वेस्टिंग।
बताओ ना।
मैं करूँगा।
ओए, कार्ड्स की दुकान, इतने कार्ड्स कौन रखता है?
ये ग्लोबल लग्जरी होटल्स के लिए, ये स्टे स्पा फाइन डाइनिंग के लिए, वर्ल्ड क्लास गोल्फ प्रिविलेजेस के लिए।
पंजाब नेशनल बैंक का लग्जरा मेटल क्रेडिट कार्ड लो एंड गेट अनलिमिटेड डोमेस्टिक एंड इंटरनेशनल लाउंज एक्सेस, अनलिमिटेड स्टेज, डाइनिंग एंड मच मोर।
क्रिकेट में आप और बैंकिंग में PNB दोनों ही चैंपियन हैं।
PNB लग्जरा मेटल क्रेडिट कार्ड, PNB मेरा अपना बैंक।
Every great journey begins with an idea. In 1920, at the Nadar Mahajana Sangam annual meeting in Thoothukudi, a vision was proposed to establish a bank that would stand for honesty, service and progress. That vision became reality on 11th May 1921, when the Nadar Bank Limited was officially registered under the Indian Companies Act 1913. On 4th November 1921, M.V. Shanmugavel Nadar was elected as the first chairman. On 11th November 1921, T.V. Balagurusamy Nadar inaugurated the bank to the public in Thoothukudi. In 1937, our first overseas branch opened in Sri Lanka, expanding our presence beyond India, a bold step that proved our commitment to growth. By November 1962, we embraced a new identity, renamed as Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank Limited, reflecting our desire to serve every community across every boundary. Progress continued. In 1983, we opened our 100th branch in Delhi, a symbol of growing national presence. In 1984, we became a technology pioneer, launching our first fully computerized branch at WGC Road, Thoothukudi. By 1994, our total business crossed rupees 1,000 crore, a sign of steady growth built on trust and customer loyalty. In 2002, we achieved another major milestone, rupees 5,000 crore in total business, and continue to strengthen our digital and service infrastructure. By 2003, we introduced our ATM card services, making banking faster and more accessible. In 2007, we reached rupees 10,000 crore in business, marking a decade of consistent and sustainable growth. Expansion gathered pace. 200th branch, Sri Perumbattur 2008. 300th branch, T. Savariyarpuram 2012. By 2015, we crossed rupees 50,000 crore in total business. In 2016, we celebrated our 500th branch at Tirunelveli, Vannarpettai, marking our strong footprint in southern India. Growth accelerated again. By March 2022, we achieved rupees 75,000 crore in business, and on 15th September 2022 came another proud moment, the listing of the bank's shares on both BSE and NSE. In 2025, we took another leap forward, launching our Integrated Information Technology Center at Cosmo One, Chennai, strengthening the digital backbone of our operations. The same year, we inaugurated our 600th branch at Vizhinjam and proudly crossed the rupees 1 lakh crore business milestone, a testament to the trust of generations. For 104 consecutive years, Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank has reported profit every single year and has declared dividends each year, except during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020, a record that stands as a symbol of unwavering strength, sound management, and the confidence of our stakeholders. From a single idea in 1920 to a century of innovation, service, and excellence, our journey has always been guided by one promise: to empower people, strengthen communities, and help every generation be a step ahead in life. Tamil Nadu Mercantile Bank, a century of trust, a future of possibilities.
Summit, and I thank the team for creating a forum that brings together leaders and practitioners across domains. Your themes across power, economy, defense, technology, planet, healthcare, and mobility reflect the reality of our times. In an interconnected world, turbulence is one sphere, which can quickly translate into pressure across the security landscape. This is why the Defense Pulse session on defense and deterrence is timely. Defense and deterrence remain the cornerstones that enable sovereign nations to protect their people, secure their interests, and preserve national decision space. A credible posture today requires a balanced mix of nuclear, conventional, and missile defense capabilities, complemented by space and cyber capabilities. Faced with the possibility of a kinetic attack, a state has two clear options: deter the adversary to avoid conflict, or prepare the defense and war. The responsibility of military leadership is to strengthen deterrence through credible readiness so that conflict is prevented. And if deterrence fails, the nation is prepared to respond on its own terms. Operation Sindoor reinforces a simple lesson that deterrence rests on three pillars: credibility, capability, and the will to act. When these align, deterrence becomes decisive. It also establishes clarity that hostile actions will invite a response that is measured, firm, and guided by national interests. Deterrence today is dynamic, evolving, and is continuously shaped by the changing character of war. Traditional doctrines are being rewritten every day as the battlefield is expanding gradually to include whole of nation. Alongside land, sea, and air, we now contend equally with cyberspace and the cognitive domain. What binds these domains together is multi-domain operations. Success depends on optimally harnessing evolving technology and integrating its effects across all domains while addressing conventional threats and irregular challenges in parallel. Grey zone methods and hybrid strategies increasingly accompany conventional force. At the same time, we must be clear about the truth that geography imposes on us. Some nations can attempt to fight from a standoff distance, but India may not have that advantage. Our security challenges sit across contiguous borders where territorial realities matter. In such disputes, land remains the only true currency of victory. Precision strikes and standoff capabilities are essential, but they cannot be substitutes for holding or capturing ground, imposing control and sustaining resolve. Future readiness can draw its inspirations from the clarion call given by the Honorable Prime Minister as JED: jointness, Atmanirbharta, and innovation. Jointness is all about synergy in the 6 domains, interagency cooperation, and a whole-of-nation approach. Everyone be allied to the common intent. This is no longer an option, it is an imperative. Atmanirbharta and accelerated innovation will ensure that India always remains ahead of the curve in terms of defense and deterrence. Indian Army's transformation is also aligned with the national vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, with reforms, technology absorption, and capability development pursued with speed and purpose. I am confident that today's discussion will generate practical insights on future security architecture, emerging technologies, evolving hybrid threats, and the strategic imperatives that shape credible deterrence. I wish the WION Pulse Global Summit every success and extend my best wishes.
Ladies and gentlemen, later in the day, we have the WION Icon Awards 2026, and one of those icons is with us. She has to leave early. We've got Saina Nehwal, India's badminton champion. Give it up for Saina Nehwal. We are honoring this Indian player who made all of us proud by breaking the wall once dominated by other countries. Her sheer grit is an inspiration, and so is her passion for her sport, her hard work, as well as her devotion.
There are several Indian athletes who have won laurels at the global stage, but only a few elite have started a revolution. Saina Nehwal falls in the latter category. She is the single most important factor in the Indian badminton revolution, sparking a movement which led to global excellence in a sport other than cricket. PV Sindhu, Kidambi Shrikant and Lakshya Sen, all these players owe part of their success to Saina Nehwal, a true trailblazer in the Indian sporting landscape. Her career is defined by several firsts, and in fact, she made it a habit of creating history. She is the first Indian badminton player to win an Olympic medal, having done so by winning the bronze at London 2012. And then in 2015, she became the first woman to reach the world #1 ranking in badminton, a feat that still hasn't been replicated. Saina is the only Indian to win 2 singles badminton gold medals at the Commonwealth Games. She isn't just a recipient of India's highest sporting honour, the Dhyan Chand Khel Ratna, but also received the Padma Bhushan, India's 3rd highest civilian honour. The list goes on. Saina finally ended her playing career earlier this year, but her legacy is eternal. We at WION are proud to honour a bona fide icon of Indian sport.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Saina Nehwal. I request CEO Zee Media Corporation Limited, Mr. Raktim Das, to please present Saina Nehwal, our badminton champion, with the WION Icon Award. Saina, I request you to please come on stage. A huge honor for all of us at WION to have Saina Nehwal among us. To reach where she has requires a lot of hard work, years of dedication, passion for the sport that you play, and a never say die spirit. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You're seeing sheer hard work and dedication on stage. It takes sweat and blood to reach where Saina has. Saina, I request you to say a few words. For all of us, we'd love to hear from you.
First of all, thank you, WION, for giving me this award. Now I think I'm used to getting so many awards, but all thanks to my mom. You know, I started playing just because I used to love sports. It was nothing about becoming a professional player. In 99, हम सबको क्या पता था बैडमिंटन इतना बड़ा हो जाएगा. सेकेंड मोस्ट लव स्पोर्ट है अभी इंडिया का, लेकिन वो टाइम पे सिर्फ एक ही सपना था, जो मम्मी बोलेगी वो करना है. एंड in fact, I didn't believe when she was telling me in the first month of summer camp that, you know, you are going to be my Olympian, you are going to be my world champion. And 10-15 years down the line, I was standing on the podium of the Olympics, becoming world #1. And few things which I still feel like a dream is that I didn't have a trainer, physio. I didn't have someone to take care of my food at that point of time when it was required. Game has become really professional now after so many years. But at that point of time, huge thanks to Gopi sir and my mom, because my mom used to sit whole night and massage my legs and give me whatever Haryana food possible to make me strong. And no role models, of course. At that point of time, there was no female player in badminton who was consistently performing. We had Prakash sir, of course, who did well, and then Gopi sir. But in women category, we didn't have anyone. So yeah, it was a dream run, and today I'm so proud standing here as Saina, who could do well in badminton in this era where we have such beautiful players playing well. And I hope that we are targeting Olympics in 2036. And it should just not be our target, but hopefully India should be number one in the tally as well. So thank you, sir.
Saina, whatever our mothers tell us, mummy jo bolti hai wo karna padta hai na. But it's good that whatever she said, you have reached where you have because of her own heart. Mummy ki koi sunta nahi hai, but your बिल्कुल मम्मी के सामने सब चुप, but she's sitting there very sweetly. Can we also have a huge round of applause for the mother of Saina Nehwal? Our parents make a lot of effort and sacrifices for all of us to reach where we have. So give it up for both these ladies who have made us proud. Thank you, Saina, and congratulations. All right, with that, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to our next session of the day. Let's talk about climate change. It is a global challenge, but the responsibility for addressing it remains deeply contested. Developed economies demand rapid decarbonization. Developing economies seek the right to grow. So how do we bridge this very gap and this divide? We're asking these questions in our next session. Joining us for this very session. Take a look.
The story of humanity is not decline. It is progress. We have lifted billions from poverty, extended life expectancy, connected the world. Now the next chapter begins. This new chapter for our planet is not about retreating from growth, but refining it. Cleaner air in our cities, smarter water management, waste turned into resource, energy that is abundant and reliable. Sustainability is more than a slogan. It is engineering, it is policy, it is design. The question is not whether development must slow down. The question is how innovation can accelerate solutions. How do we build cities that breathe better, industries that waste less, infrastructure that lasts longer? It is time to move beyond fear. It is about capability, science, technology, capital, and real thought leadership. Planet Pulse, where progress meets responsibility. For this panel of Planet Pulse, we are joined by Ashok Khosla, founder and chairman of the Development Alternatives Group. Ashok Khosla has dedicated himself to creating sustainable livelihood models in India and globally. Also joining this panel is Chantal Theron, Head of Learning and Development, Lancers International School. She brings over 37 years of teaching experience and more than 15 years of leadership within international school environments. Also joining this panel is Ratnesh Kumar, Executive Director of ONGC. He has over 3 decades of experience in ONGC handling turnkey projects, including Petrochem. Former Norwegian Minister of Climate and Environment, Erik Solheim. He is credited with merging development and environmental agendas, promoting high levels of foreign aid and pioneering international rainforest conservation in Norway.
A round of applause for our panelists, ladies and gentlemen. While Erik Solheim will be joining us virtually, we have another Erik moderating this session. Erik, it's over to you.
All right, so welcome to this session and thank you all for participating in this summit. We're talking about Pulse and the planet, how it's changing the world. And before I engage my panelists, I want to ask the audience right now, with a show of hands, before we start this discussion, do you think climate matters? With a show of hands. Good. Then we're going to have fun in this discussion. My panelists, thank you very much for making time for us and welcome to this session. We're going to talk about how climate is changing the narrative. We've heard about climate change, we've talked about development goals, we've talked about how climate change shapes our everyday life. But we need to talk about how climate affects you and me and everyone in their daily life. And not just because of leaders or anything, it's you and me. It's about you and me. Mr. Erik, namesake, I'll start with you, but before I start my question, we just want to hear how you sound. Hala?
Happy to be with you. I'm so sorry I couldn't be physically there because of the flight disruptions caused by the Iran war, but I was in India last week, so happy to be with you digitally.
At least we see how you sound. I'm also called Erik, so I'll be referring to you as namesake, if you don't mind.
Yes.
So let's talk about climate action. Do you actually think that the narrative has been changed by the West when it comes to talking about climate change and climate action?
I think the narrative has completely changed. Look, in the past, Europe was in the lead. Now Asia, particularly China and India, are in the lead. And in the past, it was about diplomacy. Now it's about business. Look, last year, China added 315 gigawatt of solar energy to the grid. How much is that? Well, that is 12 times the entire grid in Bangladesh. It's 10 times all the hydropower we have ever made in my nation, Norway. It's big, big, big. But India moved to the 3rd place as the 3rd largest renewable power in the world. I'm sure India will soon take the 2nd spot, passing the United States of America. India added 40 gigawatt of renewables last year. Again, that's, for example, 4 times the entire grid, 6 times the entire grid in Sri Lanka, which is a middle-sized country. And there are enormous developments in the green space all over India, and it's because for the first time in human history you can combine ecology and economy. It's not a choice. In the past, if you wanted to go rich, you had to base it on fossil fuels, but now you can go rich, prosperous, bring everyone out of poverty, buy solar, wind, hydropower, electric cars, electric scooters, and all the fantastic new technologies which are all available.
You're talking about fantastic renewable energies, but let me ask you this. Is the global south being asked to develop under constraints the West never faced?
But look, that was true in the past. Because in the past, if you wanted to develop, there was only one way. Coal and oil and gas. That's why everyone did it. It started in the United Kingdom, it spread to Germany, to America, to Japan, Korea, China, India, everywhere. If you want to bring everyone out of poverty, you base it on fossil fuels. But now solar energy is the cheapest energy everywhere in the world. If you go solar, you save money. There's more money left for education and health in India if India goes solar. Added, India becomes much less vulnerable to the global volatile oil market or to the Strait of Hormuz. It's energy independence if India goes solar. And that's why it's happened. Look, in the desert of Gujarat, the Adani Group will make a solar plant which is 30 gigawatt. That's the largest in the world. Very recently, I was in the state of Andhra Pradesh, where a somewhat smaller company, Greenco, has established the largest combined solar, wind, and hydropower battery facility in the world. There's nothing like that in the United States. There's nothing like that in Europe. Only developing India happens because it's a combination of growth and ecology. And it works like that in the daytime when there's a plenty of sun in Andhra Pradesh. They pump up the water into the upper reservoir. There's no river, just an upper reservoir. Then they release the water at night. And then they have 24 hours renewable energy in Andhra Pradesh. And look, the Greenco Group plan 5 such facilities by 2030. Next is in Madhya Pradesh. Then is Karnataka. Then is UP. And the Adani Group has similar plans. So India's moved from the back seat to the front seat. And that's of course because Prime Minister Modi understands very well there is no longer a choice between economy and ecology. You can do both.
All right, hold on to that thought, namesake, because I'll come back to you a little while from now. Let me engage my panelists here in India. I'll start with Mr. Ashok. Do you agree with what the minister is saying? And before you answer that, you've spent decades advocating sustainable development, but looking at climate negotiations today, do developing countries like India feel empowered or pressured?
Well, I think today countries like India are actually the champions, the ones that are driving the agenda and forcing the pace, because they realize that their future is at stake. In fact, their present is at stake. What is going on today as we speak in the Gulf is an indicative of what happens if you do not have a resilient economy. And if your economy is vulnerable to shocks from fossil fuel availability, from materials, from varieties of other things, technology, economic finance particularly, then you will always be at the wrong end. So frankly, if there is a driving force today, it is the developing countries, and if there is a resistance, is there pushback, it's actually from the North. It's the people who started the dialogue, who identified the problem, and then chickened out. So we need to understand that if it were not for countries like India and the African nations who are suffering the most from climate change, it would be, the international dialogue would be much slower at the moment than it is. So I'm glad to say that we are actually playing our role.
How can we bridge the gap? Because that has been always the conversation when it comes to climate action, climate change, world over. How do we bridge the gap between empowerment and also being self-defeated, as you may?
Well, you know, the gap has largely been caused by who gets the benefits and who pays the costs, and how much does it cost. The price of money that the industrialized countries had to pay when they were developing their big technologies and their so-called development is not the kind of money that poor countries are paying today. We're paying 3-4 times as much interest for our capital that they did before. Unless that gap can be bridged, the other gap will never be bridged. So we really have to now restructure the global economy in a manner that it will make it possible for those who need and can bring about the transformation of their technologies and economies to being climate friendly, they can access those resources.
I'm sure there are many people who are asking right now, who are watching this and are asking, what is an educator doing in a panel discussing climate? Well, climate matters to students. It's part of the curriculum. It's part of what they study. It's part of their DNA, so to speak. Chantal, am I right? So how do you teach young people to know their surroundings, to know their environment, to know what matters to them when it comes to issues like climate?
Thank you. So I would say that it's a very different world. As you know, I've been doing this for 36 years, and when I went to school, we were taught don't litter, switch off the tap when you're brushing your teeth, make sure you don't waste any food, finish your plate. And these were lessons that we learned and we followed along as our parents told us to do. But we were breathing clean air, we were drinking fresh water, and we could play outside in a clean environment. So those were lessons that we took on board as much as we knew this was important in a way, and it was part of our learning. But today, our children are living in what we created. They can't breathe the air. They cannot drink water out of a tap. They don't have the same experience we did as jumping on a bicycle and riding for miles and enjoying the fresh countryside with your friends. And they are living in this situation. So having to teach them, I don't think it's their reality. It's their reality to say, Ms. Chantal, we can't go and play today. The AQI is too high. Don't drink that water. We need to use only this water. This is very real for them. And instead of us saying we need to teach them, they are the ones that are teaching us by saying, what have you done or not done? Why is my world like this?
I'm just curious, what are some of the questions they ask you? Because these are students who want to learn more.
Yeah.
They don't want to be taught because they know they know.
Well, I think it's more about them questioning, and this is very important in the way we teach now, right? Or how we facilitate learning. We don't know all the answers. They have a lot of questions, and it is our responsibility to show them where to find that information. So question, why is it like this? How did it become like this? What can I do to change it? Those are the questions they're answering. And our responsibility as educators, and you must remember that the parents are the primary educators of all the children here. So what you model for your children, that's what they take on board. And our children want to know, how can I'm only 10 years old, what can I do to make a difference? And they are coming to my office and they are bringing ideas like, can we put up signs about switching off the taps? Ms. Chantal, we've noticed a lot of waste in the cafeteria. Can we do a little presentation about food wastage and separating wet waste from dry waste? Can we put together some ideas about recycling? And these are 10-year-olds. They're taking this seriously. They want to live in a cleaner, greener, and kinder world. And we have to support them in these efforts.
That's why I began by asking my audience here if climate change matters to them. And you could see from the show of hands that it does. So I'm going to ask you the same question. Does climate change matter to pupils, to students? Yes or no?
It matters insofar as this is the world they have to live in, and they do care about having a world that is cleaner, greener, kinder, and a better place for everyone in the future. Our students absolutely care about the kind of world they will leave behind one day. They do want to be better.
All right. I'll come back to you, Chantal, in a bit more from now. Mr. Ratnesh, I'm very sorry to keep you waiting. But now I think we can talk about the rise in demand when it comes to energy needs. And so many people asking, how can we balance the two competing, pressures that we are having in the world right now? Because that's the pulse of the world right now. And you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, thanks. So that's a very complex trilemma which you are asking. On the one hand, we have energy security, then economic growth, and climate, the decarbonization goals. So is there a simple answer to it? No, there isn't. There can't be. And it would be different for developing worlds, for the developed world. So what is India's strategy going ahead in this, if you look at? So instead of phasing out, you have to go phase down for the decarbonization. And if you look at the energy mix of the current energy mix of India, so coal is around 48 to 56%. No, oil is 28%, gas 6 to 7%, then renewables 11 to 14%, and nuclear is 1 to 4%. So coal still is the backbone. For the grid power also, you require a base load that can be provided by coal. Renewables, though it is 11 to 14% only, but the installed capacity, if you look at, we have surpassed 51, the renewables now comprise more than 51% of our installed capacity. So that's a great thing which has happened. And the 2030 goals which India had, we have already achieved that target in advance. So it is happening over there. Now, as Honorable Minister was here, he was explaining, alone solar or wind cannot do. You need battery storage system, BESS. You need PSP. As he was explaining, that Greenco, what they have done is they have solar as well as pumping storage. Because solar is not available always, it's intermittent. So going ahead, it will be more in the mix, we will be seeing that. Now, what are the demand drivers? You see, in India, number of GCCs are coming up. So these GCCs, the back end of the offices of many majors are coming over here. ExxonMobil is here, BP is here, and so many others are here. And in fact, in Vizag, it's going to be GCCs. So they're all energy guzzlers.
Hold on to that thought, because I want it to be more engaging right now. When we talk about fossil fuels, I think that discussion is slowly fading away. And now there's a discussion about oil and gas. I'll come back to you, namesake. I hope you're still there. Mr. Minister, there you are. I just want to ask you, should energy companies still be investing in oil and gas if the world is serious about net zero? Namesake, can you hear me?
Oh, are you speaking to me? Oh, sorry.
Yes,
sorry. Yeah.
I was speaking to you. You had dozed off a little bit there.
Sorry.
Welcome back.
I thought you spoke to an Indian minister. Look, yes, there will have to be some investments in oil and gas also in the future, but the priority will be renewables. Look, last year, something remarkable happened. For the first time in modern history, coal emissions started to decline in India. And it started to decline in China exactly the same year. Look, except for COVID, coal emissions have increased year by year by year in all modern times in both China and India. Now they're starting to decline. Why is that? Because the renewables are taking off at a very high speed. And they're taking off not so much for ideological reason as simply because of scale and economics. It's the cheapest energy anywhere in the world. Adani told me that in the deserts of Gujarat, it's now cheaper with solar energy with battery storage than it is with coal. And when you have that cost prediction, everything is changing, because everyone wants to go solar just because of cost. I was quite recently in the UP, and the people there, they are now installed in some small grain mills, they have installed solar panels on the roof. Well, in the past, they paid 40,000 Indian rupees a month for diesel. Now they're paying 15,000 rupees a month for solar. Well, everyone wants to do that for his or her family, for the business, for the community, not just because of climate and environment. But of course, it's also very, very good for local pollution and for global climate efforts.
Namesake, stay with us. I'll come back to you shortly. Mr. Ashok, I want to connect you with Ms. Chantal, and it's about students, it's about education. Should climate literacy become a fundamental part of education globally? Your thoughts?
Well, I think climate as a subject is important enough to rate a subject topic for all education systems. I started my career as teaching the first course on climate and environment at the university level anywhere in the world. And I believe very strongly that that is an important set of issues. However, it's not only climate. We really have to deal with the more fundamental issues that led us into the climate problematic. That means we have to recognize that not only are we facing huge existential threats from climate, but from species extinction, from biodiversity loss, from ecosystem degeneration, from virtually almost on all fronts, and not least from the pervasive, extreme, and unwarranted poverty that exists in this world. So if we're not going to deal with all those issues, I don't think the climate is going to be saved. Climate is a symptom, is a product of a badly designed development pattern. So if we're not going to have as a subject what you might call the responsibility of citizens to redesign their expectations, their value systems, their aspirations for a world in which everyone can benefit, because at the moment all our education systems are geared to promoting greed and egocentric value systems, which are obviously going to end up with not just climate change, but with the loss of almost all the species that we depend on, and on our water systems and on our energy systems. And you know, today, if you watch the television and watch what's going on in the Gulf, you have to recognize we're very vulnerable. It's not just climate that's doing it. Our systems are so vulnerable that climate is going to be a very major impact on our lives, but so is everything else.
Right.
So we've got to be very careful in redesigning our educational systems to bring the individual and society center stage in all our thinking. The responsibility of every citizen for a better world to be left behind.
Chantal, I know you want to react on that, but before you do, are we equipping young people with the mindset and skills to deal with this new reality? And yeah, you can either agree with Mr. Ashok or disagree.
Oh no, there's full agreement here. Thank you so much. So in 2015, 182 countries of the United Nations got together and said, we have to do something globally and they created the 16 Sustainable Development Goals. 17, because the last one is how this is all going to come together and change the world. And children in our school and in schools around the world are working year by year, focusing on each one of these goals. Gender equality, poverty, food for everyone, justice, peace is actually the one we've just done. And it's heartbreaking to see what's happening in the world right now when our children have just been focusing on peace and justice for all. It includes resources, climate awareness, waste, and really caring about what happens to the world one day, including what happens to our climate, but also how we treat each other and how we respect each other and how we make that world not only greener, but kinder too.
I want to bring you into this discussion because it's going on the right trajectory, I may say. But to you, is climate diplomacy today being shaped more by geopolitics than by planetary urgency?
It's a very tough question which you have asked. So there is an urgency, you know. The climate we all are facing. And we know, as she told, initially we were told we were used to drink tap water, we used to close it. In India, when we used to travel, we used to drink tap water directly from at the stations. Now, we all carry Bisleri and bottled waters. So there has been a change, and we are experiencing it in this generation itself. What we used to think that we used to take it for granted, you know. So as Mahatma Gandhi famously said, nature has enough for one's need, but not for one's greed. So that balance, you know, which is inherently...
Would you say that again? Say it again, slowly.
Yeah, I'll say it slowly. So what he said, that nature has sufficient for one's need, but not for one's greed. So if we become greedy, then obviously nature reacts in its own way. As long back we had studied in economics, there was a Malthus population theory, which said that if the population increases more than what the nature can sustain, nature balances it. Some earthquake, something would happen, so and nature balances that, you know. So nature has its own ways of doing it. But having said that, I am in oil and gas business, which is inherent contradiction between climate and this, you know. But a change has come. There is a significant change which has come. We are looking to decarbonize our operations, and of now, we are not only into oil exploration. We have become a truly integrated company. We have diversified into renewables. We incorporated a company in 2024, ONGC Green Limited, and we acquired Ayana Power, so 4.1 gigawatt of solar, and again PTC, so our total capacity for that was in a joint venture, so 2.45 of gigawatt of renewables we have, and our target is 10 gigawatt by 2030. Likewise, we are moving into diversifying into SMR, which are nuclear small modular reactors, nuclear, solar, wind, and geothermal also we are exploring. So lot many things. Now we have integrated into a truly energy company, I would say, rather than only oil and gas. Yeah.
Our time is almost up, but I want us to do a quick test because we've been talking a lot. So now we need to talk very fast and very quickly as we wrap this session up. Namesake, I'm coming to you. This is a very quick question, quick answer, quick response. What gives you the most optimism about the climate transition today?
That's exactly the enormous progress in the developing world, and in particular in the two largest developing nations in the world, India and China. 10 years ago, Europe was in the lead. Now China and India is in the lead, and they are dominating solar, wind, hydropower, and all the green technologies. And that's because there is a strong public support for it. I attend a lot of conferences where Prime Minister Modi is the main speaker, and I'm one of the other speakers, and his message is always the same. In the past, there was a choice between environment and economy. There is no longer such a choice. India can do both. And he says India can bring everyone out of poverty. India can shine on the international arena. And India can make a large middle class. But India can do it by going green.
Mr. Minister and namesake Erik Solheim, thank you very much for your time and for joining us today. I'll come to you, Mr. Ashok. What is the single biggest gap in global climate governance?
Obviously, most of these issues have a global aspect, and they're not issues that can be dealt with by a local community or by even a nation on their own. So we've got to have a global system of governance that cares about everybody's welfare rather than simply a particular part of the globe. And we don't have that at the moment. And if we don't change the present systems of global dialogue and global decision-making, I don't really see how we could do much better. It is only going to be by the pressure of those who now are emerging on the global scene, which Erik Solheim just now was talking about, which is going to push the agenda forward and the participation of all those who matter. So I believe that we've got to now create a whole new system of governance. The UN is a wonderful construct, but it needs to be strengthened to do the right thing. And that is only going to happen if all of us, particularly the citizens, and particularly the young who we're talking about educating, are going to take their role seriously in making that happen.
Mr. Ashok, thank you very much for your time and for joining us today. Ratnesh, question to you. What technology will transform the energy sector fastest?
Energy sector, as of now, as Honorable Minister namesake was also explaining. So there are 4 pillars of decarbonization which I see. One is solar, and today if you look at India, we are at 140 gigawatts. At another 50 we expect by FY26 itself. So there we have progressed a lot. And then if you look at small modular reactors in nuclear, what I see, moving to nuclear, so there also a lot of work is going on, and as he was explaining, Honorable Prime Minister, they have come up with a special act for Shanti Act, which they provide duty concessions on items to be purchased, and then apart from that, I spoke about carbon capture also. So that is also one thing on which the budget has been laid off $2.2 billion. So these 3-4 pillars which are there, solar, then carbon, and then SMR, nuclear, these 3 are going to be the game changers. And in coming time, I am sure the way we are moving, we have more, as I told you, 51% installed renewable power. Though we are not able to use it because of grid limitations, or you need some battery storage, because grid you need stability. So in the times to come, more shift would be towards renewables, and we will have both energy security and economy also going along with it. Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Ratnesh Kumar, ONGC, thank you very much for your time and for joining us today.
Thank you very much.
You will have the final word today, Ms. Chantal. What mindset must the next generation adopt?
Well, not a mindset to adopt. I think they already possess this mindset. This is a generation that has grown up in great uncertainty, a lot of stress and anxiety from their parents. They're not sure why the world is the way it is, and they're not hopeless. They don't feel that they need to give up. They want to fight. They want to make things better. They want to make a difference, and we need to support them in that struggle.
Ms. Chantal Theron, Thank you very much for your time and for your insights, and thank you all for your time and for your insights. Ladies and gentlemen, my panelists.
Thank you also for having moderated this. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists. A round of applause. And to Eric's namesake, Eric Solheim, who had joined us. I'm afraid now he's popular and loved as namesake Eric after this session. But thank you very much to all of you. I'd like to invite our managing editor, WION, Mr. Ruben Sharma, to please felicitate our guests, a token of appreciation from our side. This has been an engaging and interesting conversation. And we've only learned from it, especially you, ma'am, talking about students, young minds, who should be learning. All of us should have learned all of this at a very young age, but I'm glad that the world is now beginning to realize that it's the young minds we need to talk to more when it comes to climate change. Mr. Solheim, thank you very much for joining us. Next time, I hope you can join us here, right here, physically. But thank you very much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our panelists. So this was about climate change, ladies and gentlemen. Extremely important conversation that we need to have in the times that we live in. Also something that might seem minuscule but has a significant impact and will have an important impact in our daily lives, the kind of change and impact that is coming into our environment because of the conflicts that we are seeing around us, whether it's the pollution levels or the microplastics being added. We will have to take care of that as well. Of course, small little steps always matter, and this is where we start. It's not the big conversations that will lead to small steps. It's the small steps that we take at home, the action that we take at home, the little steps that matter in the bigger scheme of things. That is what we're talking about here. All right, moving on, ladies and gentlemen, our conversation now shifts to Iran and what has been happening in and around it. Please welcome Iran's Deputy Ambassador, who's with us today, Mohammad Javad Hosseini, Deputy Ambassador Iran. With a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, my colleague Siddhant Sibbal will take this conversation forward with him. Sir.
Well, we have been discussing the war in West Asia since morning. We have got diverse views, perspectives, and now we have the perspective of Iran, a country that has seen the strikes, the attacks. These are heartbreaking stories, whether it is the downing of the warship, whether it is the attack on the school where several girl child were killed. This is something that was, of course, shocking development. Let's talk about the ongoing war with the Deputy Ambassador. So welcome to WION. Generally, asking about the current situation, you have been having conversations with your relatives, with your family members as well. What's the situation on the ground in your country?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, let me thank you for having me here to have the opinion from the Iranian side. You know that we were among the second round of negotiations since June, that we were, for the second time, we were attacked by the American and Zionist regime. We always believe that the diplomacy is the best way for solving the problem. But these two attacks that imposed on us showed that they were not looking for some peaceful solution for any issues with Iran. Regarding your question about the people in Iran, I can tell you the people, they are very steadfast in their way to defend their countries, to defend their governments. And we always be in a situation that we are not pro-war. We always pro-negotiation, pro-diplomacy. But you see that the war was imposed by the Israelis and Americans on us. And we are here to defend our people, our land, our dignity, and we will continue until it is necessary.
So we have seen significant losses for the Iranian side over last 24 hours. Ali Larjani, who was your security chief, he was killed. There's a confirmation also from the Iranian side. What next for Iran? How long you can continue with this war? Is there a fatigue in Iran over this war?
Actually, I should tell you that for us, when you choose the path, you also choose the consequences. We have chosen this path that we will continue defending ourselves until the other side understands that there is no any space to impose anything on us. And secondly, that they should consider the right of the Iranian people to rule themselves, not to impose from outside. Actually, they cannot impose the will from outside to decide about the people, decide about the government, decide about the country's future. That is correct that we have faced a lot of losses, but it doesn't mean that we quit in the middle, because we believe this time it is a one-way street, that there is no way back. We have to continue until they come to this point that they should commit, that they should end the war, not ceasefire. Because the last time we had a ceasefire, but this ceasefire changed again to another attack on Iran. And because of this, we have told them we are still welcoming diplomacy, welcoming negotiations, but if there is no any guarantee for ending the war, we will continue until they reach to this point that it is useless to continue. But we are ready for any scenario.
Important points there. Let's go bit by bit. The Strait of Hormuz, that is something that is dominating global headlines. It's impacting everyone. You made a special gesture allowing the Indian vessels. So is there a deal that has happened between India and Iran to allow the vessels, or it is something as a special gesture? And also, additionally, what is the status of the Strait of Hormuz? Is it closed or is it open?
The Strait of Hormuz, it is not closed. But we only let those countries who are the friends and who are not friends with our enemy to pass. Those who are actually supporting the America, the Israeli, they cannot pass it. But still the strait is open. Regarding your question, there was no any deal with India. We have a very good relation, deeply rooted in the history. We had some negotiation with the Indians government, I think 3 or 4 times that Excellency Jaishankar, he had with the Iranian counterpart, and also the Excellency PM Modi with Excellency Pezeshkian, they discussed the issues. And we showed our sincere, actually, we can say, view toward the Indians that to let these ships to pass safely through this strait, because we believe if there is a pain in India, or the people are in pain, it is the pain of the Iranian people. We are the same, I can say, generation. We have the same roots. We don't want this to cause any problem for the Indian people or Indian government. But you know that when there is a war and there is some consequences for the war, it is not in our hand, because we were just attacked. If it was our choice, we didn't choose the war, because we have already chosen the diplomacy, talking behind the desk. But unfortunately, they showed they are not looking for the peace. Just they wanted to make Iran to bend, and it is impossible.
There are still 22 ships, Indian flagged ships in the Strait of Hormuz. Will you allow them as well?
Definitely, we do the same gestures we had, because we, as I told you, this is the matter of the time, because you know, the situation in the region is very difficult at this time. We are still under attack by the Americans, even in the Persian Gulf, and we have to consider some kind of measures for the safe passage of all the vessels, including the Indians. We don't want to risk any actually incident which is unwanted. Because of this one, we are on the same page with the India that these ships should pass. but it is a matter of the time. We are working on it. Definitely there would be good news for the Indians.
And any humanitarian aid being sent by the Indian side to Iran? I know that you've asked the Indian side from your social media handle, anyone wants to help Iran, they can come forward. Any status of the humanitarian support?
Yeah, let me, here I just use the floor to thank all the Indian peoples, on the Indian, actually no matter of religion, no matter of ethnicity, no matter of races, they actually sympathize on the sad events of martyrdom of our great leader. And also they provided their kind assistance, because we received some repeated requests from the Indians how they can help the Iranian brothers and sisters. And we actually, we are really appreciate these good, we can say, gesture from the Indian side. We received good help from them, and we provided those who actually, we can say, equipments or medicine which is necessary for the Iranians, and we will be announced soon.
So let's talk about the status of diplomacy. Any conversation that is happening, any back-channel diplomacy with the American side, or is it pin-drop silence when it comes to conversation? We know that Oman was mediating the talks. We know the status of the talks which happened before 28th. Any conversation since then?
You know, since the Americans, they don't acknowledge that they have did the wrong things. There is no space for the negotiation, because still, you know, that they have attacked Iranian school, which there were 165 Iranian children, school children, they were attacked, they were murdered within I can say, less than 1 minute, because they attacked by the 4 Tomahawk missiles within the 15 seconds. You know that they attacked a civilian infrastructure. These are the children in the school. It is not the military bases. It is not the military facilities. But why you use 4 Tomahawk missiles? To do what? To show how you are actually in a position that thinks that you can do whatever you want, even killing the children. When they don't accept this one, that they have did the wrong things, if they don't come to this point that they have to be at the same level, sitting at behind the table and talk to us, it seems that this negotiation is useless. And let's hope that they will reach to this point, because you know that Americans, the President Trump, from the beginning he started, he said he will do a lot of things. He will try to regime change in Iran. Now they came to another decision. Okay, we have to win the war. And they came to this point, okay, let's have the help from the others. See that this is that they claim they're the superpowers, but now they are begging single countries to help America to get out of this crisis. And you know that they are begging the Persian Gulf countries, okay, that to join in some kind of alliances against Iran in the Hormuz Strait.
You mentioned about the Gulf. Now, of course, the Gulf is also not very happy. We have seen strikes happening, and the Gulf has clearly blamed Iran for that. There almost on a daily basis releases statements coming out from the Gulf saying that there has been an Iranian drone that has made this attack. What will you tell to the Gulf countries? Because they are very upset. They feel that they have been involved in this conflict when they should have not been.
You know, we have a very good relation with our neighbors. And when you are in the neighborhood of a country, you should respect its sovereignty. We have told them that this is not the war of us with them. We have told them, even before the outbreak of the war, if you allow any missiles, any drones, any airplane or firefighters to use your airspace, it seems that you are helping this one. We have this legitimate right to defend ourselves. You know, during the war, during the 8-year war with Iraq, we ignored this kind of assistance some of the countries, neighboring countries, gave to Iraq to attack Iran. We said, okay, we are neighbor, let's go for the main issue, which is the Saddam Hussein. But this time we warned them. We told them that if you allow this time, first of all, this war goes to the region. It is not the matter of Iran and America or Iran and Israel. It would be the regional war. I think that they underestimate it. They say that it is like the previous time, the Iran not going to such this kind of the matters. We told them, we are not attacking you. We are just attacking American bases and American assets. Still, I can confirm, I can reaffirm that we are not involved with none of our neighbors. We are just targeting American assets in the region which it was supposed to provide security for these countries, but unfortunately, they couldn't provide the security for themselves. It means that they are like they said it is a kind of security umbrella, which there are a lot of holes in this umbrella and inviting missiles. We are actually in a very good still dialogue with our neighbors. We assured them this should not be considered as a hostility against their people or their countries or their even government. Just it is about, because they gave the land, they gave the base to Americans. Because this is the time that we told them already that this is a legitimate target for us.
What's the status of the Karg Island? We saw the strikes by the American side. Donald Trump, of course, has posted on Truth Social as well. What's the status? What is the current situation there? And do you expect more strikes?
You actually can expect anything from the Trumps because he's not a balanced person. He can tell something, he can do something else. But we are ready. Even maybe you have seen the news that many Iranian people, after the first strike on the Karg, they voluntarily took the ships to the Karg Island to defend. They said, okay, we are ready to combat with Americans because they actually said we are bringing the troops, some things. We said, okay, we are ready. As our foreign minister mentioned, that we are, for 20 years, we are well prepared. We are waiting for them on the ground. If they have there, okay, please, and you can try it.
Essentially, when it comes to the international community, do you feel you're let down by the international community? And by international community, I mean the United Nations. Do you think that the United Nations looks like a bystander right now?
I think that our expectation, or not us, international expectation from the UN, it was that they should condemn to breaching the international laws. Because the Israelis and Americans, they started war against a sovereign country with no reason, just with the speculation there is imminent threats. But there was no any sign of imminent threats. You see that even one of the American officials who was actually head of the anti-terrorism committee, he said there was no imminent threat because the American was under the pressure of the Israelis because of the Epstein's file. And because of this, they tried to cover that one to start a war against Iran, to divert all the public opinions of the world, their attention to another issue, which is the war. But at least, you know, that the United Nations could condemn, because when there is some possibility for any country to have this kind of intention that, okay, I can just immediately attack my neighbor or another country on the excuses of imminent threat, you see there would be a jungle. Because those who have the rights, because those who have the might, they will have the right to kill, to exterminate, to destroy we can say, the people who are unpleasant for them, like the enemy. But this is not the matter that we were looking, because we were expecting that at least they could condemn it.
Coming back to the India bit, first about the evacuation, there are several Indian students who are present there, they're crossing the border. Last time I remember when the 12-day war happened, you made a special gesture by allowing your airspace to be opened, and then the Indian students came via Mahan Air to Delhi. Now, this time around, what has been the conversation on the evacuation of the Indian nationals?
Last time during the June war, because the situation was just, I can say, more comfortable than now, we could open our space for the Indians to evacuate from Iran. This time we also tried, but because we were not sure that these people, the Israelis and the Americans, they might target the airplane. Because even we discussed this issue with the Indians, but we preferred that they should come on the route. We facilitate all the necessary measures that it is necessary for their evacuation. Now they are moving to one of the city near the Tehran city, which is called Qom. And from the Qom, they go to the Armenia, and from the Armenia, they come by the airplane to Delhi. This is that we could, and even for their actually exit, previous time there was some minor issues regarding the exit permit. This time we solved it, and they can freely, just without any problem and smoothly, now they are going to be evacuated, and of course the evacuation on their way. But we will do whatever we can. But even if their safety is important for us.
So my last question to you, what's your view, what's your sense like on India's stance on the ongoing war that started on 28th of February?
Tell you that, as I told you, that our relation with India, it is a long-lasting relations. We received some support from the Indian government as well regarding some issues, especially for those seafarers. You know that IRS Dena, it was participating in the Milan 2026 or IONS 2026. And we told them that because it has faced the kind of the issues of the technical matters, and they actually helped us with this one. And unfortunately, the Americans, I don't know how they proudly say that we attacked unarmed ships and killing around 80 seafarers just without any mercy. It shows their atrocity. Because even the Americans said, I heard from the American that it was fun how to sink one unarmed ships and watching the people dying in the ocean. But we had a very good relation with the Indian. They had the good support. And because of this thing, I told you that we appreciate this, and we also in constant contact to some of the issues which need some coordination, which came to this matter that we are now helping regarding some gas shortages in India, that we are going to have this facilitation for the Indian ships to actually pass through the Strait of Hormuz. But it takes maybe time, but we are really thankful to the Indian government.
On that note, thank you so much, sir, for speaking to WION and giving us the Iranian perspective, where the situation stands, and of course, about the India relationship. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now invite CEO Zee Media Corporation Limited, Mr. Raktim Das, to please felicitate our guest. Thank you so much, sir, for being here. I request you to stay with us on stage. We'd like to extend our token of appreciation and gratitude for you being here and helping us understand the Iranian perspective as far as the West Asian conflict is concerned. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for our guest. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming an actor, a singer, and someone who has been voicing her thoughts on her country of origin, Iran, which is, as we all know, at the center of a storm.
You may know Elnaz Norouzi as the actor who played Zoya Mirza in Sacred Games, the sassy Iranian bride in Made in Heaven, or Sheena Asadi in Gerard Butler's Kandahar. But beyond the screen, she is a fearless star who doesn't shy away from sharing her opinion on public discourse central to Iran.
Our people, our loved ones died standing for freedom for the country, and we're going to celebrate that. They're saying you can take our people, but you cannot take our spirit.
Norouzi, who is fluent in 7 languages, was born in Tehran and later moved to Germany, where she started working as a model when she was just 14. A leading critic of the politics and policies of the Iranian government, Norouzi has long called for a democratic Iran. She is known to leverage her social media influence and share her perspective on several issues, including her personal encounters with the morality police. A vocal supporter of the woman life freedom movement, Norouzi has consistently advocated for women's rights and freedom of choice.
Women are not allowed to travel without their husband's permission. Women are not allowed to get a divorce easily if they want to.
At a time when Israel and the United States are at war with Iran, Norouzi is channeling the voice of many Iranians. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Elnaz Norouzi.
Please welcome Elnaz Norouzi on stage with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Elnaz.
Hi, thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Yes, a round of applause. She's been voicing her opinions and her thoughts fearlessly. That deserves a round of applause. Okay, so, there has been so much conversation about what has been happening in Iran. You've been talking about it. But before I go into the politics of it and what you have been speaking about, I want to go back to that 8-year-old girl who left Iran. For those of you who don't know, Elnaz was born in Iran, and then her parents had to leave when she was 8 years old. She's been brought up in Germany, and now she's working in India. I want you to tell us what that Iran was like. There's a lot of conversation about what Iran was like and how it is today, but not many of us know what it was like that time when you were there. So take us through that, the eyes of that 8-year-old Elnaz. What did she see there?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me and for finding it important to hear an Iranian voice that was born there, that lived there, that still has family there, because I think in today's day especially, this is very, very important. Going back to the time when I was born in Iran, when I was born under a dictatorship, for us back then, it was, of course, very normal. Everything that was happening was normal in the sense of what everyday life is. But the more I grew up and the more I started understanding, of course, when I was around 4 or 5 years old, the conversations about leaving the country, fleeing the country, had already started in my family. I used to remember how my dad and my mom would constantly talk about where to go, Canada, Germany, And then I remember I turned 6 and I started going to school. And the first thing on the first day of school that they made us do was line up in school and chant "Death to America." This is something that I did not understand back then in that time. And I was always wondering, why are we chanting "Death to America"? And what is America, right? As a 6-year-old, you don't really know what's America, right? So I was very fortunate to come back home to a family that understood that this is not what we want. We don't wish death to America. We don't wish death to Israel, and we don't wish death to anybody. This is not what we know. So I grew up with that understanding, and I know that a lot of other Iranians also had those families, which is why now, after 47 years, you still see Iranians standing up against this regime and saying, this is not what we want. So this is what happened in school, and I would always retaliate. I was always a rebellion. I always thought, I'm not going to wish death to anybody, And I would be beaten up in school. I changed, in the 2 years that I went to school in Iran, I think I changed 3 schools because my mom did not have it. My mom did not like anybody beating her child up just because she was not wishing death to America. It was a terrible time, even with the little that I understood as a 6 or 7-year-old. And then, of course, we fled Iran. My dad tried going to Canada first. It didn't work out. And then we chose Germany. And I just remember the time when we were in Germany, we had to flee. We were seeking asylum in Germany. And I had a time in my life, which is when I was around 8, 9, 10 years old, where I was living in a refugee camp, because that's what was given to us, and that was the only thing that was saving us from the country that we had to flee because we were not feeling safe there. And then I had to find my way when I was not belonging in the country, where I did not speak German, I did not know anybody. I was the only one with brown hair, where everybody else was blonde. And at that age when children are very, very mean to each other, I had a really tough time in Germany. And sometimes when I look back, I'm like, how I wish that my country was a free country and I would have stayed and I didn't have to leave and go through what I went through.
So Elnaz, help me understand this. When you were at home, your parents were giving you the freedom to live the way you want, to think the way you want. But when you went to school, there were restrictions, particularly for girls students. What was the experience like?
Well, first of all, as a child, especially as a 6-year-old, you are allowed to walk freely in Iran. You don't have to wear the hijab. But when you go to school, even as a 6-year-old who is going to an all-girls school, you still had to wear the maghna, we call it, which is also a form of hijab, but for children and for when you go to school and, university and everything. So I remember I was very irritated with that thing on my head for hours and hours during the day. We would feel hot, we would sweat, and we would just be like, I don't want to wear this. You're 6, you don't understand much. You just want to be free in school, you want to play, you're a child, you want to live life, right? But we were forced, even at 6 years old, to wear the maghna. And I just remember, me personally, I didn't like it.
And so when you heard the news of a 23-year-old Mahsa Amini, what was the feeling like?
See, as an Iranian, we are already very angry since 47 years, right now. But at any time that you see, we're already very angry with what's happening with our country. And then you hear news of a young girl dying just because her hijab was improper. It was not missing, it was improper. The Iranians, as you saw, they were furious. They came out on the roads and they were like, first of all, we don't even want this hijab. On top of it, you're killing us because it's improper, as per what you believe is proper. So that was another uprising after another uprising that had happened, after another uprising that had happened a few years before. There are multiple constant uprisings in Iran that are being blocked by force and by killing. I was furious too, and I was so happy that I had social media and that by that time, my social media and my platform was big enough to be like, hey world, listen, this is what's going on in my country. They just killed a young girl because she was not wearing her hijab properly. And I used it. I used the platform. I hope that people are going to listen. I hope that people are going to understand what's happening in Iran.
When you talk about this little girl who was scared to leave her country and then was forced to live in another country, and you're talking about the kind of difference that you felt, what happened in Germany? Was it tough? Was it easier than perhaps your home country where, you were feeling suppression?
Of course, in Germany, we had freedom. It was tough in the sense that you had to leave your entire life behind and go and start a new life in a country that you don't know, with people that you don't know, with a language that you don't know, with surroundings that you don't know, without your family, right? Well, I was with my mom and dad, but my mom and dad were very young and they did not have their mom and dad or their sisters and friends around. So that was the tough part, but what was beautiful was the fact that we were then in a free country where we could choose what we wear, where we could choose what we say, where we could even, as foreigners who were now living there and taking help from that country, we still had a voice and we could still speak out against the regime, against the government. And that's what was beautiful. It was so weird to us. We were like, oh, we're allowed to say that? We're allowed to say that we don't like this leader. It was new, but it was what the world should be.
So, talking about what has been happening in Iran, Elnaz, you've been voicing your opinions about it quite strongly and clearly at that. But there's a large segment of population that still supports the current regime. And what you talked about, whether it's the hijab or the other kind of restrictions that you perhaps felt in Iran, they still find support in Iran. What do you have to say about that?
Well, of course, we have 92 million people in Iran, and even though by the survey of Gaman, you will see that more than 80% of Iranians are against this regime. If you have 20% of 92 million, these are still millions and millions of people who support the regime, and that's okay. I don't think that in this whole room we have everybody agreeing with the government of India right now, right? You vote, somebody's for it, somebody is against it. Some people have voted for Trump, some people have not voted for Trump, right? He doesn't have 100% votes either. And that's what we say. Of course there are regime supporters, but isn't it that the majority should be choosing their leaders? And if the majority is choosing to not have this regime, why can the majority not choose? Why is a supreme leader chosen but not by the Iranian people? Why is a president chosen but not by the Iranian people? Why is there an Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps that is protecting the revolution but not the Iranian people? Why is there a Basij that has to keep the people in control? Because they know very well that the people are against the regime. Otherwise, they wouldn't need force. Otherwise, they wouldn't need to kill more than 50,000 people within a month, right? So they know themselves very well that the people are against them. Hence, they have the IRGC, hence they have the Basij. Otherwise, Iran would be free right now.
Sure. So, Elnaz, while we speak about this, there are also people who are saying that, look, all of this conflict has been happening, but look at how they've targeted school children. Look at how they've attacked a school. What about that? Why aren't people talking about that?
Yeah, people are not talking about that because people don't know that that school was and is in an IRGC quarter. My question is, how many schools do we have in India that are within 100 meters of a military base? Why do you have a compound that was inside an IRGC quarter? You take that compound out and you make it a school. Why do you do that? Why does the IRGC constantly do that? Why does the Iranian regime constantly put children and grown-ups, forget about just children, into these positions? Why did they make that part of the IRGC compound into a school? Why does Hamas go into hospitals and fire from hospitals, and when they're firing back onto the hospitals because the Hamas fighters are there, then they cry that they targeted a hospital? This is the oldest trick in the book of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Okay, so where do you see this now moving forward? Because, Iran has been giving a retaliatory response that has been lauded by a lot of military experts. Sure, we don't know, you and I are not there on the battlegrounds. We don't really know the strengths and weaknesses of Iran as well as America and Israel at the moment. Militarily, we wouldn't know really what's really happening.
Oh, we do know, yes. We're Iranians. My friend who is an Iranian is here. We're Iranians. We know exactly what's going on ground.
What is going on?
They are all dead. And they have no idea what they're doing. They're just shooting in the dark.
Elnaz, there are leaders who are coming on the streets. They are talking about how there needs to be...
You're talking about Larijani, who had come on the street and he died last night.
Not just Ali Larijani. You saw the crowds, right?
Yes. Yeah. The crowds were there because they were not shooting at them. But what about the crowds who came out in millions, but they were shot at? Did you see those crowds?
Okay. I get your point, and I absolutely understand what you're saying. And therefore, my question is, how do you see this moving forward now?
The only thing that is going to happen is that the Iranian regime is not going to give up, because they have always said that they're not going to give up, and they have always said that if we have to go, you all have to go down with us. They came on state TV and they said, if anybody speaks out against us, they're going to be killed. This is how they are threatening their own people on state TV. And they're also showing exactly what they said they're going to be doing. When they said we're going to take everybody down with us, that's what they're doing. They're targeting Oman, they're targeting Kuwait, they're targeting the UAE. They say that they're targeting the American bases, but they're firing at banks, at civilians, which in fact the Americans and the Israelis are not doing. They're targeting IRGC and Basij bases very, very well.
Okay. Okay, so I'll leave it there. Elnaz, it's been a pleasure talking to you and understanding your perspective, not just as an adult, but as the 8-year-old who left Iran. Thank you very much. We'll leave it there. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Elnaz Norouzi, who's been honest, who's been candid and very clear in her responses in what she thinks about the West Asian conflict. I'd request Mr. Raktim Das, CEO Z Media Corporation Limited, to please felicitate Elnaz and extend our token of gratitude and appreciation.
Thank you so
Elnaz,
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's shift our focus now. Let's talk about health. Healthcare systems across the world are entering a new era. Advances in biotechnology, AI-driven diagnostics, and digital health are all redefining what is possible. But innovation alone is not enough. Healthcare must also become more accessible, more resilient, and more equitable.
As the global healthcare industry continues to evolve and innovation reshapes health systems, key emerging models of healthcare are presenting fresh opportunities, challenges, and dilemmas. The prescription includes striking the right balance between leveraging the potential of new technologies and ensuring equitable access to healthcare. As the world moves towards remote patient monitoring, regenerative medicine and nanomedicine, and AI transforms healthcare, how prepared are we to deal with the ethical challenges and safeguard patients' rights? How can the world shift from treating illness to maintaining wellness? What will the future of healthcare look like? Join WION World Pulse for the future of healthcare. For our panel on Healthcare Pulse, our panelists are Dr. Angelique Coetzee, former national chairperson of the South African Medical Association. She was the first to bring international attention to the Omicron COVID-19 variant in late 2021. The chairman and managing director of Medanta, Dr. Naresh Trehan, a world-renowned cardiovascular and cardiothoracic surgeon who has redefined excellence in healthcare. And we also have with us Milind Soman, a supermodel and actor who is now one of India's leading fitness icons. He has also cemented his position as a triathlete by completing the grueling Ironman triathlon in Zurich, among other feats.
Welcome, gentlemen. I invite Molly Gambhir, my colleague, to take this conversation forward.
All right, so first of all, welcome. Thank you very much for being here. We also have Angelique Coetzee joining us virtually. It's been an engaging day, to say the least, and we are taking forward the conversations, tracking the pulse in several sectors. But this session, ladies and gentlemen, is about your pulse. Literally, it's about your health. And most of all, it's about the issues that matter to you health-wise, life-wise, because let's face it, with the changing times, we've all heard while growing up, health is wealth, jaan hai to jahan hai, but a lot has changed since then over time, and we hope to delve into some of the issues regarding the present and looking forward towards the future as well. If I can begin with Dr. Srehan, we're standing at a juncture where we're looking at a very interesting intersection between health and technology. I have to ask you, what do you make of the way in which technology has impacted the healthcare sector to begin with? And also, you know, it's only natural that it also trickles down to the individual level in terms of people relying on AI, for example, for quick medical advice. What's your view on that?
So you have to appreciate, this is the third revolution.
Yeah.
You know, after internet and digital, now AI, of course. But what is more powerful for the human point of view and health point of view is the coupling of genome sequencing with the power of AI. So what does it do for us? Genome sequencing, which has actually democratized the whole world, because today the cost of doing a person's full genome sequence is 10,000 rupees. It's come down from over 2.5 lakhs to 10,000 rupees as we move forward, okay. Now what it does is it gives us the exact genetic makeup of an individual, and how it becomes applicable to daily life or health for a person is that if you look at, there are certain diseases which we are struggling with, what we call lifestyle diseases. Lifestyle diseases are mainly diabetes, cancer, heart disease. So in today, there are enough genes that can be identified. I mean, it's changing by the day, that you can actually find the imprint in a person's genetic makeup to see where they are vulnerable for which disease. Because today, there is enough knowledge about heart disease, but the new heart is cancer. And everybody is living in that fear today, is how do I detect cancer at its initial stage, because it's totally curable in most instances. So coupling that with the AI generators of, you know, the data mining, big data analysis in matter of hours or days, which used to take us years, has compressed that whole process, and we can look at the algorithms which, for example, what do we want to know? We want to know if a patient is going to crash within the next 4 hours, 6 hours. So the early warning systems can be now, have already been created in the algorithms. If somebody is going to get severe infection, what we call sepsis, you can predict it happening 4 to 6 hours before today. So there is a huge change in favor of it, but at the same time, it has given the ability to do personalized medicine when you can actually write the what we call Janam Patri is now the health Patri of an individual. And that is a very important movement forward, because you have the blueprint in front of you. Now you may decide to follow it or not follow it and be warned about what you are prone to, but it's there. It's an amazing thing that has happened today. So now we practice medicine in a totally different way, and that is one of the things that we must recognize as physicians, because today it's only going in favor of trying to serve the public better.
Right. How can I not also ask you about then protecting our heart health? That's the immediate question that comes up while speaking to you, of course. But I will come to that in just a bit, because that's also related to our lifestyle these days, our sedentary lifestyle. And coming to someone who is literally the opposite of sedentary lifestyle. Milind Soman here with us. So many ways to introduce you, one of them, of course, being the Iron Man of India, so on and so forth. You don't believe in going to the gym, you do believe in exercising on the go, no room for excuses. How would you nudge someone to start their fitness journey if they are making excuses right now?
If they're making excuses, that's their business. I'm not here to nudge anybody. I mean, today, everyone knows that health is important. It's not something that you need to be told.
Yes.
If you need to be told, then you must be really dumb. And the thing is, it's not difficult to maintain your health. If you already have neglected yourself to an extent, or you have some congenital issues, then you may have reached a critical stage where you need to get your body back or into a position where it is healthy, and that takes a certain kind of effort. But for a normal person, see, everyone is born with strengths and weaknesses. Nobody is born perfect. Everyone, including me and Dr. Trehan, has strengths and weaknesses. What he was talking about is identifying those weaknesses from the genome.
Right.
Right? But even if we don't do that, and if it's come down to 10,000 rupees, then of course anybody can do it, and I think it's amazing to know those things. But then to do something about those things is the key. Because you may know, like we know that we can fall sick if we don't take care of our health. We know we can put on weight. Putting on weight will put us more at risk. We know those things. I mean, forget all those things. People smoke from cigarette packets that say it's going to kill you. So even if this technology is being improved and there are so many possibilities and facilities to be healthier and to be fitter, are people going to take it up? Like you said, excuses. Thousands, millions. That is what the imagination, I mean, imagine, human imagination today is used for, most of all, is to make excuses, unfortunately. So what do you tell people like that? What do you tell a person who picks up a cigarette packet that says it's going to kill you and still lights it up? What would you tell them? What would you tell them, doctor? You can't. There's nothing to say. You know? But the fact is, what I would like to say is that it's easy. You told them, I don't go to the gym. I exercise every day because I believe that consistency of good habits is what keeps you healthy. And also that it can make you fitter to whatever fitness level you want. I exercise about 10 minutes a day, which is something that's doable for anybody. To maintain a level of fitness that I see is much higher than average.
Dr. Trehan, do you want to also come in on that? And like I was saying, I want to definitely ask you about the ways in which we can actually get to the heart of the matter, quite literally, which is to protect our heart health. You know, the increasing cases that we've seen of late, of even younger people, going through heart issues. What do you think is that to be attributed to? Is it our lifestyle? To what extent is it?
So it's a combination of things. It's not one single factor. The most important thing that we say today is recognize your genes. We know very well if there is heart disease in the family, there is a 30% chance that you will get heart disease also. Now we also know the risk factors that go along the development of blockages or any other heart disease. So if that person who has genetic history, and we can now do the genome sequencing and we can identify the genes also, and that you decide to smoke and eat butter chicken every day, then you are on a suicidal track. But if you are forewarned about the fact that yes, I am more prone to this, then maybe if you do some judicious exercise on your own control on yourself, I think you can actually avoid huge amounts of misery to yourself if you actually just pay attention to what you've been warned. That's what I was saying. Now, also let me tell you about diabetes. The two most common diseases in India, cancer is catching up now, but heart disease and diabetes are the ones, and it's coming, like you said, at a younger age than it used to before. Okay. So diabetes, if one of your parents has diabetes, there is a 25% chance that the children will get diabetes. So they are prone to it. So you know that you have propensity for it, and if you decide to go around eating rasgullas and gulab jamuns every night, you're likely to develop it. Or if you do exercise and you do some restraint on your diet and all that, you can avoid it. So you can actually change the course of your life if you are aware of it. Similarly, if both the parents have diabetes, you have a 50% chance. Now you're
50%?
Yes. But look at there is a human being on the other side.
Of course.
Now, you take somebody and you put a most delicious samosa in front of them. And you tell them that if you don't eat it, you will probably live 5 minutes longer at the end of your life. Now,
There go our samosas and our gulab jamuns and our...
So the question comes, are you want to satiate yourself today, or do you want to build for that? So there are abstracts in this. That's why I'm trying to say the traps in life. So we go blue all day lecturing people who have heart disease and then say, look, you're obese, stop eating parathas and all this other stuff. And the guy many will get up and say, Dr. Saab, assi te Punjabi hai, paratha te khayenge. So now what do you say to those people? No, that's, so there is Milind on one side who is an icon of health, and then there's me in the middle because I am a moderate. I say, you are? Okay, all right.
And he does not believe...
I am, then I'm extreme. Okay. Now my point is, if you indulge in proportion, nobody says don't eat anything forever, but do it maybe once a week, maybe, like we say, this is bad, that's bad. The whole world is full of things that are bad. And you try to eat salads every day and soup every day, you get sick of it. So there you have to steer your life with a little more intelligence, because your risk factors are already written in your genetic makeup. By the way, one more thing.
Yes.
In the past, we thought 25% of your life and your health is influenced by your genetic makeup. Today, there are studies which raise it to 50 to 80%. So if you are lucky to be born with the right genes, your protections are huge.
So from 25% to 70 to 80%?
No, now the latest studies are showing it's moving towards 80%. It's already above 50%. That genes contribute to your health and your longevity from your genes. So what you inherit. But if you have inherited bad genes, whichever they may be, you can also be conscious and change the course of your life.
You mentioned eating with intelligence. I definitely want to go to Milind Soman on the fact that you've also been an advocate for mindful eating, eating what you think is good for your body. Very interestingly, you also don't believe in the concept of so-called cheat meals, right? Because you think that, well, if you think it's right for you, it's good for you, go ahead. We've just heard a long list of things that Dr. Triyan has also pointed out. I have to ask you, do you fight against those cravings, or you just know that they're not good for you and you'll just eat what you think is right?
So the whole idea of mindfulness is, what are you mindful about? And why are you mindful? You're mindful because you want to move in a certain direction. You're not mindlessly mindful, right? You know exactly what you're thinking, exactly what you're doing, you know why you're doing it, right? So eventually it becomes an automatic thing. There are no cravings. Your mind and your body start working together. It's only when you're disconnected, when your mind and body are disconnected, you take the wrong decisions. You make the wrong choices always. You are saying that, oh, I must have biryani today. Why? Does your body need biryani? No, it doesn't. You're just craving it out of some emotional need. You're not even probably hungry. I'll tell you, a lot of people at our level in society have never felt hunger. You have had food from the time you were born stuffed into your mouth. Every time, 3 meals a day, 4 meals a day, sometimes now 6 meals a day, and 8 meals a day. I mean, I hear all kinds of things. You don't know what hunger is. You are eating out of habit. It is interesting when you begin to feel hunger. So fasting is something that's interesting that you can experiment with. You know, for example, I started this intermittent fasting. I've been doing it for more than a year now, and I find it amazing, the way it's affected the way I live. My energy is increased, my focus, the way my mind works, and by eating less. I would say eating less at a certain time. So I don't eat for about 16 hours. That's the 16-hour intermittent fasting. And I eat in that 8-hour window. And I eat then whatever I want. But I know what I should eat and how much. I know it. I don't even have to think about it. Like, for example, if there was a samosa on the table and a gulab jamun, then what do I choose? I choose the samosa. Because I want to minimize sugar.
Okay.
My father was a type 1 diabetic. Right? So as the doctor mentioned, there could be a greater risk to me of having diabetes. So I need to be careful. And you need to be careful anyway, whether there was a test that was possible or not. Life is tough. In fact, technology makes us feel that it's easier, it's convenient, it's simpler. It's not. Life is tough. People who suffer in their 40s and 50s because they've neglected their health, they understand that life is tough. So you need to take care of it from as early as possible, from childhood. You know, I see parents feeding their children soft drinks, sugary drinks, pizzas, burgers. I never had a soft drink till the age of 23. I never ate outside of the house till the age of 23 because my parents thought it wasn't healthy.
Right.
My father was a nuclear scientist. My mother's a biochemist. All 4 of my grandparents were doctors. So they knew. And they did not encourage certain things. Because what happens as a child, if you are exposed to this, it becomes a habit. And that habit becomes difficult to break as you grow older.
Right, and I think over the years, definitely, you know, we've come a long way when it comes to acknowledging what is right for our bodies and what's not, you know, being more aware about our health. I think the pandemic changed a lot in terms of, you know, just knowing what, how fragile.
The pandemic was an intervention.
Yes.
The biggest message was if you have an underlying health issue, you are more at risk. So do not develop these underlying health issues if you can.
Right. I also want to get in, Milind, we also have Anjali Koitsi, who is a former national chairperson of the South African Medical Association, someone who is known for a contribution towards detecting the Omicron variant of the COVID-19 virus. With us, thanks very much for being here. I have to start also by bringing you in to, you have listened into that conversation, most of it. You know, God forbid if that situation arises, how prepared do you think the world is right now to deal with another pandemic?
Good afternoon from out Joburg. I'm very sad that I cannot be there, but thank you for still engaging with me. Yeah, this is a very good question. Are we prepared? And the short answer is it's yes and no. I don't think we are as prepared as we would like to think if there's a new pandemic emerging going forward. So we have put in certain, if I say we're talking about the World Health Organization and all the other organizations out there, they have put in some precautionary rules to try to mitigate this going forward. But not every country is adhering to that. There's a lot of struggle in some of the countries. So the short answer is, we are not as prepared as we would like to think going forward. And God forbid that within the next few years, there's a new pandemic, because I think we will have trouble with that. As I've said, I don't think we are that prepared going forward.
All right, I hate to end this on that pessimistic note, but that is, of course, a reality check for us. Thank you very much, Angelique Goetze, for joining us. Of course, someone who's been closely associated with tracking the Omicron variant of COVID-19 in the pandemic, the way it unfolded. Yes.
I can end it on a positive note if you want.
Of course, go ahead.
India has the fastest growing running population in the world. More people in India start running today than in any other country.
Well, that's great.
It shows that people are waking up.
Yes.
India doesn't have a tradition of sports or fitness or exercise or anything, but people are waking up.
And I have to say that you have also been a contributor towards that. We all know how much you would love to run, and your awareness campaigns, of course, have also been popular over the years and have gone a long way, quite literally. Thank you very much. We're wrapping this up completely out of time. Thank you very much, Angelique Goetze, Dr. Trehan, and Milind Soman. Thank you. This is about tracking your pulse, your health, and we will be moving on with the next sessions. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And Milind, you said that Indians are running. I think they're running a lot for their work, for everything. But I'd like to invite Managing Editor Z News, Mr. Rahul Sinha, to please felicitate our guests. Mr. Sinha. I request you to stay with us on stage. Our token of appreciation and gratitude for being part of this conversation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Milind, are you making people do push-ups for the selfies outside? All right, thank you. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have among us an artist who has not just entertained us with his stupendous performances, but someone who has broken stereotypes, defied age, and made us all believe in, guess what? Kuch bhi ho sakta hai, or anything can happen.
4 decades and over 500 films. Anupam Kher is widely known for his character-driven performances. He made his feature film debut with Saransh in 1984, and with his talent, consistency and versatility, Kher has made an indelible impact on Indian and international cinema. But beyond his stardom as an actor, director and producer, Kher identifies as the eternal student of life, a mentor, a cinema enthusiast who believes his greatest role is always the next one, and an Indian citizen who doesn't shy away from discussing topics that go beyond the screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage actor and motivational speaker, Mr. Anupam Kher. My colleague Molly Gambhir takes this session forward. A huge round of applause. Okay. Molly?
Very warm welcome.
Thank you.
Well, a long list of the ways in which I can introduce you. But most of all, and I think that's something that resonates with everyone, is that you are a source of inspiration. Your life story, your struggle, and reaching where you are today, has been a lesson and a journey that's been closely watched both on screen and off screen by millions, not just in India, of course, around the world. But I have to ask you, who or what motivates and inspires you?
Well, we have at various stages of, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you. It's nice to see wonderful people over here. Thanks to WION. My wife only watches this channel.
That's great to know.
So she was very...
Woo!
Yeah, so she was very thrilled that I was invited here. She thought I was important. And so various stages of life, you have various motivations. When I was a child, my grandfather used to motivate me because he used to say something which is simple and yet easily absorbed. He did not make education or high-fly words for a small town boy from a lower middle class family. So his teachings of Ramayana and Mahabharata, etc. And then your drama teachers, when I went to this. Now at this stage, for the last few years, life is my best motivational teacher. Various people from all walks of life, common people, important people. But life, I keep my eyes open, and when you keep your eyes open, everything is inspirational. Our friend, your editor, managing editor, people, I met Dr. Trehan, Milind, he's exchanging phone numbers, is equally inspirational. So when you look at life and want to draw inspiration, everything is inspirational. When I was an actor, my biographies of Charlie Chaplin, Michael Douglas, Kirk Douglas, Ingrid Bergman, I used to feel that I'm looking for work. Oh, they also went through this tough times. So this is a process one has to go through to become somebody important. But I keep my options open for inspiration.
Speaking of which, very interestingly, you updated your LinkedIn resume, your profile,
Yes.
couple of years ago. Your message to the world was that you constantly learn. How important is that in this day and age today when, we're looking at the youth, for example, relying on different ways to consume information, but do you think it's important to constantly evolve, especially with the way times are changing, and constantly learn?
So I feel that my competition is always with myself. And myself is very high standard person. I don't get easily impressed with myself.
You don't?
No, seriously. And I'm not being modest about it. I'm an educated actor. I went to 4 years to drama school. For many years, that training did come handy, but there is so much to learn from life. And I'm glad that my competition is not with my contemporaries. My competition is my youngsters. I don't want them to come and tell me, Uncle ji, मैं बताता हूँ phone में कैसे करना है. So I keep myself updated. I keep myself updated about ChatGPT. I go and I created a music recently for my play. We are very fortunate that we have seen both sides of the world. We are there we as said my generation people, that we have seen the world which was without mobile phones and without social media, where we made our relationships with people. Because I remember going to shootings and we were sitting under the tree doing makeup, whether it was Mithun Da or Anil or Jackie or Sunny Deol, we used to sit. There were no mobile vans, there was no managers, there were no media managers, there was nothing to get distracted. So you made relationships. I'm also happy that I'm in that part of where I am constantly given so much of education by social media.
How much time do you spend on social media?
ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, मतलब it takes
no
me
doom scrolling?
No. It takes me, I like to put one story every day. Yeah. It takes me, I write it myself. I do my social media myself. I don't have a social media manager.
And consumption of social media is limited in a day. You don't spend a lot of time looking at content.
No, I have so much to do. I feel I do a play. I'm in the process of writing a book. My grandfather used to say, a busy man has time for everything. So I really like to do something. I think it's one life. I also believe that when a man reaches his late 50s and a lady reaches her early 50s, they discover what kind of a people they are.
And then at that stage, they either like themselves or don't like themselves, basing on how they have lived that life till that point. I love myself, and not in a narcissist manner, but I feel that I'm a small town boy who came with the 37 rupees in his pocket in the city of Mumbai, and today I'm sitting with you discussing my life of 41 years, 550 films. What a beautiful life it has been. And I still think that this is my interval point. I refuse to be called a legend, thespian, veteran. Please, anybody who is considering me for Lifetime Achievement Award, they have to think about it after 20 years. So when you're looking at this boy, who I wrote a letter to him a few days back.
To yourself.
To a 16-year-old myself. And I said, wow, thank God for the hunger that you have. Still have that hunger. And it's beautiful. It's so wonderful to, you were speaking to Milind just now. Look at, I'm competing with him. I get up early in the morning, feel tired and exhausted. Then I think of him that he makes people do push-ups. I never take a picture with him publicly, in a public place, because he will make you
It's
do
going to
10
be a
push-ups.
tight race.
I don't want to, but there is so much to learn from so many people, and it's so wonderful to be able to do that. We are very fortunate that we are given a position of whatever you are. But even if I was a nobody, I would have called myself somebody.
Well, I have to also ask you, since you mentioned social media and the way things have changed, the OTT culture, specifically the way we've seen promotions change.
मैं थोड़ा confused हूँ. Double-breasted suit में मिलिन, double-breasted suit में जब बैठ जाते हैं तो बटन खोलने होते हैं या बंद करने होते हैं? बंद रखने होते हैं. एक मिनट में दोबारा बंद कर.
Fashion tips live.
Yeah. Sorry, we were saying something.
I was just saying, social.
मैं बहुत देर से पेट अंदर करके बैठा हूँ.
बहुत बढ़िया है.
मैं चश्मा पहन के भी काला चश्मा भी पहन के आया. फिर मुझे नजर नहीं आ रहा था बिकॉज़ नंबर वाला चश्मा है. मैं बहुत स्टाइल हो गया. अभी मैं नॉर्मल बात करता हूँ.
That is the impact of having been in the front row. I was talking about social media and the way promotions have changed off late, the OTT culture, of course. But overall, and with the name Tanvi now becoming a part of everyone's conversations, tell us about what that's been like and the way you've seen this journey evolve over time. And tell us about this.
Tanvi the Great is a very personal film. Right now, it's on Amazon Prime. Please watch it. I directed my first film 23 years back. It was Vashu Bagnani, who was the producer, successful producer. He said, "Aap ek film direct karenge?" And I was a very busy actor, and I said, "Oh, another profile for me, a director profile." So he got some writer, Mr. Nanda, and they collected cast, and I directed it to the best of my ability. But the film did not come from within me. And then I did not make any film for 23 years, and I said, I must make a film which resonates with me, which I want to make, and also because I worked for 3 years abroad in an English series, it sort of opened my way of looking at cinema. And about 4 years back, here in Gurugram, we had a wedding of my brother's daughter, and over there my niece was also there, whose name is Tanvi. She was 13 at that time. She's autistic. And everybody was dancing, enjoying, having fun, drinking. And Tanvi was standing in a corner and looking at the sky. So I went up to her and I said, "Tanvi, what are you looking at?" And she said, "Bitu Mama, I am looking at my world." So I could not understand what her world was, and she could not describe what her world was or what was she looking at. And that gave me an idea that I want to make a film on an autistic young girl who is a superpower. Because Tanvi is a superpower. She can sing very well, she can give you answers fantastically. So that gave me a seed to work on a story, and we worked for 2 years. And the more I worked on it, the more richer I felt in terms of human behavior, in terms of neurodivergent people. And I also saw that all of us have something or the other which is missing. and that most people who are normal, so-called, are abnormal, and people who are autistic are absolutely fine. So when they must be looking at us, they must be thinking what manipulators they are. Because autistic people know nothing about manipulation. They're the purest form of humankind. And I wanted to make something on goodness, because I believe in goodness. I believe in a world which sort of constantly tries to tell you that we are living in a dangerous world, we are living in a horrible times. I feel that it's goodness which keeps me alive and kicking. And the 4 years that we spent on making the film made me feel fantastic. These were the amazing times. It has army as the background. It's about a girl who discovers that her father could not fulfill his dream, and she picks up to fulfill her father's dream. And Indian Army does not take autistic people. And then how it happens. So it was a story of great reinvention as a person, my belief. And we had the world premiere at Cannes Film Festival. We took it to London. We took it to New York Film Festival, where Mr. De Niro, one of the finest actors, came for 10 minutes, stayed back for till the interval, then came back. President of India saw it. And unfortunately, on the same day, another film got released and it got eclipsed by that. But I am not one of the people who gives up. I took it to 50,000 students, and now it's trending on Amazon Prime. It's a beautiful film. It brought the goodness in me. Yeah, it brought out the goodness in me, and whosoever watches it feels the world is not a dangerous place. Look at this beautiful girl, and right now she's in Sikkim. She's invited there. She was a nobody, and she's given one of the finest performances in the last 10 years, and in the next 10 years, I can say it, as a teacher, not as a director or not as a producer of the film.
What a wonderful story, and thank you very much for telling us more about that journey and how emotional, of course, it has been for you personally. You've also mentioned in the past, speaking of what you said, purest form of life, let children be children. That's something that you also believe in. What would your message be to the youth today? With the consumption of social media also becoming a heated topic, do you think that also needs to be regulated at all?
So I grew up in an atmosphere where nobody knew where I was since morning till evening. We were 14 of us in a small room. I was at another place and talking about the same thing. There were only two classes at that time, poor families or rich families. Now they have different names. Lower middle class, upper middle class, lower upper middle class, economically deprived class. But तब गरीब होते थे और अमीर होते थे. और हम इतनी छोटी सी जगह में 14 लोग रहते थे. दादाजी, दादी जी, बुआ वगैरह. और दादाजी ने एक रूल बनाया था कि if you bang into somebody, hug the person. So I grew up hugging my uncles, aunts, cousins. It was a great feeling. And we were very happy. And one day I asked my grandfather, I said, Dadaji, we are very poor. Why are we happy? And he said something very fantastic. He said, when you are very poor, the cheapest luxury available is happiness. So my childhood, my mother did not know where I was. We lived our childhood as a child. We had a sense of wonder. I still have that sense of wonder. But I get horrified when I see a 2-year-old girl or a boy given the mobile phone so that parents can be peaceful. It's a horrifying thing, because then the child gets used to that virtual world or whatever that world is. You grow up with the certain, I'm sure I have complexes, Bagara, but they are sorted. Life sorts them out. But I think they're also in a time when everything is, they're running fast nowhere. If visually you have to discover them, they're actually running fast nowhere. But then it's easy for me to criticize the world, that part of the world, but I think they need to calm down. I think parents need to tell their children that हमको तो रोने देती थी माँ, और अगर रोते रोते आते थे तो 4 चपेट और पड़ती थी. तो फिर और ठीक होते थे. हमारे तो टीचर्स भी मारते थे. अब तो सब कुछ, I think I never got more than 38% marks in my life. I was so bad at studies that once I was running, my teacher said, even if you run alone, you will come second. Now let me do I play a small game with them. How many of you got 60% of marks? Please raise your hands. Don't feel shy, I will not feel bad. How many of you got more than 70% marks? My God, almost 90%. Okay, how many of you got 75% marks? Still you are sitting in the audience and I am sitting here. I'm not taking away from your brilliance. I think you're doing fantastically well. But what I'm trying to say, that life teaches you so many things. Namaste, sir.
We also have Nitin Gadkari ji here at the venue. A round of applause, please, welcoming him. Welcome, sir.
कैसे हैं सर? तो अपनी कहानी बता रहा था बचपन की. So, हमारे को तो कोई ध्यान देने वाला था नहीं. And I think we came out decent. Our students, our teachers used to beat us up. Today, even parents are petrified of shouting at somebody. So you are making them believe that they are living in a world which is protecting them, but it's not protecting them. I think there's something called imagination. Today there is nothing to imagine. Even a small child just Googles it, or now ChatGPT and other things, etc., etc.
The answers are seconds away. So curiosity also is...
I still have a sense of wonder. I still feel that आपका चैनल अभी पता नहीं कितने लोगों के पास जा रहा होगा, किरण देख रही होगी, ये सब चीज़ें. तो वो सेंस ऑफ वंडर ही आपको क्रिएटिव बनाता है. I feel that I have done so much, but I still am capable of doing so much because I have a sense of wonder. That sense of wonder is missing in today's generation. But there are so many, they're brilliant in so many other things. So they can be role models. It's a contradiction, but I think there's so much to learn. But if they're not given this mobile phone within the I was in a flight today, and there was a small, I think 1-year-old child was behind my seat. And the mother gave the phone to her and she became all right. कभी-कभी रोने देना चाहिए था. हमारे माँ बाप तो हमको पता होता था बोर्डम क्या होता है. मैं तो शिमला में रहता था और एक आदमी आसमान पे देखता था, पीछे 5 लोग और खड़े हो जाते थे. क्या देख रहा? नहीं, कुछ नहीं. तो एक था, वो चले जा रहे हैं, कुछ नहीं हो रहा है. कुछ नहीं होना जिंदगी में, कुछ होने के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है.
Bilkul, and like you said right at the beginning, you're constantly learning and you're a source of inspiration, like I said, for millions who've watched your journey, your struggle, not just fans in India, around the world, of course. You're a global icon and we're celebrating your journey here today at WION World Pulse. Thank you very much for being here and sharing those insightful words. Thank you. Thank you,
Gadkari is a big source of inspiration for me. We were talking about inspiration. He is so nonchalant about life. He is so matter of fact. I watch his videos where he's scolding people. He doesn't think about being anything. So I think that's such a refreshing thing to happen. I went to his house in Nagpur. It's something. नहीं, हम इससे पहले बात कर रहे थे कि source of inspiration क्या है. तो inspiration तो बहुत लोगों से मिलती है. But thank you very much for having me. Now I can sit down and open my this.
Yes, you may. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Anupam sir, talking of inspiration, please give a big hug to your mother. #DulariRocks is how she trends on Instagram and online. Thank you very much. She's a source of information. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Molly, I request you to please felicitate Anupam sir. A token of gratitude and appreciation, sir, from our side. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Union Minister for Road Transport and Highway, Mr. Nitin Gadkari. A special moment here. Well, the applause shouldn't stop, ladies and gentlemen. These are two gentlemen who've really inspired with their work. Thank you. Sir, I request you to stay with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for India's Minister for Road Transport and Highway, Mr. Milind Gadkari.
देश का पहला एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाने का सौभाग्य मुझे मिला। 4 लेन 2.5 किलोमीटर का रोड हमने केवल 24 घंटे में बनाया।
और जो काम मैं करने वाला हूं, असली फिल्म अभी शुरू होना बाकी है।
He's the man behind India's push for world-class road infrastructure. He's popularly known as the Highwayman of India. He is the longest-serving Minister for Road Transport and Highways, and he knows the pulse of the nation. He is Shri Nitin Gadkari, a visionary who spearheaded an unprecedented expansion of India's national highway network and pioneered transformative innovations in mobility. Shri Nitin Gadkari was born in Nagpur and showed an inclination towards social service from a young age. At just 19, he joined the BJP student wing, the ABVP. In 2014, Shri Nitin Gadkari took charge as Union Minister for Road Transport and Highways and Shipping. At the time, India had only 91,000 kilometers of national highways. Within a decade, under his leadership, the network expanded by nearly 60% to 1.46 lakh kilometers. Under his tenure, India's automotive industry has also seen major growth. For Shri Nitin Gadkari, his biggest personal achievement in the last 11 years is the introduction of mechanized e-rickshaws in 2014. The initiative freed about 15 million people from exploitative manual ferrying work. And now, Shri Nitin Gadkari has initiated a major overhaul of India's highway tolling system. By the end of 2026, under his leadership, India is all set for an AI-driven transition. Shri Nitin Gadkari's initiative of barrier-free, multi-lane free-flow toll systems on national highways will enable travel without stopping at toll plazas. A people's man committed to sustainable development and welfare, he is a transformer in the true sense. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands for Honorable Minister Shri Nitin Gadkari as he joins the leaders' confluence at WION World Pulse.
And now I request Minister Gadkari to please address the gathering, sir. Sir, आप जैसे comfortable sir.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अनुपम जी इंस्पायरेशन की बात कर रहे थे। उन्होंने एक सारांश करके फिल्म बनाई थी और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि इंस्पायरेशन और मोटिवेशन ये किसी अच्छे साहित्य से मिलता है, कविताओं से मिलता है। हमारे मराठी में ड्रामा बहुत अच्छे होते थे, उनको पता होगा। एक नाना पाटेकर जी नट सम्राट करके नाटक था शिरवाड़कर जी का। हिंदी में बहुत ऐसी फिल्में मैंने आनंद देखी थी। तो मुझे लगता है कि जीवन में चलते चलते बहुत बार बहुत से छोटे लोगों से बड़े लोगों से इंस्पिरेशन मिलता है। इसमें केवल एक छोटी सी बात मैं कहूँगा कि जिन लोगों को हम बहुत बड़ा समझते थे, उनके नज़दीक जाने के बाद, अनुभव के बाद ये पता चला कि जितना हम उनको बड़ा समझ रहे थे उतना बड़े नहीं, वो बहुत छोटे हैं। और दूर से जिनको हम बहुत छोटे समझ रहे थे, जो अनपढ़ थे, अनएजुकेटेड थे, गरीब थे, उनके नज़दीक जाने के बाद ऐसा अनुभव हुआ कि हम इनको बहुत छोटे समझ रहे थे, वो बहुत बड़े हैं। तो इंस्पिरेशन एंड मोटिवेशन ये काम से मिलता है और मुझे बड़ी खुशी है कि इंस्पिरेशन और मोटिवेशन देने वाले फिल्मों में जो अनेक कलाकार हैं, क्योंकि केवल एंटरटेनमेंट नहीं होती है, एंटरटेनमेंट में मैसेज होता है और सेंसिटिव सोल जो होते हैं वो मैसेज को जरूर लेते हैं। तो मैं अनूप जी इज़ ऑल्सो इंस्पिरेशन और मोटिवेशन देने वाले बहुत अच्छे कलाकार हैं, ये मैं अप्रिशिएट करता हूँ, मैं स्पेशली उनको कॉम्प्लीमेंट्स देता हूँ। जो मेरा सब्जेक्ट है वो फ्यूचरिस्टिक ट्रांसपोर्ट, और वो आप जानना चाहते हैं और वो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है कि किसी भी सोसाइटी में 3 इम्पोर्टेंट इथिक्स, इकोनॉमी, इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट। हमें सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट भी चाहिए और इकोलॉजी एंड एनवायरनमेंट को भी प्रोटेक्ट करना चाहिए। और इसलिए स्वाभाविक रूप से हमारे देश की स्थिति में इकोनॉमी तो वी आर द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड, और प्रधानमंत्री जी का ये मिशन है कि हम $5 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बने। और इसलिए इकोनॉमी को डेवलप करने में हमारे ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर, मैं गौरव के साथ कहूँगा, ये गुलाटी जी बैठे टोयोटो के यहाँ, तो मैं कहूँगा कि ये सेक्टर ये हमारे ग्रोथ का आत्मा है। हमारी जब 2014 में सरकार आई तो इस इंडस्ट्री का साइज़ 7 लाख करोड़ था और आज इसका साइज़ 23 लाख करोड़ है। पहले वर्ल्ड में हम 7वें नंबर पे थे और आज हम 3रे नंबर पर पहुँचे। हमने जापान को पीछे डालकर हम 3रे नंबर पर पहुँचे हैं। फर्स्ट नंबर पर यूएसए है जिसकी इंडस्ट्री का साइज 79 लाख करोड़ है। सेकंड इज चाइना जो 49 लाख करोड़ है और इंडिया इज 23 लाख करोड़। और मुझे विश्वास है कि 5 साल के अंदर, अभी मैं चाकड़ में मर्सिडीज़ इलेक्ट्रिक को मैंने लॉन्च किया था, तो वर्ल्ड चेयरमैन जो थे मर्सिडीज़ के, उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि अभी पूरी मर्सिडीज़ हम इंडिया में बनाएंगे। यानी अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायो फ्यूल में हमने कमाल का काम किया है और उसके कारण इथेनॉल, मिथेनॉल, बायोडीजल, एलएनजी, सीएनजी, इलेक्ट्रिक, हाइड्रोजन, ये फ्यूचरिस्टिक फ्यूल है। और आज ही हमें ये परिणाम दिख रहे हैं कि हमारे 2 व्हीलर में बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो, होंडा ये 50% ऑफ प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट करते हैं। और ये हमारी इंडस्ट्री है ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर की, जो देश को अभी तक 4.5 करोड़ से ज़्यादा जॉब, रोजगार दे चुकी है। ये इंडस्ट्री है जो हमारे इकोनॉमी में सबसे ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट कंट्रीब्यूशन इनका है। और यही इंडस्ट्री है कि जो स्टेट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को रेवेन्यू के रूप में, जीएसटी के रूप में हमें सबसे ज़्यादा रेवेन्यू ये इंडस्ट्री देती है। और जब ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत बनने की बात होगी तो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट रोल इस इंडस्ट्री का होगा। और इसलिए इसमें अब नए नए इनोवेशंस भी आए हैं। अब पानी पे उतरने वाला हवाई जहाज़, मैं जब शिपिंग मंत्री था तो मैं मुंबई में समुद्र में उतरा था। फिर हमने एविएशन मिनिस्ट्री के पीछे लगा तो जल्दी नियम नहीं बना रहे थे, तो मैंने उनको कहा था कि पानी पे मेरा अधिकार है और हवा में आपका अधिकार है, पर आप अगर जल्दी नहीं बनाओगे नियम तो जो एम्फीबियस सी प्लेन है जिसको आप कहते हो, मैं उसको फ्लाइंग बोट कह के अपना कानून बना लूँगा कि बोट उड़ेगी ऊपर। अब वो बन गया। और अभी एक ही बात बताता हूँ कि मैं 360 रोपवे, केबल कार, फेनिकुलर रेलवे बना रहा हूँ। और आपको ताज्जुब होगा, शायद हम लोग बताने में कम पड़ते हैं, कि बद्रीनाथ और केदारनाथ के रोपवे का हमने टेंडर निकाला। तो ये रोपवे की कॉस्ट थी 5,000 करोड़ और मेरे पास फाइल आई कि सरकार के बजट से 5,000 करोड़ रुपए हम खर्चा करेंगे। तो मैंने फिर मीटिंग बुलाकर बोला क्यों खर्चा करेंगे, ये करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। और हमने दोनों रोपवे का टेंडर निकाला। जो बीडर जिन्होंने जीता है अभी, उन्होंने 5,000 करोड़ वो खुद खर्चा करेंगे और हर साल 800 करोड़ रुपए रॉयल्टी करके हमको देंगे। यानी 5,000 तो बच गए, 800 करोड़ साल के मिलेंगे। अभी हिमाचल प्रदेश में शुद्ध महादेव ऐसा कुछ तो अब क्या है, अनेक जगह पर इतनी इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी है कि रोपवे, केबल कार, फेनिकुलर, जो यूरोप में आप जाते हो, स्विट्ज़रलैंड में जाते हो, देखते हो पहाड़ पे। और इसमें सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ें जो हमारी पॉलिसी है कि ट्रांसपोर्ट सेफ होना चाहिए, पोल्यूशन फ्री होना चाहिए और सस्टेनेबल के साथ कंफर्टेबल होना चाहिए। मैं दिल्ली ज़्यादा जानता नहीं हूँ, पर यह धौला कुआं नाम का शब्द मैं ज़िंदगी पर भूल नहीं सकता। मैं जब बीजेपी का प्रेसिडेंट बनकर नया नया आया, मैं कभी आता ही नहीं था दिल्ली में ज़्यादा, तो मैं सुबह के फ्लाइट से आता था और ये धौला कुआं के पास 1-1 घंटा ऐसे रुकता था, पूरा ट्रैफिक जाम। तो फिर मैंने बुलाया अधिकारी को कि ये हाईवे बड़ा करो। तो मुझे बताया कि ये जो यहाँ हाईवे से आगे जाते जो ब्रिज है ना, जो एयरपोर्ट की तरफ, वो जहाँ ख़त्म होता है वहाँ हाईवे ख़त्म होता है। तो मैंने बोला ऐसा है, तो हम काम नहीं कर सकते। बोला इधर आओ। मैंने वो ब्रिज से उठाकर लाइन खींची और ताज पैलेस के आगे ले जाकर एनएच बना दिया। और फिर मैंने वो पूरा तोड़ ताड़ करके डिफेंस से ज़मीन लेते, मेरा एक किताब लिख सकता हूँ अनूप जी में उसके ऊपर, तो वो पूरी ज़मीन मिली। अभी वो ट्रैफिक जाम खत्म हुआ। फिर बाजू में पुलिस स्टेशन था, तो मैं कह रहा था उनको कि ये पुलिस स्टेशन की जगह तो मैं बांध देता हूँ। तो उन्होंने मुझे प्रपोजल दिया कि हमको 40 करोड़ दो। मतलब काय के दो, 1.5 साल उसमें गया। अभी 1 महीना पहले उन्होंने परमिशन दी, मैं उनको 20 करोड़ रुपए से पुलिस स्टेशन भी बना के दे रहा हूँ और ये जो कर पर ट्रैफिक है वो अब दूर हो जाएगा। ऐसी छोटी छोटी प्रॉब्लम है और इसलिए अभी दिल्ली में डिकंजेस्ट करने के लिए हम लोग 1,60,000 करोड़ रुपए के प्रोजेक्ट कर रहे हैं और इसमें से 60,000 करोड़ के तो हुए हैं और कुछ अभी पूरे भी हुए हैं। पेरिफेरल रोड पूरा हुआ, द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे आपने देखा होगा, ये स्टेट ऑफ आर्ट प्रोजेक्ट है। 1 पिलर पर 4 लेन है। और अभी मैं पूना में मैंने 50,000 करोड़ के 5 प्रोजेक्ट मंजूर किए। एक 15 दिन में उसका भूमि पूजन होगा। 1 रुपया सरकार का नहीं। आप मुझे बोलो कि मेरे पास इतने पैसे पड़े कि खर्चा नहीं हो रहे, 15 लाख करोड़ पड़े हैं। तो ये पूरा पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट है। 4 दिन पहले हमारा बॉन्ड इशू जो था इनविट मॉडल का लॉन्च हुआ, पहले दिन 14 टाइम्स ओवर सब्सक्राइब हुआ। तो अभी मैं भी आपको कहूँगा कि मैं आपको बैंक में पैसे ज़रूर डालो, नहीं डालूंगा ऐसा मत कहूँगा, नहीं कहूँगा, पर मैं आपको 8.05% इंटरेस्ट ईयरली दूंगा। और मैंने जो 2 साल पहले इनविट मॉडल के बॉन्ड बेचे थे 100 रुपये के, उसकी कीमत 140 हो गई, यानी आपको 22 to 26% रिटर्न मिलेंगे। अब मुझे बताइए, कोई मिलते हैं रिटायर्ड लोगों को? और इसलिए मैंने रोड बनाने में तय किया है कि अब मुझे बड़े बड़े लोगों से पैसा नहीं चाहिए। कांस्टेबल हो, वेटर हो, ड्राइवर हो, किसान हो, रिटायर्ड सरकारी अधिकारी, मैं बोलूँगा मैं तुमको 20% 22% रिटर्न मिलेंगे। मैं AAA रेटिंग है, गवर्नमेंट अथॉरिटी है, तुम पैसे इन्वेस्ट करो, मैं आपको रिटर्न दूंगा। तो पहली बात पैसे की कमी नहीं। और दूसरी बात जो है कि टेक्नोलॉजी बदल गई। कल मेरे पास जर्मन कंपनी आई थी जिन्होंने चेन्नई में टनलिंग मशीन का शुरू किया। अब मैं दिल्ली में जो बना रहा हूँ उसमें ये रोड पे आना कितना मुश्किल है, आपने अनुभव किया है। तो ये ताल कटोरा स्टेडियम से ज़मीन के अंदर से 6 लेन के 2 टनल बना रहा हूँ। उसका भी DPR बन रहा है, स्टडी हो रहा है, और डायरेक्ट गुड़गांव जाएगा। तो आपको पता ही नहीं चलेगा। जैसे भी दिल्ली देहरादून हमने बनाया, पूरा हो गया, 9 घंटे लगते थे। जैसे प्रधानमंत्री अब इनॉग्रेट करेंगे, उनको रिक्वेस्ट की है, मैं गारंटी देता हूँ अब 2 घंटे में देहरादून जाओगे, 2 घंटे में। तो नेचुरली क्या हुआ कि ट्रांसपोर्ट में रोड तो अच्छे बन रहे हैं। अभी चेन्नई से बेंगलोर 4.5 घंटे लगते थे, हमारा रोड इस 4 महीने में पूरा होगा। वो केवल 2 घंटे में है। मैसूर से बेंगलोर 3.5 घंटे लगते थे, 1 घंटा हुआ। दिल्ली से मुंबई आप 12 घंटे में जाओगे। अब हम जो नया रोड बना रहे हैं, सूरत तक इसी रोड से जाना, और सूरत से नासिक, नासिक से अहमदनगर, अहमदनगर सोलापुर से कर्नूल, और कर्नूल से कन्याकुमारी, चेन्नई, बेंगलोर, हैदराबाद, कोचीन, त्रिवेंद्रम हम जोड़ रहे, तो 320 किलोमीटर डिस्टेंस फ्रॉम दिल्ली टू चेन्नई कम होगा। और ये डिस्टेंस अगर कम होगा तो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम होगी। और आज मुझे बताते हुए खुशी हो रही है कि चाइना की लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 8% थी, अमेरिका और हमारे यूरोपियन कंट्री में 12% थी, और हिंदुस्तान की 16% थी। पर हमने रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में जो चेंज किया, और फ्यूल में भी काफ़ी बड़े प्रमाण चेंज हो, इसके मैं आपको बताऊंगा। ये दोनों के कारण अब ऐसा हुआ कि IIM बेंगलोर, चेन्नई IIT और कानपुर IIT ने जो स्टडी किया, अब उन्होंने बताया कि हमारी लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट 6% कम हुई। ये उन्होंने 4 महीने पहले रिपोर्ट दिया था। अभी जो आपने देखा है वो रोड तो केवल शुरुआत है, अभी असली फिल्म शुरू होना बाकी है। अभी तो बहुत प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं। आपको मैं शिमला में और मनाली में दिल्ली से 8 घंटे में पहुंचा दूंगा बाय कार। तो अभी स्थिति ऐसी हुई है कि नेचुरली टेक्नोलॉजी में बदली, तो रोड में जो बनी है, रोड बड़े बने, उससे फ़ायदा हुआ। दूसरी बात, फ्यूल में भी चेंजेस हो रहे हैं, और फ्यूल में विशेष रूप से अब मुझे बोलने की आवश्यकता नहीं है, मैं बोलते रहता हूँ। 2004 से लोग मुझे बोलते थे तुम अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल, बायो फ्यूल, यही बात करते रहते हो। अब कैसी स्थिति है देखो, आत्मनिर्भर भारत तब तक नहीं बन सकता जब तक फॉसिल फ्यूल का इंपोर्ट बंद नहीं होगा। आपको पता होगा कि हमारे फॉसिल फ्यूल, पेट्रोल, डीजल और गैस का इंपोर्ट 23 लाख करोड़ रुपए है हर साल का, 23 लाख करोड़, और ऊपर से प्रदूषण, और उसमें भी आज की स्थिति जिस पर मैं कोई टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता। और इसलिए हमें इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट, कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, पोल्यूशन फ्री और इंडिजिनियस, इसकी तरफ जाना पड़ेगा। और इसलिए अब लिथियम, यही होटल में मैं आया था जब मैंने पहले इलेक्ट्रिक कार लॉन्च की थी, चैनल का नाम नहीं बताऊंगा। तो उन्होंने मुझे पूछा था, एक एंकर थी, उसने पूछा था कि इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी की आप बात कर रहे हो, और इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी रास्ते में बंद पड़ेगी तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या? अब मेरे पास डाटा है कि इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी के लिए अब वेटिंग लिस्ट है। और जब मैंने इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी लॉन्च की, अब इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस आई, अब इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक आ रही है, इलेक्ट्रिक कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट आ रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रैक्टर आ रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर पॉपुलर हो गई, इलेक्ट्रिक ऑटो रिक्शा आ गई, और अभी तो इतने बड़े प्रमाण पर इलेक्ट्रिक आ गई कि जो लिथियम आयन बैटरी की कीमत, जिस दिन हमने पहली इलेक्ट्रिक गाड़ी लॉन्च की थी जो $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर थी, आज वो $55 पर किलोवाट पर आवर बनी। यानी अब वो दिन दूर नहीं है कि इलेक्ट्रिक कार, इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक, इलेक्ट्रिक बस और पेट्रोल और डीजल और इसका कीमत सेम होगी। तो मुझे लगता है इलेक्ट्रिक में आप जहाँ 30,000 रुपये पेट्रोल पे खर्चा कर रहे हैं, तो वहाँ आपको 2,000 रुपये लगेगा केवल इलेक्ट्रिक के लिए। अभी मैंने एक प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया था, एक बख्शी एंड कंपनी करके है, शिपिंग में बहुत बड़ी कंपनी है। उन्होंने ये सोनीपत में कंटेनर आते हैं JNPT से, मुद्रा से और कांडला से, तो उन्होंने एक चाइनीज़ कंपनी से जॉइंट वेंचर करके, वो रेणु का शुगर वाले हैं, उन्होंने एक ट्रक 60 टन का ट्रेलर इसका कंटेनर के लिए तैयार किए। वो 100 ट्रक उन्होंने लिए, और वो ट्रक JNPT, कांडला और मुद्रा से सोनीपत आता है, और सोनीपत से जाता है, और उसमें जो सिस्टम है स्वैपिंग सिस्टम है, यानी जो बैटरी होती है वो 10 मिनट में ट्रक के अंदर जाती है। वो लगा हुआ है सोनीपत में, मैंने ही लॉन्च किया, और वो ट्रक 180 किलोमीटर जाता है। ऐसे रोड में उन्होंने सेंटर्स बना दिए। कैन यू इमेजिन कि 110 रुपये का डीजल जहाँ लगता था, वहाँ केवल 15 से 20 रुपये की बिजली लग रही, यानी कितना सेविंग होगा आप देखें। तो लॉजिस्टिक कॉस्ट कम होगी। तो मैं आपको यही बताना चाहूँगा कि फ्यूल एंड रोड, इसके कारण कॉस्ट कम हो गई। दूसरी बात, इसमें वर्ल्ड में भी काफ़ी चेंज हुआ है। अभी जो मैंने जैसे MPBS सी प्लेन की बात की, अब सरकार ने सब नियम बना दिए। बीच में चालू भी किए थे सरदार सरोवर से यहाँ तक। अब शुरुआत में थोड़ा सपोर्ट करना पड़ेगा। 18 करोड़ का एक प्लेन है, पहले अंडमान निकोबार में चलते थे, 18 लोग बैठते उसमें। तो मेरी एक कल्पना थी कि लोग दिल्ली से ताजमहल जाने के लिए यमुना फ्रंट जाएंगे, वहाँ से प्लेन उड़ेगा, 17 मिनट में ताजमहल के पीछे उतरेगा, लोग 2 घंटे ताजमहल देखेंगे, फिर वहीं वापस आएंगे और फिर 17 मिनट में दिल्ली वापस आके अपने घर चले जाएंगे। तो ये सपना नहीं है, ये हो सकता है। और इसलिए वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट और एविएशन में तो जैसे स्टेट ट्रांसपोर्ट के स्टेशन है वैसे बन गए। इतना पोटेंशियल है कि 22% राइज है। अब हम उसको कॉम्पिटिशन, अभी मैं आपको गारंटी से बताता हूँ कि 3 महीने के अंदर दिल्ली से देहरादून की फ़्लाइट बंद हो जाएगी, कोई जाएगा नहीं। जब 2 घंटे में आप फ्लाइट में, जयपुर की फ़्लाइट बंद हो जाएगी। और मेरे बात पर इसलिए विश्वास रखिए, जो मुंबई में रहते हैं उनको पता होगा कि जब मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाया तो जेट एयरवेज की 8 फ्लाइट मुंबई और पुणे के बीच में चलती थी, और जब से एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना फ्लाइट बंद हो गई। तो ऐसा मतलब फ्लाइट का नुकसान नहीं होगा। देहरादून से हैदराबाद जाएंगे, बेंगलोर जाएंगे और बढ़ेगा। तो एक तो पहली बात यह है कि हमारे ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में काफ़ी चेंजेस हो रहे हैं। एक बात जो हमारी कमी रही कि हमने पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को थोड़ा ध्यान नहीं दिया, और इसके लिए अभी मैं चेकोस्लोवाकिया गया था और वहाँ जो स्कोडा है उनके यहाँ मैंने वो एक फ्लैश चार्जिंग बस देखी, उसकी फिल्म है मेरे पास, तो कभी आप होगे तो मेरे साइट पर भी है। 135 सीटर बस है। टाटा ने 2 कंपनियों के साथ मेरे कहने पर ही जॉइंट वेंचर किया और हुबली में फैक्ट्री शुरू की है। उस बस में 135 सीटर बस है, एयर कंडीशन है, हर सीट पर टीवी है, लैपटॉप लेकर आप बैठ सकते हो, और बस में जैसे हवाई जहाज़ में एयर होस्टेस है वैसी बस होस्टेस है। और बस एक बस स्टॉप पर खड़ी होगी, ऊपर से वो सिस्टम आएगी, चार्जिंग सिस्टम, 10 सेकंड में बस चार्ज होंगी, फिर 40 किलोमीटर जाएगी। और उस बस का किराया डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% कम होगा और पोल्यूशन 0 होगा। तो नेचुरली अब इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी जो बदली है, इसके कारण और बदल हुआ। अभी हमने हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर काम किया है। मेरे पास हाइड्रोजन के ऊपर एक गाड़ी है। इन्होंने ये मेरे मित्र थे, किर्लोस्कर चेयरमैन थे, तो मैंने कहा ये लोग विश्वास ही नहीं रखते। मेरे पत्नी को मैंने एक बार कहा था कि भाई पानी से हाइड्रोजन निकलेगा, हाइड्रोजन से गाड़ी निकलेगी, तो उसने मुझे बड़ा अच्छा सवाल किया कि तुम्हारी बात पर मेरा ही विश्वास नहीं बैठता है तो लोगों का कहाँ बैठेगा। तब मैंने विक्रम किर्लोस्कर को फ़ोन किया कि विक्रम, एट एनी कॉस्ट मुझे हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी चाहिए। बोले इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट, आई डोंट नो, मुझे चाहिए, क्योंकि लोग विश्वास ही नहीं रखते मेरी बात पर। वो मेरे पास है, और वो गाड़ी का नाम है मिराई। मिराई है जापानी वर्ड है, मिराई मीन्स फ्यूचर। और वो गाड़ी जो है वो अब हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी मैं जब बैठता हूँ, मर्सिडीज जैसी गाड़ी है, नो पोल्यूशन। और अब हाइड्रोजन देश में तैयार हो रहा है। जो कोयले से तैयार होता है वो ब्लैक हाइड्रोजन, जो पानी और बायोमास कचरे से तैयार होगा या एग्रीकल्चर बायोमास से होगा वो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन, और जो विशेष रूप से पेट्रोलियम का बाय प्रोडक्ट है वो ब्राउन हाइड्रोजन। हमें ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन तैयार करना है। और दिल्ली बहुत धनवान है, आपके यहाँ 4 टेकड़ियाँ पड़ी है कचरे की, और मैंने अभी तक दिल्ली की और देश का 80 लाख टन कचरा सेग्रीगेट करके रोड में डाला है। ये UR2 में डाला है, दिल्ली मुंबई में डाला है, अब सब रोड में डाला है। अब उस कचरे को सेग्रीगेट करने के पास ग्लास, मेटल और प्लास्टिक निकलता है, वो रिसाइकल होता है। और ये एक बात आप याद रखना कि मैं जो कुछ बोल रहा हूँ हर चीज़ के प्रूफ मेरे पास है, और मेरी प्रयोगशाला है खुद की। मैं एग्रीकल्चर में काम करता हूँ और मुझे 16 डिलीट्स मिली है, और मैं ये सब मेरी पैशन है। तो ये मैं सब प्रूवन आपको दिखा सकता हूँ कि पेट्रोल किससे क्या बन सकता है। अब वो जो ऑर्गेनिक वेस्ट है उसको बायोडाइजेस्टर में डालकर मीथेन निकलेगा, और मीथेन से हम बायो CNG बना सकेंगे या ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बना सकेंगे। तो देश में कचरे की कोई कमी नहीं है। और बाय यूजिंग बायोटेक्नोलॉजी वी कैन इंक्रीज द प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ बायोमास, और बायोमास का उपयोग हम बायो सीएनजी या हाइड्रोजन बनाने के लिए करेंगे। तो मैं ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के पक्षधर में हूँ। अब हाइड्रोजन का रेट जो है दुनिया में वो $5 $6 के ऊपर है, और अगर हमने बायोमास, एग्रीकल्चर बायोमास, कॉटन स्ट्रॉ, व्हीट स्ट्रॉ, राइस स्ट्रॉ, बगास, इससे अगर बनाया तो नेचुरली हमारी कॉस्ट बहुत कम आएगी। मैं आपको रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा, ये पराली जलती है ना, दिल्ली का प्रदूषण होता है, इसमें से अभी देश में 4000 प्रोजेक्ट प्रोसेस में है, 400 प्रोजेक्ट का काम चालू है, 180 प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हुए। 5 टन ऑफ राइस स्ट्रॉ पराली इज गिविंग 1 टन ऑफ बायो सीएनजी। आज हम गैस के लिए कितनी तकलीफ में, एलपीजी के लिए। और ये अगर 4000 प्रोजेक्ट शुरू हो जाएंगे, और फिर और गोवर्धन की स्कीम है वो काउडन की, इसमें से तो अगर वो गैस मिल जाएगा तो हम तो आत्मनिर्भर बनेंगे। हमारी गाड़ी, हमारा अभी मैं ट्रांसपोर्ट मंत्री हूँ, थोड़ा गुलाटी साहब की क्षमा मांग के बताता हूँ, मैं इनके पीछे डंडा लेके ही बैठता हूँ, नहीं मानोगे तो ठोकता हूँ तुमको। अभी ट्रैक्टर कंपनी वालों को मैंने कहा था, वो बोले हमको वो 26 से पहले डिजिटल करने ट्रैक्टर, यूरो 6 के इमिशन नाम चाहिए। बोले साहब 1 लाख कीमत बढ़ेगी, हमारा धंधा बंद होगा। बोला एक काम करो, इलेक्ट्रिक पर, फ्लेक्स इंजन पर, इलेक्ट्रिक पर और हाइड्रोजन पर आप अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल पे ट्रैक्टर तैयार करो, मैं तुम्हारे को 2 साल की मुदत बढ़ा देता हूँ, और नहीं बढ़ाओगे तो लगा दूंगा। तो एक कंपनी ने अभी मुझे मार्च एंड में वो फ्लेक्स इंजन का ट्रैक्टर दे रहे, जिसमें सीएनजी और 100% इथेनॉल चलेगा। और अभी मैं इनोवा गाड़ी में आया हूँ इसी होटल में, वो 100% इथेनॉल पे चलती है, ये टोयोटो की है इनोवा, और वो गाड़ी चलते चलते 60% बिजली तैयार करती है। और पेट्रोल और डीजल की तुलना में अगर एवरेज की तुलना करें तो उसका रेट 25 रुपये लीटर, 30 रुपये लीटर आता है, यानी कॉस्ट सेविंग है, इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट है, पोल्यूशन फ्री है और इंडिजिनियस है। तो ट्रांसपोर्ट के मोड में बहुत रिवोल्यूशनरी चेंज हो रहे हैं, रोड में और फ्यूल में। और अभी आपको और एक अच्छी बात बता दूं कि पराली से पानीपत में 1 लाख लीटर इथेनॉल पर डे, 150 टन बायो बिटुमिन और 78,000 टन पर ईयर सस्टेनेबल एविएशन फ्यूल बनने की शुरुआत हुई है। और अभी डावोस में चर्चा हो रही थी, अभी धीरे धीरे सब जगह रहा। अभी ब्राज़ील अपना ये जो ब्रिक्स कंट्री का है, मैं उसका भी मेरे तरफ जिम्मेदारी है, हम सब देशों के लिए उसमें एजेंडा है। मैं अभी ब्राज़ील गया था कि हर साल पेट्रोलियम एविएशन फ्यूल में बायो एविएशन फ्यूल कितना डालना। तो हम हिंदुस्तान को इतना पोटेंशियल है कि हम अब निश्चित रूप से करेंगे। तो एविएशन फ्यूल तैयार हुआ। और स्पाइस जेट का एक हवाई जहाज, ये अजय सिंह है, तो मैंने उनको कहा, मेरे मित्र हैं, कि ये पूरा फ्यूल बायोफ्यूल डाल के लाना। तो मेरा हवाई जहाज ख़राब हो गया तो क्या होगा? मैंने बोला तेरे बहुत काम किए, ख़राब होगा तो छोड़ दे, मेरे लिए करना पड़ेगा। और आया देहरादून से 100% डाल के उनका विमान यहाँ आया। विस्तारा का विमान टाटा का वो भी आया 100% पर। इसलिए अब हमारा किसान केवल अन्नदाता नहीं है, वो ऊर्जादाता नहीं है, वो ईंधन दाता नहीं है, इथेनॉल तो बन ही रहा है, वो बिटुमिन बना रहा है। और मैंने अभी 1 महीना पहले डॉक्टर अंबेडकर स्टेडियम में सेंट्रल रिसर्च ऑर्गेनाइजेशन CSIR में पीछे पढ़ा, और ये राइस स्ट्रॉ से बिटुमिन बना, और ये बिटुमिन बनेगा, ये पेटेंट बेचो। 15 इंडस्ट्री ने ये पेटेंट खरीदी किया है। अब हमारे देश को 110 लाख टन बिटुमिन लगता है और 50 लाख टन हमारी क्षमता है। अब ये बायो बिटुमिन तैयार होगा, पराली में 2,500 रुपये टन भाव आ रहा है, तो पराली जलाएगा ना कोई, तो दिल्ली में प्रदूषण कम होगा। और ये बायो बिटुमिन तैयार होगा तो 30% वो पेट्रोलियम बिटुमिन में डालेंगे, 16% जो यूज टायर है रबर उसकी पाउडर डालेंगे, और 7% प्लास्टिक डालेंगे, तो हमारा इंपोर्ट बचेगा। और बिटुमिन तो हम ही यूज़ करते हैं मेरे डिपार्टमेंट में। तो ये ऐसी बहुत सी बातें जो है कि इनोवेशन, टेक्नोलॉजी, रिसर्च, स्किल और सक्सेसफुल प्रैक्टिसेस, वी नेम इट एज नॉलेज, And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. And conversion of waste into wealth is the future. ये ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में हमारे लोगों ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है और ये काम जो है इसमें प्रदूषण कम करते हुए सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट के साथ हमारा किसान अब ऊर्जादाता बनता है. अभी इथेनॉल बन गया. अभी इथेनॉल से आइसोब्यूटेनॉल बनता है और आइसोब्यूटेनॉल इज ए अल्टरनेटिव फॉर डीजल. ये भी सब टेस्ट हो गई. ARI की रिपोर्ट आ गई. अभी कल मेरे आया कि लो क्वालिटी कोल जो होता है तो देश में पड़ा जहाँ माइनिंग नहीं कर पाते हैं वहाँ कोल गैसिफिकेशन से मिथेनॉल बनता है. अमोनियम नाइट्रेट माइनिंग में लगता है हमको तो वो उसमें बनेगा और उसमें DME बनेगा. और कल मेरे पास रिपोर्ट है जो मैं अभी अगले सप्ताह मेरे यहाँ पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्टर और सबकी मीटिंग है. मैं उनको रिक्वेस्ट करने वाला हूँ कि आज जो LPG की शॉर्टेज है LPG में हम लोग 2 गैस डालते हैं, एक ब्यूटेन है और एक 2 है. अब उसमें हम DME डालेंगे 8%. तो हमारे देश में DME तैयार हो रहा है तो नेचुरली हमारा उतना LPG का इंपोर्ट कम होगा. तो धीरे धीरे गैस इकोनॉमी के तरफ जाना और गैस इकोनॉमी से ज़्यादा हमारे देश में जितना कुछ फ्यूल है हम तैयार करेंगे, हमारा किसान तैयार करेंगे और वो कर रहा है. और इसलिए आज हम ऊर्जा को आयात करने वाला देश है और हमारा जो ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में जो मिशन है कि हम एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ाएंगे और हम ऊर्जा को निर्यात करने वाला देश बनेंगे, ये होगा. और मेरे ऊपर इसलिए विश्वास रखिए कि मैं अभी तक 40 साल से राजनीति में हूँ. कोई पत्रकार नहीं ऐसा हुआ कि मैंने जो बोला और जो मैंने बोला करने वाला हूँ वो नहीं हुआ ऐसा पूछने वाला नहीं. इसलिए आप मेरे पर विश्वास रखिए. इट इज़ गोइंग टू हैपन. और हमारा देश अगर 23 लाख करोड़ का इंपोर्ट कम करेगा और वो रूरल एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी में जाएगा तो ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में कितना बड़ा रिवोल्यूशन होगा. केवल एक दिल्ली के लिए आपको अच्छी बात बता देता हूँ. हम 1.5 लाख करोड़ के 1,60,000 करोड़ के काम कर रहे हैं जो नए कुछ कर रहे हैं. एम्स महिपालपुर गुरुग्राम एलिवेटेड कॉरिडोर 5,000 करोड़ का 20 किलोमीटर का जो नेल्सन मंडेला मार्ग को टनल से जोड़ेंगे. महारौली गुरुग्राम फरीदाबाद तक उसका विस्तार है. दिल्ली देहरादून का मैंने बताया. फिर मसूरी की टनल भी हम बना रहे हैं. हमने कारगिल के नीचे आशिया की सबसे बड़ी टनल बनाई है जोजिला. उसमें 5,000 करोड़ बचा है और वो टनल अब 80% पूरी हुई है. दिल्ली देहरादून को रास्ते को UR2 को हम मिला रहे हैं. वो उसके साथ शिव मूर्ति नेल्सन मंडेला टनल 3.5 वो भी कर रहे हैं. UR2 दिल्ली कटरा एक्सप्रेस वे 4,000 करोड़ वो भी अभी शुरू हुआ. और इसी दिल्ली में भी हमने तय किया अंडरग्राउंड टनल बनाएंगे क्योंकि अब ऊपर से संभव नहीं है. आप कभी स्पेन में गए होंगे तो स्पेन ऐसा देश है कि उसमें अंदर में टनल है और रोड के नीचे 10-10 हज़ार गाड़ियों का पार्किंग है. अभी पार्किंग का निर्णय नहीं हुआ है. तो अभी हमें दिल्ली में जगह ही नहीं है. और दिल्ली ऐसा है कि कोई बड़ा से बड़ा आदमी कोई भी हो उसके घर जाओ, घर में इटालियन मार्बल लगाता है पर पार्किंग नहीं करता, रोड पे गाड़ी खड़ी करता. तो कहीं ना कहीं हमें अब आने वाले समय में सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट में इसको सोचना पड़ेगा. इंपोर्ट को कम करना होगा और हम लोग अभी टनलिंग पे जा रहे हैं. और दूसरी बात, पहली बार मैंने मेरे अनुपम जी ने मेरे घर आए थे देखा है, नीचे में रोड है, ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर है एक ही पिलर पर और ऊपर में मेट्रो है. तो पहली बार हमने किया, उसको अवार्ड मिला. अभी हमने ये बहुत जगह किया, नागपुर में किया. नागपुर में एक 4 लेयर किया. ये दिल्ली मद्रास चेन्नई और मुंबई कलकत्ता रेलवे लाइन नागपुर से जाती है. वो रेलवे पुल है, नीचे में रोड, फिर रेलवे का ब्रिज, फिर उसके ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर, उसके ऊपर में मेट्रो, एक जगह 4 लेयर. और अभी पूना में पहली बार मैं 50,000 करोड़ के 5 ऐसे बड़े एलिवेटेड रोड बना रहा हूँ कि जो नीचे में रोड, ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर, एक ही जैसे होटल 5 मंजिली 4 मंजिली वैसे ब्रिज बना रहे हैं, उसके ऊपर में ब्रिज, उसके ऊपर में मेट्रो. तो मुझे लगता है कि टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत बदल रही है. हमारे हिंदुस्तान के यंग टैलेंटेड इंजीनियर्स बहुत आगे हैं. और ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर आज आप देख रहे हो, पब्लिक ट्रांसपोर्ट को प्रायोरिटी देना, उसको सस्ता करना, देश को पोल्यूशन फ्री करना और ट्रैफिक जाम से मुक्त करना, ये हमारा संकल्प है. पर मैं अब डरता हूँ. मैं जब मुंबई में था तो मैंने एक गलती ज़रूर की थी. मैंने 55 फ्लाईओवर बनाए और वर्ली बांद्रा सीलिंग प्रोजेक्ट 95-2000 में मैंने बनाया, और फिर मैंने मुंबई पुणे एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनाया। तब मैंने लोगों को कहा कि मुंबई से ट्रैफिक जाम से मुक्ति होगी, पर अब मैं वो कहता नहीं हूँ, क्योंकि इस देश में एक नेचुरल एक्सपर्टाइज है, हाउ टू इंक्रीज पॉपुलेशन एंड हाउ टू इंक्रीज ऑटोमोबाइल नंबर। मैं जितना काम करता हूँ उतने नए गाड़ियाँ खड़ी होती है। तो आई डोंट नो कि मैं ये कर पाऊँगा, पर रिलीफ मिलेगा, पर उससे नए और कोई सॉल्यूशंस आएंगे, और ट्रांसपोर्ट सेक्टर में निश्चित रूप से एक रिवोल्यूशनरी चेंज आने वाले वैसे भी काफ़ी हुआ है और आगे होगा। थैंक यू वेरी मच। नमस्कार।
थैंक यू सो मच सर। हालांकि हमने आपसे काफ़ी जो आपने हमें बताया, वी गॉट अ लॉट ऑफ इंसाइट इनटू द काइंड ऑफ वर्क दैट यू आर डूइंग एंड द विजन यू हैव फॉर इंडिया। वी स्टिल वुड लाइक टू हैव अ क्विक चैट विद यू। आई इनवाइट माय कॉलीग दीक्षा बिस्ला टू हैव दिस कॉन्वर्सेशन विद मिनिस्टर गडकरी, अ क्विक चैट टू द क्वेश्चंस दैट द पीपल माइट हैव।
गडकरी जी, पहली बात तो ये कि हम सबको आप पर पूरा विश्वास है, क्योंकि हमें इस देश पे पूरा विश्वास है। एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर योर पावरफुल इंसाइट्स एंड गिविंग अस अ ग्लिम्स इनटू द फ्यूचर। लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, अ ह्यूज राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर श्री नितिन गडकरी जी। और गडकरी जी, क्योंकि आप एक बहुत धरातल से जुड़े हुए लीडर हैं, मैं आपसे ये जानना चाहती हूँ कि जब हम फ्यूचर ऑफ मोबिलिटी की बात करते हैं, ये एक कहानी नहीं है, इट्स एसेंशियली 2 स्टोरीज विच आर अनफोल्डिंग एट वंस। एक इंडिया का सवाल ये है कि हम और फास्टर और स्मार्टर कैसे मूव करें, और दूसरी इंडिया का है कि हम मूव, हाउ डू वी मूव एट ऑल। सो हाउ इज़ इंडिया फैक्टरिंग इन दिस डिवाइड, और हमारी प्रोग्रेस कैसे इसे ब्रिज करेगी?
देखिए, एक बात पर एक्सपेरिमेंट शुरू है। अभी जैसे आप एयरपोर्ट से निकलते हैं और होटल में आते हैं तो बहुत तकलीफ है, तो ड्रोन टैक्सीज बनाने के लिए काफ़ी लोग काम कर रहे हैं, इंडिया में भी कर रहे हैं, बाहर भी कर रहे हैं, पर अभी तक उसका स्वीकारने लायक कमर्शियल सॉल्यूशन अभी तक नहीं मिला, पर मैं इसको इनकरेज करता हूँ। दूसरी इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है जो लोगों तक पहुँची नहीं है, मैं जब शिपिंग मंत्री था तो मैंने 110 नदियों को वाटरवेज में कन्वर्ट किया, और ये गंगा में वाराणसी टू हल्दिया 1350 किलोमीटर वाटरवेज बनाया, फिर ब्रह्मपुत्रा में वाटरवेज बनाया, फिर वाटर पोर्ट्स ये गाज़ीपुर, वाराणसी, हल्दिया और साहिबगंज, ये 4 रिवर पोर्ट्स बनाए, और अब मैं बाकी भी नदियों में काम शुरू कर रहे हैं। और कुछ समय मैंने कोशिश की कि चेन्नई में जो गाड़ियाँ बनती है बहुत ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री की, वो कांडला में लाना, और कांडला से रेलवे से गाड़ियाँ दिल्ली लाना, और दिल्ली में मारुति की गाड़ियाँ रेलवे से कांडला ले जाके चेन्नई लेके जाना। तो अभी ये भी शुरू हुआ है। रोपैक्स, आप कभी मुंबई जाओगे तो मुंबई से अलीबाग, ये अपनी गाड़ी अंदर डाल दो, बस भी डाल दो, ट्रक भी डाल दो, 5-5 मंजिले का शिप है, ऊपर बैठो और 17 मिनट में अलीबाग। मेरा एक ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट मुंबई में था कि मैं मुंबई से आया हूँ, तो मैंने उस समय ये जो एयरपोर्ट है नए मुंबई का, इसमें उस समय के जो एयरपोर्ट के मालिक थे उनको कहा कि मैं रोड बना दूंगा, पर मेरी कंडीशन है कि एयरपोर्ट में जेटी बनाओ। अब ये मुझे इंस्पिरेशन कहाँ से मिला, तो ये जो इटली में अपना वो पानी का शहर कौन सा है, वेनिस, तो वेनिस में होटल में उतरकर नाव में बैठकर हम एयरपोर्ट पे जाते हैं। तो फिर मैंने एक प्लान बनाया, और हमारे एक संजय भाटिया करके बीपीटी के चेयरमैन थे, अभी रिटायर्ड हो गए वो, उनकी अध्यक्षता में कमेटी तैयार करके उसका स्टडी किया, और हमने ये तय किया कि 17 से 19 मिनट में वसई विरार से लेकर कहीं से भी हम वाटर टैक्सी में बैठकर हम लोग एयरपोर्ट पहुंचेंगे। अभी वो प्रपोज़ल काफ़ी आगे गया है, और वो अगर आ जाएगा तो मुझे लगता है कि मुंबई में वसई विरार से 17 मिनट के अंदर आप नए एयरपोर्ट के अंदर जाओगे, रोड से जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं। तो वाटर टैक्सी ये दूसरा है। तीसरी जो इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है कि आप अगर रोड से जाओगे तो फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल अगर 10 रुपये खर्चा आता है, रेलवे से जाओगे तो 6 रुपये खर्चा आता है और पानी से आता है तो 1 रुपया आता है। अब आप यूरोप में किसी भी देश में जाओ, आप ब्रिटेन में जाओ, यूके में, फ्रांस में जाओ, इटली में जाओ, हर यूरोपियन देश में जो शहर है वो नदी के किनारे पर बैठा है और वो पोर्ट है और वहाँ कंटेनर डालकर वो लेके जा रहे हैं। तो मुझे लगता है कि वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट ये सबसे चीपर है। और अभी उस समय की बांग्लादेश की प्रधानमंत्री थी तो शेख हसीना जी इंडिया आई थी, सुषमा जी मंत्री थी और मैं वर्ल्ड बैंक के हिसाब से ये पूरा गंगा का वाटरवेज का काम कर रहा था। फिर मैं ब्रह्मपुत्रा में भी काम शुरू किया। तो उस समय उन्होंने प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ बांग्लादेश ने सुषमा जी को रिक्वेस्ट की कि आप मुझे ये जो ब्रह्मपुत्रा में वाटरवेज बना रहे हैं तो आप मुंगली पोर्ट बांग्लादेश तक बना सकेगी तो हमारे लिए बहुत फ़ायदा होगा। तो मैंने, सुषमा जी ने मुझे उनके साथ बुलाया और मुझे बोला, नितिन ये हो सकता है क्या? मैंने बोला हो तो नहीं सकता क्योंकि बांग्लादेश में जाके मैं कैसे काम करूं, पर सोचा तो सब कुछ हो सकता है। तो बोले हो सकता तो कर दो। मैंने वर्ल्ड बैंक से बात करता हूं, मैं कर दूंगा। और मैंने 250 किलोमीटर घुसकर ये ब्रह्मपुत्रा में एक जोगी धोपा करके है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में, आसाम में, वहाँ मल्टी मॉडल हब बना है। उससे आगे जाकर वो मुंगली पोर्ट तक बना है। तो पहली बात, वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट हम हमारे देश में करेंगे तो सबसे सस्ता होगा। तो फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी इज़ वाटर ट्रांसपोर्ट, सेकंड प्रायोरिटी इज़ रेलवे, थर्ड प्रायोरिटी इज़ रोड एंड फोर्थ प्रायोरिटी एविएशन। तो अब इसको विकसित करने के लिए थोड़ा दिक्कतें तो है, पर मुझे लगता है कि फ्यूचरिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट में हमें इन सब बातों में रिसर्च करके आगे जाना होगा।
बट गडकरी जी आप ही कहते हैं where there is a will there is a way, and where there is no will there are surveys, committees, subcommittees, and you say it best. But Gadkari ji, even in your address you've said that the future of mobility will play a very key role in how India progresses. And you have championed ethanol blending, hydrogen, green hydrogen you've said is the future of energy. Now from a consumer's perspective, the key question is again scale. That how do we move from pilots to infrastructure that actually supports this progress, and when can realistically India access this technology? In the next decade or perhaps longer?
देखिए, मैं 2004 से मेहनत कर रहा हूँ इसमें। मुझे अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने राम नाइक के साथ ब्राज़ील भेजा था, तब से मैं इसके पीछे लगा हूँ। अब ये अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल, बायोफ्यूल, अब क्या करें कि लोगों को विश्वास बैठने के लिए टाइम लगता है। और आउट ऑफ बॉक्स जब आइडिया होती है तो ना सरकार में कोई सपोर्ट करता है ना बाहर से कोई करता है, इट टेक्स सम टाइम। तो अब इतना करने के बाद ये अल्टरनेटिव और बायोफ्यूल और इलेक्ट्रिक की पूरी इकोनॉमी 2 लाख करोड़ की बनी। अभी ये कौन से अभी कैफ़े नाम का चल रहा है, अब हर इसमें लॉबीज भी होती है। वो नाम्स आएंगे तो फिर ये फ्लेक्स बनाएंगे तो फ्लेक्स नहीं आ रहा। फिर कंस्ट्रक्शन इक्विपमेंट को हाइड्रोजन में कन्वर्ट किया। अब एक बेसिक प्रॉब्लम है ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन, ये और हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन, ये डार्क एरिया है, इसका सोल्यूशन नहीं है हमारे पास। और अगर हाइड्रोजन डेवलप करना है तो हमको, ये तो हम लोग हाइड्रोजन, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन बना लेंगे, और बनाया अभी, बसेस भी बनाई, ट्रक भी बनाई। अब तो इसी ताज पैलेस में मैंने 6 महीने पहले टाटा की 3 ट्रक थी, 2 ट्रक आईसी इंजन यानी डीजल पेट्रोल के इंजन में हाइड्रोजन भर के चलती थी और एक हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पर थी। तीनों ट्रक को मैंने लॉन्च किया और अभी हमने देश में 10 रूट है और 10 रूट पर टाटा, अशोक लेलैंड, बाद में वॉल्वो, और ये 500 करोड़ का हमने पायलट प्रोजेक्ट डाला है। अशोक लेलैंड, वॉल्वो, एनआर्ट, बीपीसीएल, आईओसीएल, एचपीसीएल, एनटीपीसी, रिलायंस, और 9 हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन बना रहे, 10 हमारे नेशनल हाईवे है। पर इसमें ट्रांसपोर्ट ऑफ हाइड्रोजन, इसमें और काम करने की ज़रूरत है। हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन की कहानी ऐसी है कि इन्होंने दी हुई गाड़ी मैं फरीदाबाद भेजता हूँ, वो फरीदाबाद का जो हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन है वो अमेरिका से लाया, वो राम कुमार करके वहाँ डायरेक्टर थे। वो 1 साल तो वो फिलिंग स्टेशन अमेरिका से लाते लाते फिर कस्टम, एक्साइज, दुनिया भर की झंझटें हुई, फिर वो लाया, फिर लगाया। अब मेरी गाड़ी मैं ये ट्रक में डाल के वहाँ ले जाते हैं और गाड़ी में हाइड्रोजन भरने के बाद ट्रक में रखते हैं, मेरे घर में पहुँचाते हैं और फिर मैं चलाता हूँ, क्योंकि वो हाइड्रोजन जब ख़त्म हो जाए तो फिर उसको ले जाना मुश्किल है। तो हाइड्रोजन फिलिंग स्टेशन और ये जो फ्यूचर है इसमें भी हम काम कर रहे हैं। थोड़ा सा इन नई आइडियाज़ को सपोर्ट मिलना और प्रूवन बातें होना। वैसे ये तो मैं सब बार बहुत बार कभी कभी नाराज़ होकर पूछता हूँ कि पेट्रोल डीजल में तुम अपना पैसा बच रहा ना, तुम अगर तुम्हारी इलेक्ट्रिक मर्सिडीज लोगे तो कितनी इलेक्ट्रिक का खर्चा, रात को चार्ज करते हो, और तुम पेट्रोल डीजल तो कितना है कोई गाड़ी का। तो आपको कॉस्ट इफेक्टिव, इंपोर्ट सब्स्टिट्यूट, पोल्यूशन फ्री और इंडिजिनस और द सेम लग्जरी, सेम कंफर्ट्स। तो अब लोग बहुत आए, अभी बड़े प्रमाण पर हो रहे हैं, नए नए डिज़ाइन। कल मेरे पास टाटा ने एक गाड़ी का डिज़ाइन दिखाया, अब महिंद्रा के अच्छे अच्छे डिज़ाइंस आए, कंपटीशन है। अभी हमने स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी भी शुरू की, 15 साल के व्हीकल है उसको स्क्रैप करो। तो नेचुरली अब इंडस्ट्री बढ़ रही है और टेक्नोलॉजी बदल रही है, गवर्नमेंट भी सपोर्ट कर रही है, जीएसटी भी कम किया, उसका भी फ़ायदा हुआ है। धीरे धीरे लोग उसको स्वीकार रहे। पर दुर्भाग्य से एक बात सच है कि फॉसिल फ्यूल का इंपोर्ट कम नहीं हो रहा है। इसका कारण डिमांड बढ़ती जा रही है और इसलिए इसको जो अडॉप्ट करना पड़ेगा वो और गति से करना होगा। इसलिए मैं अल्टरनेटिव बायोफ्यूल का कैंपेन करके वही गाड़ी में बैठता हूँ। अब मैं Z+ सिक्योरिटी में हूँ और मेरी गाड़ी तो भी मैं उसको गाड़ी को छोड़कर, बुलेट प्रूफ गाड़ी को छोड़कर, मैं इथेनॉल का प्रचार करने के लिए, हाइड्रोजन का प्रचार करने के लिए, इलेक्ट्रिक का प्रचार करने के लिए गाड़ी जाता हूँ। लोगों को कहता हूँ अगली गाड़ी ये खरीदी करिए। तो धीरे धीरे लोग कर रहे हैं, पर ये थोड़ा एडॉप्शन थोड़ा सा और फास्ट करने की आवश्यकता है। और आप जैसे लोग जब इसको सपोर्ट करेंगे और लोगों को जानकारी मिलेगी तो इसमें सफलता मिलेगी।
Absolutely, Gadkari ji. And my last question is something which concerns everybody present here. It's when we talk about urban mobility, congestion and road safety still remain one of the key concerns. That this is something that everybody faces on a daily basis, and we want answers. But Gadkari ji, how do we solve the problems of today while also creating an infrastructure that supports our dreams for tomorrow?
देखिए, पहली बात तो ऐसी है कि जो ट्रैफिक कंजेशन है इसमें हमने एक स्टडी किया था, थाना में हुआ, यहाँ भी हुआ, एक मॉडर्न टेक्नोलॉजी का उपयोग करके। और उसमें क्या है कि हमको बड़े जैसे हम लोग हार्ट का ऑपरेशन करते हैं ना, वॉल रिप्लेसमेंट करते हैं, बाईपास करते हैं, वैसे हम लोग, हमारे हाथ में यही है। नए रोड दिल्ली में बनाना, मुंबई में बनाना बहुत कठिन है। तो हम लोग अभी बाईपास से रोड बना रहे हैं, अंदर से जा रहे हैं, इधर से जा रहे हैं। अभी मुझे समझ में नहीं आता, ये मैंने एयर स्ट्रिप के नीचे भी टनल बनाई और वो अभी नेल्सन मंडेला मार्गों को नई टनल मंजूर किया। वो HCL का म्यूज़ियम बन रहा, उधर से भी टनल आगे जाएगी। पर प्रॉब्लम समझ में नहीं आता, वो द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे जाओ तो गाड़ियाँ करोड़ों लाखों लोग जा रहे हैं, इधर देखो तो ये गुड़गांव का रोड ये भी पैक। अब नया बनाने के बाद भी कम होता ही नहीं। अब इसका मतलब और उसको करने की आवश्यकता है। तो अभी हमने अर्बन ट्रांसपोर्ट कंजेशन के लिए स्पेशल स्कीम बना रहे हैं। दिल्ली में जैसे 1,60,000 करोड़ के काम हम दिल्ली NCR में कर रहे हैं, हम बंगलोर में रिंग रोड बना रहे हैं, हैदराबाद में रिंग रोड बना रहे हैं, काफ़ी मुंबई में अभी हम लोग मुंबई से दिल्ली मुंबई को वसई विरार से कनेक्टिविटी, वो जो हमारा वरली बांद्रा वाला मार्ग आगे जाएगा उसको दे रहे हैं। पूना में हम कर रहे हैं, कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ट्रैफिक कंजेशन का अभी काम हमने अपने तरफ लिया है, उसकी पॉलिसी बन रही है और उस पर भी हम काम करेंगे। और दूसरी बात जो है कि जो आपने बताई, एक ट्रैफिक कंजेशन, दूसरी पोल्यूशन की ना,
रोड सेफ्टी सर, बट ऑफ कोर्स पोल्यूशन इज आल्सो अ प्रेसिंग कंसर्न।
अब उसमें आपकी मदद चाहिए। हिंदुस्तान में 5 लाख एक्सीडेंट होते हैं और 1,80,000 मौतें होती है। हिंदुस्तान का 3% GDP का नुकसान होता है। और जो लोगों के हाथ पैर टूट, मेरा भी एक्सीडेंट हुआ था, और जिनके हाथ पैर टूट जाते हैं उस फैमिली पे क्या गुजरती होगी। और 18 से अभी करीब 18 से 44 इसमें 66% मौतें हैं। यंग लड़के, इंजीनियर, डॉक्टर, उनकी मौतें हैं। और इसका कारण ये है कि 50,000 मौतें इसलिए होती है कि वो हेलमेट नहीं पहनते। 30,000 मौतें इसलिए होती है कि सीट बेल्ट नहीं लगाते। अभी हमने पीछे में भी सीट बेल्ट मैंडेटरी किया है। अब हमने बसेस में भी हवाई जहाज जैसे उसको मैंडेटरी किया, बस कोड हमने बदला है। इसमें 4 बातें हैं। रोड इंजीनियरिंग, उसमें काफ़ी गलतियां थी, हमने सब इम्प्रूव किया। अब 40,000 करोड़ के ब्लैक स्पॉट आइडेंटिफाई किए। जो लैंड स्लाइडिंग होता था हिमालय टेरेन में, हमने 280 350 स्पॉट निकाले, 280 इम्प्रूव हुए, वो भी हमने किया है। फिर भी कुछ हमारी गलतियाँ होगी, हम सुधारेंगे। तो रोड इंजीनियरिंग में काफ़ी सुधार किया। ऑटोमोबाइल इंजीनियरिंग में मैंने इतने सुधार किए कि अब हम वर्ल्ड के मुताबिक स्टार रेटिंग लाए, भारत एनकैप। अब कल मेरे पास टाटा की गाड़ी आई थी, उनको 5 का रेटिंग मिला। अब ये कंपटीशन हो गई, अब सब लोग रेटिंग करें तो विदेश की गाड़ी अपने आ रही है, भारत एनकैप में रेटिंग के लिए। हमने 6 एयरबैग मैंडेटरी की, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक ब्रेकिंग सिस्टम लाई, दुनिया भर का सब कुछ किया। प्रॉब्लम यह है कि ऑटोमोबाइल और रोड इंजीनियरिंग में आपने कानून कड़क बनाया, इन्फोर्समेंट इतने स्ट्रिक्ट लॉ किए, इतने फाइन बढ़ाए, तो भी अब सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है ह्यूमन बिहेवियर। अब मैं आपको क्या बताऊं, मैं एक बार जा रहा था, मैं गाड़ियाँ रोकी मैंने, एक एजुकेटेड महिला अपने छोटे बच्ची को लेकर रोड से छलांग मार के कूद रही थी। अब विदाउट ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस में रूल्स ऑफ द रोड को पालन करना, ये हम अब इसमें काफ़ी कैंपेन कर रहे हैं। आज ही मैं अभी आमिर खान जी से बात हुई, वो हमारे कैंपेन में आ रहे। अमिताभ बच्चन हर साल काम करते हैं, वो काफ़ी काम कर रहे हैं। हमने रोड सेफ्टी का शंकर महादेवन का गीत स्कूलों में पहुंचाया है। अब हम लोगों का ह्यूमन बिहेवियर बदलता ही नहीं। आखिर मैंने हमारे अधिकारी को कहा कि हिंदुस्तान का हर व्यक्ति इंटरनेशनल लेवल का एथलेटिक्स प्लेयर है, ऐसा समझकर ऐसा बनाओ रोड के बीच में कि कोई कूद ना सके। अरे रेड सिग्नल होगा तो गाड़ी घुसा देते हैं, जेब्रा क्रॉसिंग वहाँ जाके स्पीड से जाते हैं, रैश ड्राइविंग करते हैं, टेलीफोन मोबाइल पर बात करते हैं। अब ये सब छोटी छोटी बातें। अभी हमने एक स्कीम निकाली है कि अभी पहले लोगों में एक एप्रीहेंशन था कि कोई एक्सीडेंट वालों को हम मदद करेंगे तो हमें पुलिस वाले बहुत तकलीफ देंगे, तो अभी कोई तकलीफ नहीं देगा। हमने कानून पास किया, और जो एक्सीडेंट में विक्टिम है, जख्मी है, उसको उठाकर कोई भी हॉस्पिटल में लेके जाएगा, किसी भी रोड पर एक्सीडेंट होगा तो उसको हम राहवीर घोषित करके 25,000 का अवार्ड दे रहे हैं। और जो भी एक्सीडेंट हुआ है, क्योंकि 50,000 लोगों की जान अगर उनको तुरंत ट्रीटमेंट मिले तो बच सकती है, तो हमने एक नई स्कीम लॉन्च की है कि कोई भी हॉस्पिटल में जाए तो 7 दिन का मिनिमम 1.5 लाख रुपए खर्चा हम तुरंत करेंगे। FIR होगा तो हमारे पास इंटरनेट से हमारी वेबसाइट पर तुरंत आएगा, और 1.5 लाख रुपए का खर्चा हम उसका करेंगे उसकी जान बचाने के लिए। ये भी निर्णय हमने किया। अब सवाल यही है कि स्कूल, कॉलेज, स्कूल के सामने एंट्रीज, एक्सीडेंट स्पॉट्स हैं, स्कूल वालों ने आगे आना चाहिए। कई फुट ओवर ब्रिजेस, हमारी भी गलती है। मैंने हमारे इंजीनियर्स को पूछा कि तुम्हारे फुट ओवर ब्रिज पे कोई चढ़ते हुए दिखता है क्या? नहीं दिखता। बोले लिफ्ट लगाओ। बोले बिल कौन देगा? मतलब बाद में, पहले लगाओ लिफ्ट। अब सब जगह लिफ्ट लगा रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं कानून के प्रति डर भी नहीं और सम्मान भी नहीं, ये समस्या है। और वी नीड टू एजुकेट द पीपल बाय एंड लार्ज। उसमें मीडिया का, आपका भी सहयोग चाहिए रोड सेफ्टी के लिए। हम सब बातों में यशस्वी हुए हैं, हम इसमें अभी तक यशस्वी नहीं हुए हैं। मैं आपके, मेरे पास स्टैटिस्टिक है कि 5 स्टेट पहले कौन से जहाँ एक्सीडेंट हो रहे हैं, 100 डिस्ट्रिक्ट कौन से वो है। मैं उसकी स्पेशल मीटिंग मुख्यमंत्री, चीफ सेक्रेटरी, ट्रांसपोर्ट में बुलाता हूँ, लगातार कर रहा हूँ, उनको कह रहा हूँ कि इस पर ध्यान दो। कोशिश चल रही है, पर एक फैक्ट मैं एक्सेप्ट करता हूँ कि दुर्भाग्यवश हम अभी तक इस संख्या को कम करने में यशस्वी नहीं हुए। सब कोशिश करने के बाद, पर आप सब लोग करेंगे और लोगों को समझाएंगे तो धीरे धीरे ह्यूमन बिहेवियर बदलेगा, तो निश्चित रूप से हम इसमें, हमें सफलता मिलेगी। हमारी कोशिश इसके लिए शुरू है।
Absolutely, Gadkari ji, and all of us have a very active role to play in the future that we're envisioning here. And on that note, thank you so much, Gadkari ji, for joining us and speaking with such candor and clarity. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Nitin Gadkari ji.
Thank you, sir, for answering our questions candidly. Thank you, Diksha. We are going to be, of course, presenting the WION Icon Awards soon. But if you If any of you have any questions from Minister Gadkari, you do? Okay. Sir, acha, theek hai. I think we can wrap this up here. Sir, we will be presenting the WION Icon Awards shortly. I just request you to be with us on stage. Just a few more minutes, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be presenting
अपनों के लिए और अपने लिए, धड़कन के लिए, जीवन के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। चल रे यारो ध्यान से, ध्यान से, संभल के, संभल के, चलो रे बाबू ध्यान से, ध्यान से, संभल के, संभल के, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। सांसों के लिए, बचपन के लिए, आशा के लिए, सपनों के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। चल हीरो ध्यान से, ध्यान से, संभल के, संभल के, चल यार ध्यान से, ध्यान से, संभल के, संभल के, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। माँ की उम्मीदों के लिए, देश के नए कल के लिए, किसी के प्यार के लिए, इंतजार के लिए एक वादा दोहराते रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, परवाह करेंगे, सुरक्षित रहेंगे। परवाह करेंगे।
First award, ladies and gentlemen, honors a man you all knew through your childhood. His books have been loved by children, admired by adults, and he holds a special place in the hearts of generation after generation here in India. He's the one who taught us, when all the wars are over, a butterfly will still be beautiful. Take a look.
With hundreds of short stories, essays, novels, and children's books spanning over 70 years, Ruskin Bond has charmed generations of readers with his timeless writing. The Indian author of British descent was born in 1934 in Kasauli, Himachal Pradesh, and has now built a life in Landor, Missouri. From the innocence of childhood to the complexities of human relationships, his works are a true reflection of life and its many layers. Through his vivid description of nature and the everyday lives of ordinary people, Bond is known to build worlds that are miles away from the hustle-bustle of the big cities and serve as a counterpoint to the fast-paced modern-day life. Some of his most notable works include his debut novel, The Room on the Roof, The Blue Umbrella, Our Trees Still Grow in Dehra, and A Flight of Pigeons, among others. He is a recipient of the Sahitya Academy Award, the Padma Shri, and the Padma Bhushan. And at the age of 91, he continues to build captivating worlds with his simple words. It's a privilege for us to honor the legendary author at WION World Pulse. So join us in celebrating Ruskin Bond and his literary legacy that has always been a reminder to slow down, breathe, and bask in the joy of little things around you.
Well, we've all loved his books, but unfortunately he couldn't be there with us here due to his health. But he sent a message. Please take a look.
I'm honored, deeply honored, to receive the WION Icon Award, to be given at the WION World Summit. I'm here in this chair because I have to go through physiotherapy after a spinal surgery, and I'm doing very well. Hope to be on my feet very soon. And in the meantime, because I don't see too well, I have my radio with me, and I pass evenings listening to the WION News, and so I'm in touch with what's happening in the world, which is very cheerful. But I'm in the habit of listening to WION, and at home I watch WION too. Some years back I also did an interview for you. And so I hope to continue my relationship, I could say, with WION, because WION has given me a lot of pleasure and kept me informed beautifully. So thank you again. I am honored, and thanks so much. You're helping me to get well.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's move on to our next award. This award recognizes the man who's inspiring millions one squat at a time. His journey from being India's top supermodel to becoming a fitness icon who promotes the country's rich, diverse delicacies can only be described in one word: made in India.
Milind Soman, a renowned supermodel, actor and fitness enthusiast, is widely recognized as an Ironman triathlete. Soman rose to fame with the Made in India music video in 1995, and since then he has acted in several iconic films and shows. From a national level swimmer to becoming India's first male supermodel and a celebrated screen star, Soman's transition into a cultural icon has inspired generations. Born in 1965 in Glasgow, Scotland, Soman is now the face of age-defying fitness. With his dedication and rooted philosophies, he has aced a lifestyle that many can only dream of. Prioritizing workouts that promote movement, Soman has thrown his weight behind several such initiatives, including Pinkathon, an all-women marathon, and Green Ride, an annual multi-city cycling initiative to promote environmental consciousness and sustainable living. WION takes immense pride in honoring Milind Soman as the fitness icon of India. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the star who walks the talk when it comes to fitness and is a real-life embodiment of the adage, health is wealth.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for the man who's been inspiring us with his fitness. Congratulations, Milind. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next honor is for a man who broke stereotypes with his very first film, the definition of cinematic brilliance. His journey from a small Kashmiri household to representing Indian talent on the global stage is a story for generations to be inspired from.
In the ever-changing landscape of the global film industry, Anupam Kher has cemented his position as an icon par excellence. He landed in Mumbai with just 37 rupees in his pocket, but a heart full of dreams and aspirations that knew no bounds. Born in March 1955 in Shimla into a Kashmiri Pandit family, Kher's career has spanned over 4 decades. Kher has been a part of more than 500 films and is a recipient of 2 National Film Awards, the Padma Shri and the Padma Bhushan. In his own words, if life is a movie, he has been blessed with a blockbuster. Anupam Kher made his iconic debut at 28, playing the role of a 65-year-old man in Saransh in 1984. The film was chosen as India's official entry for the Academy Award for Best Foreign Language Film. The years that followed saw Kher experimenting with roles across genres, ages and languages. Kher is now a globally recognized name and a member of the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences. In 2025, after 23 years, Anupam Kher returned to direction with Tanvi the Great. The film, which draws inspiration from Kher's personal life, went on to get shortlisted amongst the top 200 films for the 98 Academy Awards. WION celebrates one of Indian cinema's most prolific character actors and honors the living legend Anupam Kher, the icon of today's India.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Mr. Anupam Kher, the man who has made us believe in kuch bhi ho sakta hai, anything can happen in life. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. What you're seeing here is a man who represents cinematic brilliance, who's gotten Indian talent to the global stage. Congratulations, sir. All right, let's shift our focus now to the Indian biotechnology sector, ladies and gentlemen. Our WION Icon Award recognizes the man behind India's indigenous COVID-19 vaccine, Covaxin.
When India was grappling with the COVID pandemic, one homegrown vaccine emerged as a significant hope. Meet the founder and executive chairman of Bharat Biotech, Dr. Krishna Ella, a man on a mission. The man who led the development of Covaxin, India's first indigenous COVID-19 vaccine. 3 decades ago, when he returned to India after earning his PhD from the University of Wisconsin-Madison, he had a clear purpose, aligned with the Make in India vision, translating advanced scientific research into affordable indigenous solutions for public health and agriculture. A distinguished career spanning vaccines, biotechnology and agri-technology followed. In 2022, the Government of India bestowed upon him the Padma Bhushan, the 3rd highest civilian honour in recognition of his contributions to public health. Not resting on his laurels, Dr. Krishna Ella continues to pursue new pathways in innovation to public health and plays an instrumental role in shaping national policies on science, research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the visionary scientist and entrepreneur, the icon of public health and medicine.
Mr. Krishna Ella, ladies and gentlemen, the man behind India's co-vaccine, somebody who's doing pioneering work in biotechnology, extremely important in the times we live in for human health, for healthcare. Congratulations, Mr. Ella. Our next award, ladies and gentlemen, honors the man who represents the changing fintech industry of India, someone who's credited with leading the Indian fintech sector and involving it to today's challenges. Take a look.
A visionary, a meticulous planner, and a leader when it comes to investment prospects. Meet Alok Bansal, the co-founder, executive vice chairman and full-time director of PB Fintech, the powerhouse behind India's top insurtech brand Policybazaar and leading marketplace Paisabazaar. Bansal's contributions to the company's growth have been crucial, and he is well known for his emphasis on the need for an enhanced customer experience in insurance claims, as well as for the successful public listing and subsequent initiatives. Under Bansal's leadership, his company has transformed the way people access and afford insurance, making it simpler and more accessible for millions. Before co-founding Policybazaar in 2008, he held cross-functional positions at GE and Mahindra & Mahindra. By prioritizing long-term value for Indian consumers, Bansal has earned their trust and established himself as a vital force in India's economic growth. WION honors the fintech revolutionary who has reshaped the entire insurance landscape. Alok Bansal, the icon of today's India.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, once again for Mr. Alok Bansal. He's been leading the fintech industry for us, making huge strides for India's fintech sector. All right, with that, let's move on to our next award, ladies and gentlemen. This honor is for her who has dominated for long what was a male-dominated domain. She's our very own Dangal girl. It's Babita Phogat, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, wrestler, and former member of the Haryana Legislative Assembly. Unfortunately, due to an emergency, she couldn't be with us today. But take a look at her journey.
Indian wrestling has witnessed resounding success over the last decade. And one of the central figures responsible for bringing women's wrestling to the mainstream is Babita Phogat. Babita is a Commonwealth Games gold medalist and in fact is part of an elite club of Indian athletes with 3 Commonwealth Games medals to their name. Babita comes from a family of champion wrestlers and was immortalized along with her sister Geeta in the Amir Khan-starred Dangal in 2016. WION is proud to honor a legend, an icon of Indian wrestling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have among us a dynamic leader who's also being honored by the WION Icon Awards today. He's not only led his political party to massive electoral victories at a young age, but also carved out an influential space for young minds in the political landscape. Take a look.
From the silver screen to the hearts of the world's largest democracy, he didn't just inherit a legacy, he redefined it. Championing the vision of Bihar First, he now steers India's agro-industrial future as a Union Cabinet Minister. Resilient, relentless, the voice of a new generation. WION celebrates the leadership that dares to dream. Shri Chirag Paswan, an icon of change.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for India's Minister of Food Processing and Industries, Mr. Chirag Paswan, a young leader, a youth icon in very many ways, somebody who's gotten the youth mind into the political landscape of the country, and here WION is honoring his passion towards his political journey. Congratulations, Mr. Paswan. All right, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we conclude our award ceremony. Minister Gadkari, thank you very much, sir, for being with us today and sharing your insights, your perspectives. Minister Gadkari, ladies and gentlemen, has set the tone for our next session as well. It is about mobility. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mobility panel coming up for you. This is the future of mobility that we're talking about. And our next panel is about the future of mobility. Transportation, remember, is entering one of the most significant transitions in history. And here we're talking about electric vehicles, hydrogen fuels, and intelligent infrastructure. Take a look at what our next session is all about.
Country's new culture capital is going to celebrate the International Film Festival Delhi this March. World and cinema will come together in one mega celebration. Bharat Mandapam to open-air theatres, to multiplexes, film lovers to film critics, and communities to countries. All will celebrate from 25th to 31st March 2026.
Mobility is entering its next big inflection point. Vehicles are becoming electric, driving is becoming increasingly automated, and AI is beginning to redefine how we move. But revolutions are never just about technology. They are about systems. Charging networks must expand, energy grids need to adapt, cities must rethink infrastructure. Because building the mobility systems of tomorrow requires transforming the foundations of today. As we accelerate toward this future, we must ask ourselves, are we creating new problems even as we solve the old ones? Because the real question may no longer be how fast we can get there, but whether we can get there sustainably. For India, the stakes are enormous, with a rapidly urbanizing population and rising demand for cleaner, smarter mobility. This transformation will require more than innovation. It will require systems that work at scale. The decisions we make now will determine whether mobility expands opportunity or deepens the divide. This is Auto Pulse, the conversation the world needs to have before the future arrives without us. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss the Auto Pulse this evening, we invite on stage Vikram Gulati, Country Head and EVP, Corporate Affairs and Governance, Toyota Kirloskar Motor. Vikram is as invested in corporate strategy as he is in sustainability. He offers a broader view of how mobility and governance are shaping the sector's transformation. Subhas Singh, auto industry leader and brand strategist.
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to please settle down. We have a last panel of the day. There's a mobility panel that we will be delving into. I request you to settle down. There's just a lot of love that people have, of course, but settle down. We have another panel that is on mobility, our auto panel. It's going to be an interesting conversation.
Mobility is entering its next big inflection point. Vehicles are becoming electric, driving is becoming increasingly automated, and AI is beginning to redefine how we move. But revolutions are never just about technology, they are about systems. Charging networks must expand, energy grids need to adapt, cities must rethink infrastructure. Because building the mobility systems of tomorrow requires transforming the foundations of today. As we accelerate toward this future, we must ask ourselves, are we creating new problems even as we solve the old ones? Because the real question may no longer be how fast we can get there, but whether we can get there sustainably. For India, the stakes are enormous, with a rapidly urbanizing population and rising demand for cleaner, smarter mobility. This transformation will require more than innovation. It will require systems that work at scale. The decisions we make now will determine whether mobility expands opportunity or deepens the divide. This is Auto Pulse, the conversation the world needs to have before the future arrives without us. Ladies and gentlemen, to discuss the Auto Pulse this evening, we invite on stage Vikram Gulati, Country Head and EVP Corporate Affairs and Governance, Toyota Kirloskar Motor. Vikram is as invested in corporate strategy as he is in sustainability. He offers a broader view of how mobility and governance are shaping the sector's transformation. Subhas Singh, auto industry leader and brand strategist. A visionary marketer known for his brand acumen, Subhas spearheaded a shift to online sales in a traditionally dealership-driven market for Tata Motors commercial vehicles. He is a columnist, speaker, thought leader, and acknowledged creator of category-leading brands and platforms.
Welcome, gentlemen. I request my colleague Diksha to take this conversation forward.
Good evening, everyone, and I would like to start by thanking all of you. You've been a phenomenal audience through a particularly long day. And I owe you an apology. Because if you've been reverse calculating what time you should politely sneak out of this room to beat the Delhi traffic, I'm sorry, you've already missed that window. So you might as well stay with us for a little bit longer and help us imagine something which is far more exciting, the future of mobility. And to do that, we have with us Mr. Vikram Gulati. He's the country head and EVP of Toyota Kirloskar Motor. We also have with us Mr. Shubhranshu Singh. He's an auto industry leader and brand strategist. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on WION World Pulse. A huge round of applause, guys. Come on. Now, before we start this session, can I get a show of hands? How many of you who are sitting here came to the venue in a car? No matter if you drove it or you took a cab. Okay, that's most of the room. And how many of you came here in a car which was electric or you use an electric vehicle often? Okay, we have a few early adopters. And hybrid, okay. And lastly, how many of you are convinced that you know what your next car is going to run on? Right, and this hesitation right here is the pulse of the, global mobility transition. And rightly so, because for the first time in a century, the progress is not happening in one direction. And when the future branches out, perhaps is the best way to start by looking at where we stand right now. And to do that, I would like to start with Mr. Gulati first. Now, Mr. Gulati, while many automakers are betting big on electric, Toyota has adopted a very different approach with investing in hybrids, flex fuels, along with EVs. Now, for someone sitting in the audience who simply want to know where the Indian auto industry is headed, how would you explain this multi-pronged approach that Toyota has adopted without, making it seem like Toyota is hedging its bets?
Well, thank you for having me. Well, here are some statistics to explain the situation. Currently, last calendar year, India car sales were around 4.5 million, 6% growth year on year. And currently, the kind of penetration we have, it's around perhaps 30 people to 1,000 who have a car. So with the pace at which we are growing and the kind of market we see ahead, the penetration of cars, the number of cars on the roads is going to increase phenomenally. Other point that we must consider is in India, the market is very diverse with very different needs that customers have. They're not uniform. India has its own unique strengths and challenges, which also includes the energy mix. In Toyota, we are basically looking at the end objective of decarbonization. Our goal is to achieve life cycle net zero carbon by 2050. If I just use some statistics for the financial year 24-25, that's when the full year numbers are available, India's energy import was $162 billion, $137 billion being in fossil fuel. And if you look at the energy consumption by transportation sector, it's around 20%, so you can safely say $35 billion. And if you look at the growth, the projection by IEA is given our growth that's going to happen. The energy demand by car segment itself is going to quadruple, which means there's going to be a huge amount of possibility of import on fossil fuels, carbon emissions, etc. We believe, therefore, that we need to move to sustainable mobility as fast as possible. And therefore, this is at the core of what we believe, that there would be multiple clean, sustainable technologies that would be needed to act now at speed and at scale.
Right, and while the technologies are evolving, another thing which is evolving just as fast, if not faster, are the expectations of the customer. And this is where I want to bring you in, Shubhranshu. You've been at the front lines of selling vehicles to two very different Indias, be it the Royal Enfield writer or the Tata truck fleet owner. Now, when you look at these two worlds, is there anything that the customer is saying that the industry is perhaps not listening to right now?
No, I think the basic customer inspiration remains consistent. They're looking obviously for a great machine, in a manner of speaking. They're looking at great performance. They're looking at real return for value. Indian consumers are amongst the sharpest and the most conscious value seekers in the world, which is why so many of the global leading brands have come to nothing in India, whereas domestic providers have done exceedingly well. But between two-wheelers, three-wheelers, passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles, there is therefore a commonality, including the ecosystem requirements like servicing, resale value, availability of finance, easy access and so on. I think the one critical difference is the personal preferences that drive a brand choice in let's say motorcycles or in passenger vehicles may or may not be as relevant in a B2B environment such as commercial vehicles, where every time the wheel turns, they are actually running a business. So the commerciality of it surfaces up much more, but it is not to say that they don't have a real emotional bond with the vehicle, because after all, they earn a livelihood from it. So I think across the world, there are commonalities. In India, the value equations are far sharper. The involvement of purchase is far higher, and the brute majority of our customers are buying finance before they buy the vehicle. So detractors are very many. First-time buyers and first-time users are also a huge number. So it's a very, very exciting market. And as Mr. Gulati was mentioning, the penetration is only 3%. In a country where 40 crore Indians are less than 20 years of age, 65 crore Indians are less than 32 years of age, and in a country where we sell 40 to 45 lakh passenger vehicles in a year, you can imagine what the headroom for growth is, and that's the opportunity that the whole world is looking at.
Right, and that's very interesting, because we understand in a market like India, buying a car it's never been a financial transaction or just a financial decision per se, because take for example the Vahan Pujan that happens when you buy a car. You have the ritualistic smashing of the coconut, you put on kumkum. So what we understand is that the Indian buyer has always had this very emotional relationship with buying a car. Now, when the conversations around the technology are getting more complex, the conversation cannot afford to be exclusive at this point. And so when brands communicate this shift, Shubhranshu, what is something that they just cannot afford to get wrong?
See, in my view, there is nothing called the average Indian consumer. The Indian numbers trick is so staggering that if you name anything as the average, you will probably be making a mistake. So you have to look at the segment in all its layers. There is the aspirational status seeker. There is also an aspirer who looks for affordability. There is also a struggler who wants to move on, from a cycle to a scooter, from a scooter to a small car, from a small car to a luxury vehicle eventually, if they do well in life. And very many times, the brand relationship is such that you are in many ways constructing your personality through purchase of the vehicle. As one person told me in a consumer visit in Bombay, that आपका घर हर कोई नहीं देखता, लेकिन आपकी गाड़ी तो हर कोई देखता है, because you are out on the roads with it. And now on top of that, as Mr. Gadkari was mentioning, there is an acute realization that safety, affordability, security for your family, and eventually also the commercial end life. Also, as Mr. Gulati will tell you perhaps better, OEMs are realizing much smaller share by unit sale of vehicles. There's a much larger ecosystem in life, whether it is, servicing, spares, insurance, or eventually even scrappage. That is a bulk of purchase value which extends throughout the lifetime. And in brand building in vehicles, the brand doesn't start when the engine starts. Actually the brand many times starts when the engine stalls, because your servicing, reliability, all of these things build a brand much more than the logo on the hood.
Right, and Shubhranshu mentioned reliability, which is also a key characteristic of a Toyota buyer. A typical Toyota buyer is traditionally pragmatic. He is somebody who thinks about reliability, about efficiency, and of course about long-term ownership. Now today, when consumers are asking, are we betting on the right technology? And at this juncture, the infrastructure is still evolving, but the customers have to make that decision today. Now, when you look at the total cost of ownership, where do you think hybrids, EVs and the conventional engines realistically stand for the consumer in India right now?
The advantage clearly is with the incumbent technology. There's no two way about it, because the incumbent technology, which is petrol and diesel vehicles, have been around for 100 years. But this gap has closed very rapidly, as mentioned by the Honorable Minister. So it's no longer the kind of gap that used to be there earlier. This is because of multiple factors. It's also because of the technology evolution and the declining cost of key components in electric vehicles like batteries. And the Honorable Minister mentioned that cells today are at around $55 to a kilowatt hour. It's around scale. It's also around the huge support that the government is giving to bridge the total cost of ownership. So for instance, electric vehicles today get a GST rate of 5%, which is the lowest, as compared to either 12 or the 40%, which is a special rate for large cars. In addition, states are also giving a lot of incentives. So that does tilt the balance towards making electrics that much more affordable, especially for people who have longer usage requirements. As we go forward and as the technology evolves further, these ratios will become better. Today, if you look at hybrids, hybrids are very practical. They are very convenient. They give you 60% of electric drive with the engine shut off without the need for any charging infrastructure. But the electric powertrain in a hybrid is similar to that in EV, but the cells are much less. Battery is around 1.5 kilowatt hour as compared to perhaps 60 or 80 in a BEV. That gives it an advantage. But today, the way the policy is stacked, it is slightly at a disadvantage with regard to conventional petrol and diesel. But these are transitional issues. Once that gets sorted out, it will definitely become much more affordable. And if you look at new evolving technologies like flex fuel vehicles, which all the OEMs have showcased, that is a powertrain which is sustainable, which doesn't require any new infrastructure, where the fuel is indigenous. And that can be, in my opinion, a game changer towards sustainability and self-reliance in energy going forward.
Absolutely. And the question is not just what to buy, it's also how to buy. And Shubhranshu, you took 25% of Tata Motors CV sales online. And this is a digital shift which we can't ignore. But what I'm curious to know that, is this shift only going to change how people buy, or also how they are buying it? And what is essentially driving this decision? Is it perhaps conviction? Is it aspiration, as you mentioned earlier, or it's pure economics at play here?
I think there is an overwhelming digitalization of life in all its facets. We consume information online, we search for information online. I have a 17-year-old boy, he does not even order pizza without checking rating. So to expect somebody to go in for a major decision like a passenger vehicle or a commercial vehicle without doing their due diligence. Now, cut to say 10 to 15 years ago, the very first contact was when you went to a dealership. You got a brochure, you got a test drive and so on. That is still critically important, but available information is excessive. So people do a lot of their due diligence, their comparisons, influencer commentaries, social media feeds, critical comparisons, etc. online. They also are therefore solicited online. They are a few clicks away from getting appointments, making contacts, or even opting for finance. So I think there is frictionless ease of doing business through digital means. But principally, I think the largest value segment that has emerged in the consumer journey is that of getting prima facie information. And now configurators, etc., make it so much easier for people to, tickle their imagination, that it's much easier to do it online than to go from dealership to dealership. And so therefore, I think it is ease and convenience. The second thing that has happened is data has made it much more possible for people to be pinged with or, to be addressed with the right kind of information. Earlier, digital advertising was broadly about spray and pray. Now I know that X has come once for this. I know the event cascade. They very often solicit information. So it's much easier to have a genuine CRM style relationship with them, which was simply not feasible earlier. So I think digitalization is here to stay, and even digitalization after purchase. Online relationship after purchase is also a very large reality across the world. Most people don't realize after financial services, probably automotive is the sector that has seen the deepest digitalization out of all industries. So much of data is being pulled that your experience overall is richer and much more digital in nature.
Absolutely, and data has unequivocally become, the latest currency, if we talk about that. But now it's time to shift gears and do a quick pulse check on the future of mobility. And gentlemen, I'm going to request you to be very sharp with your responses. We have a lot to cover in very little time. So let me put this to the both of you. It's 2035. A young Indian professional is buying their first car. Where do they buy it? What powers it? And does the brand even matter in the same way that it does today? Mr. Gulati, why don't you go first?
Well, definitely digital, different buying mode completely in terms of ownership. A sustainable and eco-friendly powertrain, that will be multiple choices to fit the need of the consumer. And what was the last one?
And would the brands matter in the same way as they do now? Would the consumer be just as brand conscious?
Absolutely.
All right. Shubhranshu, would you agree with that?
I would agree with him. I think electric powertrain, very digitally sourced. The brand will matter more, not less. But the brand will matter even more beyond the vehicle in terms of the ecosystem benefits and the relationship and the retention that it is able to have. Remember, there were 3 certainties of automotive industry: that somebody needs to own a vehicle, somebody needs to drive a vehicle, and the vehicle will be run on hydrocarbon fuel. In the next decade, all 3 will possibly not be mandatory.
That's a very interesting take. And now, Mr. Gulati, what's that one technology that you think the world is underestimating right now?
Honestly speaking, biofuels. I think that is something that is less spoken about. It has huge relevance for a country like India, which has huge endowment and potential for this. And the most exciting part about biofuels is that it could be a story of waste to wealth with, biotechnology, the way it's evolving. So I see a future where, second generation of ethanol being cost effective, available at huge discount as compared to fossil fuels at scale, and that could be a disruptor.
All right. Now, Shubhranshu, when it comes to autonomous driving, connected vehicles, software-driven cars, do you think India is ready to have the conversation around autonomous vehicle at this juncture?
I would think so. I think the pace at which technology is being ingested in India already has the world's largest subscriber base for ChatGPT. Now, who would have imagined 5 years ago that would be the case? So I think when Indians see value, when they see a technological leap that improves life, the adoption can be very, very fast. Having said that, there are a host of conditioning benefits and supporting guardrails that need to be in place. But I think the technology, if it exists, if it's commercialized elsewhere in the world, it will be in India just as much as anywhere else in the world, I feel.
All right. And Mr. Gulati, we've spent the whole day trying to, track the pulse of change across innovation, across sectors. Now, what's that one thing the Indian auto consumer wants, but, no brand is giving it to them yet?
Well, that's a very difficult one. You have me. I mean,
Shubhranshu, would you like to have a go at it?
No, if he can't answer it, I think I'll struggle as well. But from a marketing point of view, I can say, can I imagine my vehicle? I think that degree of customization, we are still an assembly line operation. The degree of configuration is limited. And I think we are very much master plant to dealership to customer. I do see the possibility of much more customization at a hub and spoke level, and that's already happening in two-wheelers, for instance, not as much in passenger vehicles and commercial vehicles.
Absolutely. And now my last question to the both of you. If each of you could ask the government for one policy that would, transform the Indian auto sector overnight, what would each of you ask for? Mr. Gulati, why don't you go first?
Well, I would basically first of all ask for a policy roadmap that's stable. And second, I think the world is going towards the carbon as a currency, with CBAM coming in and world over, the carbon intensity of fuel being the element which is going to drive the automotive sector of the future. So if there's one policy that I would ask is, please base all your policies on the carbon intensity of the energy that the vehicle is using. It's very scientific. It's basically going to be the best way to attack climate change and decarbonization. So carbon-based, policies, whether it's taxation or CAFE or any other policy.
A very important one. Shubhanshu, why don't you take it?
I think policy stability, as he mentioned, is important. If the government would let us know what happens in the next 10 to 15 years as a firm calendar, it will liberate the animal spirits. But tax rebates are a major spur to growth, as we saw in the latest iteration with GST. Imagine it's a middle-class dream to own a car, and that has been the main driver. If you could get income tax rebate for buying a vehicle, why not?
Absolutely. And on that note, gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today on WION World Pulse and sharing your insights with us and also helping us understand that, the future of mobility is not just hedged on one technology taking the lead, but it is something that all of us have an active role to play in. We have choices, and ultimately it has to be the right choice that we make, sustainable, secure, and something with a long-term future. Thank you so much, everyone. You've been a wonderful audience. A huge round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. A huge round of applause. Thank you, Diksha. I request you to stay with us, gentlemen. I request Mr. Dinesh Garg, Chief Financial Officer, Zee Media, to please come up on stage and felicitate our guests. Can we have the mementos, please? This has been an insightful conversation, a deep understanding of where mobility stands at the moment in India and what we can expect in the near future. Sir. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Thank you.
Country has its electricity, you have your roads, you should have AI as part of your infrastructure.
This year's Nobel Prize in Physiology and Medicine.
Every fraction of a degree means more hunger, displacement, and loss.
Defined by rapid change, shifting alliances, and transformative ideas, one question echoes across borders. What does the future look like from here?